You are now tuned in to Go Time Dolphins with Charlie Touche and Kadeem Simmons, the Miami Dolphins podcast that's for the fans and by the fans.
Gotta make them lose their mind when it's your time. And it's showtime. Going all out when it's go time. I ain't wasting no time. Gotta make them lose their mind when it's showtime. Cause it's your time. Lay it on the line when it's go time. Don't waste no time. I ain't wasting no time.
Listen, the fourth round of the NFL draft have wasted no time. There's been like 3 or 4 trades at the top of the draft. None involving the Dolphins, but we'll get into that. Mr. Charlie Touche, how are you?
Woo! It's Go Time Dolphins, the Miami Dolphins podcast that goes not only across the pond, but across the world. I'm your boy, Charlie Touche. I got my co-host, Kadeem Simmons, with me. It's always for the fans and by the fans. Your favorite podcast. Good morning. Hello. Good morning.
That Diddy.
Oh, yeah, that one was Diddy, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It's weird. I really like the third and final day of the draft because it's not at stupid o'clock. So it's like 5 p.m. here. Like, I don't have my lights on because like the natural light. It's the only time there's natural light on Go Time Dolphins. So if you're with us at the moment, shout out to Robert Ashton. He says, may not be on at the start. Charlie Touche got me hungry after this morning's pizza. So nipping out for the draft snacks. JML says, greetings. Let's see what happens today. And K-Salt says, how y'all feeling today? Mr. Charlie Touche, as I ask this question, as you stuff your face, how are you feeling today after essentially you stealing day 2 of Jennifer draft?
It's morning. I'm eating breakfast. I'm feeling real good, K-Salt. This is the day where we look for Braden Daniels and the Cam Joneses of the world. And if I'm being honest with you, I wish I put Cam Jones on Touche's 24 now, because I thought he would get more recognition. And the fact that he's not even on anybody's radar right now, I really wish I put him on Touche's 24. But I'm feeling good, man. I like the Dolphins, what we did a lot. Kadeem. So we put our reaction of the Devon Achane selection out on social media. When I tell you that was genuine shock in our reaction, bro, that was genuine shock, bro.
It's I don't think anyone. I legit don't think anyone saw running back coming, because the consensus coming into the draft is that Chris Greer doesn't value running backs. After the Dolphins didn't go tight end or offensive line in the second round, and with Darnell Washington alone being on the board when the Dolphins picked, everyone was like, this has to be tight end, this has to be offensive line. The Dolphins went speed, the Dolphins went running back. And the fact that, again, on behalf of Charlie Touche, the fact that it was someone who he himself had kind of like, praised, shouted out. What was it? Someone tweeted, let's find it, at Joe Robbie _ told you we were drafting someone we've never heard of. Listen, if you're subscribed to Go Time Dolphins, if you pay attention to Charlie Touche over at Go Time Dolphins, then you've heard of Devon Achane. So it is what it is. Not everyone can be educated like that, but we see how this plays out on day 3.
I'm gonna be real with you too, Kadeem. It's not just about not ever hearing about him. This is the perfect example of just having the knowledge. And most of the time you have the knowledge and then you miss a player in the draft and it hurts so bad. Like, man, that hurts so bad, bro. Like, I really wanted that player. And it's painful. When I seen Jonathan Taylor go get drafted, knowing that we could have drafted Jonathan Taylor, like, yo, that hurts so bad. But the flip side is you get something like this where it hurts so good. Like, yo, we just got Achane. Not saying he's going to be Jonathan Taylor at all, but I am saying when you know who you're drafting and they actually bring him in, and it's like, yo, you guys got a solid running back. I feel so good. So a lot of people are like, all right, we'll see. But Charlie Touche is like, oh no, we nice. And I did some thinking now because I had time. We had time. We slept on it. You feel me? Devon Achane is going to be the kick returner and punt returner. So remember how we were talking about Mike McDaniel values special teams. He values special teams. He said Devin Hester was the reason that the Bears went to the Super Bowl. Because of Devin Hester, the field position changed, and they value special teams. We haven't had special teams on the Miami Dolphins in how long? Can you even remember the who was the best return specialist we've had in the past 10 years? I can't off the top.
It's an odd one. I think in terms of potential, it probably was wide receiver one, Jakeem Grant. In terms of his speed, in terms of what he could do. I think the fact that the Dolphins wide receiver had to play him a lot may have devalued or may have like limited what he can do on special teams. Outside of that, and again, we sat here on Go Time Dolphins last summer and was like, who out of Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill are going to, be on special teams, returning kicks, returning punts? In the end, it was friend of the podcast, Javon Holland, who just caught the ball. Fair catch. That's it. But yeah, obviously the Dolphins brought in Braxton Barrios. So it might be a case of you've got Braxton Barrios and Devon Achane, fielding and returning kicks and punts, depending on certain situations. The fourth round is underway. I've just seen the pick. Again, let us know in the comments. First of all, make sure you like, share, and subscribe. We really appreciate that. Drop a comment as you guys have done so far. But yeah, let us know in the comments if you are okay with me saying the picks early when I get them, or if you guys want to wait until the NFL officially announces it. Yesterday we waited. But yeah, it's only right we ask once again.
Yeah, we appreciate everybody who showed up. Leave a comment. We're having a giveaway today, and we're giving away 2 Miami Dolphin draft day hats like the one I'm wearing right now. We're giving away 2 of them, one for our listeners in the States and one for our listeners across the pond. So the only way to enter into the giveaway is to comment. We got the comments from last episode, and we're taking the comments from this episode. So if you're listening, make sure you get over to YouTube, Go Time Dolphins, subscribe, and leave a comment to enter in the giveaway. Back to what you said about Braxton Berrios. No, I think it's unanimous. I think Achane is just going to be the return specialist now. So Braxton Berrios, I think, just got relegated to a slot receiver, which is all right. You know what I'm saying? Because now if something goes wrong with Achane, then Braxton Berrios could be the returner. But I'm sure Devon Achane is going to be the kick returner, punt returner, unless he becomes RB1. And then they say, all right, Braxton, you're the returner now because Achane is taking over as the running back.
I think it gives the Dolphins options. It might be a case of one game requires Barrios, the other game requires Achane. It'll be very dependent on how Achane progresses through the off season. But yeah, have you seen the first pick of the 4th round yet?
What team was it?
The Saints. They traded up.
Yeah, it's announced. What was the pick? Oh yeah. Go ahead. They just announced it. It's on TV right now.
They drafted offensive lineman Nick Saldiveri. Again, someone who I know a few Dolphins fans on social media wanted. Also as well, he could be a day one starter. From what some people say. So for him to go in the 4th so early, it's interesting at the very least. They might have got a potential draft still. Looking back on the Dolphins picks on Friday night, especially given we don't pick for ages, obviously the consensus coming out of it was, why didn't the Dolphins go tight end? Why didn't the Dolphins go offensive line? Like, these are, for many, glaring holes. Chris Greer came out and said that, people outside the building worry a lot more about, tight end defensive line than people inside the building. Do you still think Cam Smith and Achane, where they were taken, were the right pick? Do you think, actually, you know what, they should have gone tight end, they should have gone offensive line, given the way the tight end started falling at the start of the second round?
So a couple things there. We got our answer. Oh, Jacorian Bennett. The Raiders just drafted Jacorian Bennett, somebody who we thought would be a day 3 pick, which he is a day 3 pick. He's not going to be a starter. He could play inside and outside nickel. And he'll be a solid depth piece. He's not going to start, but he'll be a solid piece to come in and rotate at DB for the Raiders. Also almost made my two shades 24. Can't put more than 24 on the list, Kadeem. But it answers our questions about yesterday, Kadeem. How much does Mike McDaniel value tight end? If we traded up for a tight end, that tells us Mike McDaniel is in the building saying, hey, I need me a tight end, or this offense isn't going to be as efficient as I want it to be. Or are they going to trade back and say, yo, we'll get a tight end, I can make it work? Or not draft a tight end in the top 3 rounds anyway. So now you're saying, nah, we got Tyreek Hill, we have Jalen Waddle, we have Tua, and those are going to be the two main contributors. And now that Chosen Anderson acquisition makes a lot more sense. It's like, hey, I don't necessarily have to have a tight end for this system to work. I don't need George Kittle to make my system work, or a George Kittle type of tight end to make it work. We can make it work without it. And if I'm being honest, I mean, was it not working when Tua was healthy? You know what I'm saying? Like, we had the Golden State Warriors offense. We were bombing it up. We looked good. We had a flashy, sexy, fast offense without the tight end. So I think McDaniel's saying, nah, it's not as big of a deal as people think it is. I'm all right. I can make this thing happen. And that's why we have more receivers than we did last year, too. We have Braxton Berrios get off in the slot. Chosen Anderson is going to get his reps. And this is obviously if these boys make the team, because it's not who says they're even going to make the team. So I'm okay with not picking the tight end. But I really want O-line help, because I just feel like we're not deep enough on O-line. Whether they believe Eichenberg in front of the podcast, Austin Jackson are good enough, I just don't believe we're deep enough. So I would like O-line help for sure, 100%. But it also says, yo, they not worried about it. So if they not worried about it, yo, why am I big tripping?
It's interesting because, like you said, I feel like, and it's starting to know me now. I feel like we're looking at a situation where, and this isn't everyone, it's some people. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. You look at, again, the common or at some point over the past few days, and I guess the past few weeks as well, there's been many who looked at the Dolphins. Barry Jackson, one of them, looked at the Dolphins draft history and looking at, the Dolphins drafting defensive linemen in the first 3 to 4 rounds and going, you've got it wrong nearly every single time, stop doing it. And then after I've turned around and gone, why didn't you draft offensive line? It's like you were literally saying to the Dolphins, don't draft offensive line early on because you get it wrong. Go out and get veteran help. And when the Dolphins don't draft offensive linemen early on, they turn around and gone, well, you've messed up. Same way with tight ends. All last season, Mike Gesicki, one of the better pass catching tight ends in the league, just couldn't get receptions in this office, regardless of offense, regardless of who the quarterback was. Nothing to do with him. It's just that in the nicest way possible, when you got Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, running routes, you're more likely to go to them, even though Gesicki had the best hands on the team. Tight end is one of the most difficult positions to come in and hit the ground running. So again, are you going to spend a second or third round pick on a tight end to probably won't get that many receptions in his rookie season. Not just because he's a rookie tight end, but also because you've got Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill, you brought in Chosen Anderson. Listen, Alec Ingold gets targets at the backfield. Raheem Mostert gets targets at the backfield. Like you said, the Dolphins don't need a George Kittle to run this offense. The Dolphins, you know, I can see why the Dolphins didn't go offensive line or tight end. In our mocks, we might have done that, but the same people who are screaming for DeJuan Jones to be the pick at any point. 32 GMs have passed on DeJuan Jones multiple times.
Straight up.
There's something about this dude. So to only blame the Dolphins, hey, why haven't you picked him? Yo, a lot of teams need tackle help. DeJuan Jones is a freak of nature in both a good and bad way. Why hasn't he been taken yet? So, yeah. Shout out to Triple H's brother, Joe Levesque. He asked, is our first pick today be around 3 p.m.? I generally couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I couldn't put a time on that. It's going to be a while from now, but I could put a time on that. Keely Ringo just got drafted to the Philadelphia Eagles. Keely Ringo is a corner from Georgia who a lot of people had mocked in the second round. And when I say people, I'm not talking about Twitter. I'm talking about the experts had him mocked in the second round. Some people had him mocked in the first. When I was doing Two Shades 24, I heard Keely Ringo. I wasn't big on him. I didn't even want to put him on the list, but I knew he was a name, and he fell all the way to the fourth round. Cool dude. But this is bigger news. Blake Freeland just got drafted to the Indianapolis Colts, and that's someone that I really wanted. Blake Freeland is a tackle from BYU, and I really seen, like, I think we if we didn't get him in a couple mocks, we wanted him in a couple mocks. So Blake Freeland is someone that I always tried to mock to the Dolphins and speak it into existence, but unfortunately, the Dolphins don't get Blake Freeland. But back to your point, Kadeem, my whole thing was, in the first round, you have to get a starter. In the second round, you have to get a starter. And in the third round, that person should be a starter. And if he's not, he's close to being a starter. Everything after the third round, you're throwing darts, and I'm okay with it. So the fact that we have a starter in the second round, I didn't care what position it was. We got a starter. Like that's what because at the end of the day, you're going to be like, you're going to draft someone in the second round, and everyone's going to say, well, how come he's not good enough? Well, y'all wanted us to get a lineman that wasn't a starter in the second round. You see what I'm saying? So, no, make sure you get starters. Make sure you're going to get people who hit. And Cam Smith is going to start eventually because we have two All-Pros in front of him. And secondly, Devon Achane is someone who may not be a day one starter, but he's someone who's going to contribute right away. 100% right away, Devon Achane is going to contribute, and that's value. I have to be appreciative of not drafting someone that's going to sit for 2-3 years just because you had to draft him in the third round. Nah, Achane's going to get his touches. He's going to be a return specialist. He has a chance of winning the job, the RB1 job. Not likely that he wins the RB1 job, but off the bat, by the way, not likely that he wins the RB1 job off the bat, but he will get significant touches, plenty special teams reps, returner reps, and that's all you can ask for. Don't whiff on picks, and the Dolphins didn't whiff.
Just seen this tweet, and it's gone now. But essentially, like the Georgia Bulldogs defense over the last 2 years: Jordan Davis, defensive tackle; N'Kobe Dean, linebacker; Jalen Carter, defensive tackle; outside linebacker Nolan Smith; cornerback Keely Ringo. What do all 5 of those guys have in common?
They all went to the Eagles.
All of them. All of them went to the Eagles, and that Georgia defense was good. 3 first-round picks, 1 third-round pick, 1 fourth-round pick. The Eagles seem to know what they're doing, or have a clear plan in terms of what they're doing. What was I going to say?
Bro, the Eagles just took the national champions from the past 2 years and drafted them. Hey, Y'all were good enough in college. We're gonna make you good enough in the pros. Y'all have one of the best defenses in college, and now we have like 6 pieces from that defense on the Eagles, is what they're saying, and we're gonna turn you into our pros. But you know, the Dolphins have one of those dudes too.
Yeah, Christian Wilkins.
No. Christian Wilkins went to Clemson.
Channing Tindall. So yeah,
Channing Tindall.
Yeah.
I gave you a chance to redeem yourself. Channing Tindall was on that team, well, one of those teams too. So hopefully Channing Tindall pans out.
100%. One thing you said about drafting players in the first round should be starters and stuff like that. If we really want to look at the Dolphins draft picks in 2023, essentially traded away a first round pick for Bradley Chubb. So that's your first round pick, Bradley Chubb. Lost one because they didn't settle, and Stephen Ross wanted to mess around. So we'll never know what that pick could have turned out to be. Second round, we got Cam Smith. Third round, Jalen Ramsey. We spent a third round pick on Jalen Ramsey, and then the other third round pick we brought in Devon Achane. So it's not like the Dolphins lost a number of picks. They've used those picks already. I have to imagine that no edge rusher, can be better than what the Dolphins got in Bradley Chubb over the next few years. And you cannot tell me a single third round cornerback who can be better than Jalen Ramsey. Like, let's be honest. Or again, over the next few years. The other thing I was going to say. So noise in my house, like I don't have
Bro, I thought that was me over here somewhere. Like, what is that?
No, it's like I'm gonna have it like it's some. I feel like someone's ringing a doorbell or calling, but no one's doing anything about it. So, I had a point. It was about, I wouldn't say offensive line, but at this point, my mind's gone blank. So we will never know. What I will say is that there's oh my day, someone in this house, do something about it. You know what? Take over. I'm gonna sort it out myself. And again, to everyone in the over on YouTube, if you haven't already, smash the like button, subscribe if you haven't already, share. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Hulk smash the like button. Hulk smash the notifications. Hulk smash the subscribe. Feel me? I was trying to have breakfast. Kadeem over here, like, put me on deck. But nah, yeah, man, I'm okay. Even with the trades, we have Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips. That by itself is something to be just excited about. Like, dang, I cannot wait to see what Bradley Chubb opposite of Jalen Phillips in the Vic Fangio system looks like. That by itself is enough to be anxious about. Jalen Ramsey opposite of Xavier Howard in the Vic Fangio system. That by itself is something to be excited about. Friend of the podcast, Javon Holland, and friend of the podcast, Brandon Jones, opposite each other in the Vic Fangio system. Do I got to keep going? You see what I'm saying? Like, all of this is something to be excited about. So when it comes to the draft this year and the draft next year, and we're talking about selecting players who may not necessarily beat anyone out this year on the team, that tells you how good our team is. It doesn't mean we're missing on picks. It just means, your team is loaded, and these boys aren't even going to get a whiff. So a sniff, I guess, at starting. So Kadeem used the doorbell as an excuse to go get food. Like, that's wild, bro. Like, all you had to say was, hey, I'm going to go get a snack. It's early. We got football all day today. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to eat over here, but you like, oh, yeah, let me go eat. I see you.
Not at all. My parents are throwing some dinner party downstairs right now, and I went downstairs. There's food there. I'm not going to not get something to eat. So, yeah. Charlie, I have a question for you over from Twitter. It's from the Dolphin UK podcast. So who are we picking today? I'm pretty sure you and Chris Greer are one and the same. They've asked me, have I ever seen the two of you together?
We can't put that out on the air. Chill out. Can't put that out over the air. You know what I'm saying? Can't give them the secrets. But if there's a chance of moving up, it's very slim. If we get a 5th round pick, it's because we move Cedric Wilson and probably package Cedric Wilson in the 6th or 7th or something to move up into the 5th. I do not expect us to move up in the 4th at all. And if we do not move Cedric Wilson, then we'll draft in the 6th and 7th. And at that time, you're taking whatever your scouts sheets look like. I'm thinking it's going to be linemen in the 6th and 7th round. Me personally, I'm taking Jaren Hall, but I don't expect him to be there. I think you need a backup quarterback. I don't think we have a backup quarterback. Having a backup quarterback does not mean you pay a quarterback every single year to be your backup. A different quarterback like we've been doing. Who was our backup this year, Kadeem?
Mike White and Skylar Thompson.
Who was our backup last year?
Teddy Two Gloves and Skylar Thompson.
Who was our backup before that?
Jacoby Brissett and it wasn't.
No, that's it. It's just Jacoby Brissett.
Oh, yeah.
And who was the backup before that? This is pre-Tua now. Let's see what you got.
Oh, pre-Tua.
Yeah, this is the first year of pre-Tua. Who was the backup?
So it was Ryan Fitzpatrick. No, it was technically Josh Rosen, I guess, behind Ryan Fitzpatrick.
My dog, hey, that's solid, bro. We should have made that into a question for a giveaway. I guess if there's no pressure, then you're all right. Dylan Horton got drafted to the Texans. We missed a couple of draft picks, but yeah, man. So we don't have a backup. Traditionally, what you want is a backup quarterback that knows your system, that is so locked into the system that if something ever happens, you can just, I have trust in our backup. Shout out to IMAX. What up, bro? So
he said he just got out of class. Dude, it's Saturday, man. Like, chill. It's Saturday.
Hey, we don't know what kind of class he got out of. It could have been
jiu-jitsu. I think jiu-jitsu class.
You know what I'm saying?
Hopefully your white belt 2-stripe internet is a lot better today.
That's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing. Just getting out there off the bat.
So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, you have to have Reed Sennett. Shout out to Kevin. Reed Sennett was a backup somewhere in there. But yeah, this is what I'm saying. You really want to have a backup that is in your system, in the building, knows the players, has a relationship with the receivers, just like the starting quarterback does. So if the starting quarterback ever goes down, your backup is coming in seamlessly. Taking a look at the Texans selections right now. I feel like the Texans, we didn't even talk about this good enough. And I'll get to the Texans in a second. So you want to have a backup. That's why I want a backup that I can have on the team for 4 years. You know what I'm saying? I want a backup I can have on the team for 4 years that I'm not worried about. So yeah, I see you, Joe. Skylar Thompson is in the system for a couple years, but I just don't think he's good enough. I mean, we went pillar to post. I can't even say we went pillar to post. We went, it was a 6-9 game against the Jets when Skylar Thompson was in. Like, I need more than 9 points when Skylar Thompson plays. So he is a backup, but I don't think he's a good enough backup. Bro, what did you think about the Texans trading back up to 3 to draft Will Anderson?
Didn't quite understand it. But you know what? It's a lot of people had to go at the Lions for who they picked and where they picked him. Go and get your guy. If you don't think your guy's going to be there when you're next on the board and you got the pick to make the trade, then go and do it. I'll be interested to see your reaction when the Browns pick. Also, we have a trade. The Jets traded with the Patriots, pick 112 for 120 and 184. So again, for people saying the Dolphins need to move up, all that kind of stuff, with what draft capital? Like, top of the 4th round pick. So top of the 4th round, no one's moving back to the 6th and 7th. Like, you're still looking at there's guys available who are potential starters.
Potential starters for sure.
Are you on the Browns pick yet?
Not yet.
Okay. The Browns, when you see the Browns pick, no one is moving back to the 6th or 7th round to miss out on someone who the Browns pick. So listen, we'll see how it goes. The Patriots traded pick 120 and 184 for 112. The Dolphins are nowhere near that. So we'll be sitting on our hands for a while, waiting until the Dolphins pick, unless you do trade away a Cedric Wilson, whoever you think you might be able to get some value for in these fourth and fifth rounds.
What did you say the Patriots compensation was?
So it was pick 112. So Patriots got pick 112. The Jets got 120 and 184.
120 and 184?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just ain't got it, bro.
Yeah.
We don't have. It's okay. Our team is stacked. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. So Brown's pick didn't come in yet. So I'm gonna tell you what I think about the Texans. The Texans drafted CJ Stroud, which I thought saved them. Like, yo, y'all just got saved. You drafted CJ Stroud. But then the Texans traded 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick of this year, and a third-round pick to move back up to get Will Anderson, bro. Did you know all that compensation was in the trade, Kadeem?
I legit didn't know.
Bro.
So I didn't watch the first round. I woke up and what I watched was essentially a very quick overview of the drop of the picks. I didn't know what the conversation was.
Bro, the Texans gave up next year's first round pick, next year's third round pick, and this year's second round pick, 33 overall, to move back up for Will Anderson, and no one's talking about it. Shout out to Sherrod Steve, because I'm like, yo, they picked the right quarterback. Like, it is what it is. They picked the right quarterback. But that's a lot of compensation. I'm like, yo, would you even trade that for one of the Bosa brothers? Probably not. Like a first, a second, and a third, bro. That's insane. And everybody like, yo, I'm gonna be real with you. Texans blew that, bro. And then Sherrod Steve like, yo, that might be a top 10 pick next year.
Yeah.
If I was the Texans, I'm staying where I'm at. I would have picked second overall, took CJ Stroud. Then I would have took his teammate, Jackson Smith and Jigba at 12, and they would have had that Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase relationship for the rest of their career. And then you still would have had a second, a first, and a third still left. But they blew that, bro. Shout out. Go ahead.
Sorry, especially when that roster's been decimated as bad as it had over the past few years. Like we already look back at the Dolphins 2020 draft class, those 3 first-round picks, and go, you guys blew it. Like, no offense, you have 3 first-round picks, and you come out with 1 genuine starter, 1 potential, we'll see how it goes this year, and 1 person we essentially know.
Just call it a bust. Don't even try to dress it up. And a bust. You had a bust.
Yeah. The Texans could have had so much. And it is what it is. Please tell me you're on the Browns pick by now.
Not yet. It's on commercial. So hold on. So, the Browns picked DeJuan Jones.
The Browns picked DeJuan Jones, top of the 4th. Also, the Falcons pick as well. Like, obviously we're picked. Your pick's behind, but there's some interesting picks. Guys who didn't think would be where they are. Top of the 4th. Guys who probably Dolphins fans wanted, but again, like I said earlier, unless you're trading away Cedric Wilson, unless an Emmanuel Ogbah, unless someone comes in and says, "Hey, you know what? We really, really, really want Liam Eichenberg," you're gonna have to essentially sit where you are. And listen, I guess we haven't discussed it yet, unless you have anything you want to discuss beforehand. DeAndre Swift, is he someone the Dolphins bring in with a 6th or 7th round pick?
Bro, listen, Red Horse Adventures just said it. If we could bring that tweet up, not the other tweet. I think drafting Achane. So shout out to this comment right here. Drafting Achane does not mean the Dolphins are out on running back. It doesn't mean it. Achane will come in right away and be the special teams guy right away. Can he compete for RB1? Yes, he can. But if an opportunity presents itself where DeAndre Swift is available and he's getting paid $1.8 million this year, you're absolutely going to have the conversation. But then you have to have the conversation with how much does DeAndre Swift make next year? Clark Phillips III goes to Atlanta. That's an awesome pick. He is one of the steals of the draft right now. But you have to have the conversation. How much does Phillips make next year? I'm sorry. How much does DeAndre Swift make next year? Because you had the Jordan Howard contract, $5 million for 2 years. Then you had Chase Edmonds, $7.5 million over 2 years. Then you had one more. Who was it? Malcolm Brown, right? Malcolm Brown contract, $5 million for 2 years. So that's the type of contract DeAndre Swift is going to look like. Is he going to take $6 million, $6 million for 2 years, like David Montgomery just took in Detroit? Because if he is, then that's a conversation we can have. Because now your backfield will look like DeAndre Swift, Devon Achane, and you only keep one of Mostert or Jeff Wilson. You won't keep both of them. But I'm okay with that. So going on to the Dalvin Cook conversation, it's the same thing. You're not going to trade for Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook costs $14 million a year. We're not trading for Dalvin Cook. That's not going to happen. However, if Minnesota's going to take some of the cap, yeah, we got that conversation. And if they cut him, we're 100% going to have the conversation. Because you don't let a good player like Devon Achane stop you from taking a great player like Dalvin Cook.
100%. And again, it gives you options. When the Dolphins brought back all 4 running backs in Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson Jr., friend of the podcast, Mars Gaskin, and Devon Achane, a lot of people were like, that's it, the Dolphins are out on running back. No, it just means you have running backs in case the guys you want don't fall to you in the draft. If they fall to you in the draft, you can take them. If they don't fall to you in the draft, it is what it is. The point I was going to make earlier in terms of people saying, hey, go and get a tight end, go get an offensive lineman. You don't want to be in a situation where you are jumping up and reaching for players, especially when you only have 4 picks in the draft. 2 of them are in round 6 and 7. You let the board fall to you. You see what it looks like. And I don't know who made the point earlier. It was a really good point. The Dolphins took the best players on their board. It might not be the best players on, my board, Charlie's board, your board, all that kind of stuff. The Dolphins board is the Dolphins board, and we don't have to agree with it. We don't have to like it, but this is what the Dolphins feel is best for the team. Had they say as a lot of people wanted, the Dolphins moved up to go and get DeJuan Jones. Why? Again, 32 other GMs thought he's not worth a top 100 pick. He goes 111th to the Browns. Does that mean that they're all wrong? No. Maybe he's going to be an absolute steal. There's also every chance that it doesn't pan out. But it's one thing to spend the 111th pick on DeJuan Jones than to move up and get him at pick 48, if that makes sense.
No, I agree. Like I said, after the first 3 rounds, I'm concerned about DeJuan Jones's weight. I'm concerned about Darnell Washington's weight. After the first 3 rounds where you're out of you have to be a starter area, yeah, I'm cool with that. Let's start dancing. But we're not here in the 4th round to dance. So we weren't here to trade a 4th round pick to trade up to go get Darnell Washington. Roschon Johnson just went to the Chicago Bears. Running back Roschon Johnson, the backup to Bijan Robinson in Texas, someone that was on Two Shades 24, went to the Chicago Bears. He'll get a lot of snaps up there because David Montgomery just went to the Lions. So, yeah, you don't have a 4th, you don't have a 5th to trade up. I'm sure if we had a 4th or a 5th, we would be trading up to get some of these players that's still on the board, like Clark Phillips III. People would have really had a baby if we would have doubled down that corner.
Listen, people had a baby when we doubled it the chip at tight end, and then Green Bay do it. It's like, oh, look at that, there's a round in the quarterback with talent. Like the Patriots just moved up to draft a kicker. Imagine we did that. Like people, and again, the Patriots can do what they want. Like really couldn't care less. But it's definitely interesting that you know when you have multiple picks, you can do stuff like that. You can move around. You can take what you want. Jay Moore makes a really good point. Cam Smith is going to let Fangio disguise Jalen Ramsey as a safety with playing higher/low out of same pre-snap without coverage, loss on the outside, mass confusion for offenses. I'll add one thing to that as well. You might, mess around and see Jalen Ramsey going to go into the slot to cover someone. Bring out Cam Smith on the boundary, and you got Cam Smith and Xavier Howard. Like the Cam Smith pick, I think we discussed it yesterday. I think the over/under. The question I put to you was 5.5 games. He probably see the field in every single game and probably in meaningful snaps as well, because the Dolphins can rotate. Hey, Xavier Howard's a bit tired. Cam Smith, go in there. Go earn your stripes. Interesting to see how it goes.
But
Also,
if you're gonna mention Cam Smith, Xavier Howard, and Jalen Ramsey, you have to mention Kader Kohu. You know what I'm saying? Like Kader Kohu is getting first team snaps. He's the first nickel corner on the roster, 100%. Cam Smith still got to work his way up. This is such a luxury pick in Cam Smith that he can do the Myles Gaskin treatment and we'll be all right unless we need him. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say I disagreed when you say 100%, only because I'm in no way diminishing what Kader Kohu done last year. Like terrific, no one saw it coming. But again, new year, there's competition for places. If Kader Kohu comes in here, anything other than anything outside of this is a brand new start for me. I need to like last season doesn't matter because I'm in a brand new system. The Dolphins just draft someone in the second round. I'm still an undrafted pick from a year ago, so I would say that he's odds on to be the starter. But listen, if Vic Fangio and the rest of the Miami Dolphins coaches believe that Cam Smith gives us the best chance to win and starting from the slot, then they'll do it.
Just like friend of the podcast, Javon Holland said here on Go Time Dolphins, it doesn't matter where you're drafted. The best players will play. And I believe Kader Kohu is going to win the job hands down. And if Cam Smith happens to beat out Kader Kohu, just know the Dolphins are winning the Super Bowl. Like if Cam Smith is good enough to beat out Kader Kohu day one, no one is ever going to say, why did we draft a corner?
100%. Yeah, Red Horse Adventure says Dolphins seem to be drafting the best players available, or aka a position of luxury. I can't argue with secondary and RB help as both are depleted by injuries. IMAX says I just don't want Tua Tua Tagovailoa running for his life. And then Jason, this one's for you, Charlie. Hey guys, Charlie, looking sharp, man. For real, I'm not a hat guy, but I love that one and a hoodie too.
Well, guess what? This is the draft hat, and this is the hats we're giving away. We're giving away 2 of these today on this episode. Like, subscribe, leave a comment to win this hat. 2 of these hats. One for the UK listeners and one for the United States. IMAX, you say you don't want Tua running for his life. Listen, I don't think there's any podcasts that are more pro Tua than Go Time Dolphins. Tua didn't get hurt behind the O-line. None of Tua injuries last year came because of the O-line. All of them were ground induced, and Tua was mostly in a clean pocket. Yes, I want the O-line to be better, but I'm not thinking that this is the O-line from 2021, 2020. I'm not thinking that. I do believe the O-line can improve, but I am okay knowing that we had the 20th ranked O-line and we were down 3 starters. 3/5 of the O-line was injured. Probably more than 3/5 because even their backers came in and got injured. 3/5 of the O-line was injured, and we still had the 20th ranked O-line. So I gotta imagine that this O-line will be better than last year's O-line. Tua will not be running for his life. I can assure you.
I think also as well, and I'm not just saying this because he's a friend of the podcast. But this whole Tua got injured playing behind Austin Jackson. That's an absolute lie. It didn't happen unless I'm missing a particular injury where where Austin Jackson was 100% the reason. Like again, Austin Jackson missed most of last season. Like so again, I say we. I'm in no way saying that the offensive line is good enough because it can be improved. 20th is good, 10th is better, first is perfect. We should be aiming for first. But the Dolphins feel that again. I mean, we've discussed this so many times. Relying on often injured players is never a good thing. However, clean slate. Hopefully, Austin Jackson's ankles can hold up. Liam Eichenberg's injury was somewhat of a freak injury. Hopefully, he's able to, you know, stand up. And again, Tua is taking the necessary steps to protect himself better. Outside of taking judo, learn how to protect himself when he falls. Shout out to
Jiu-jitsu.
jiu-jitsu. Sorry, shout out to Manolo Rivera. Tua need to get rid of the ball. It's the Bengals one where I think like, dude, that ball needs to go a lot sooner.
Bro, all of his injuries, bro, except for that rib injury against AJ Epinesa and the Bills. All of them are because he holds the ball too long, bro.
His hip injury in college, dude, get rid of the ball.
The ankle injuries in college held the ball too long. So, well, I can't really say that for the ankle injuries, but I do believe it's because he held the ball too long. But the hip injury was because he held the ball too long. Yeah, man, you got to get rid of that ball. I know he feels like, I could make a play, I could make it happen. The longer I hold the ball, the more time for somebody to get open. But at the end of the day, he doesn't do his best off script. He's not an off script quarterback. Get the ball out within the 2 seconds, find the open windows, kill him with your accuracy. Braden Daniels just went to the Commanders. 2-6-24, Braden Daniels.
You seen who went before that?
Who went before it?
Who the Patriots took at 117?
Who they take?
City Sal.
No, for real?
117. Patriots select guard City Sal.
Yo, these boys is going early, boy. Like they was hanging around for us in the 6th, 7th round. City South 4th round pick, Braden Daniels 4th round pick, Roshan Johnson 4th round pick. Bro, I'm feeling real good about 2-6-24 right now. I see City South right now. This dude, 1,900 dropbacks, 9 sacks given up. I would love to have him on the team.
No, it's a shame you're going to give up more than that because Christian Wilkins, Zach Sealer, Jalen Phillips, like these guys are coming home. So apologies. Question for you, Charlie, from JML. Does Tua draw a unnecessary roughness for throwing a safety or linebacker? What's the bet line, Charlie?
Say that again?
Does Tua draw a unnecessary roughness for throwing a safety or linebacker? What's the bet line? Not quite sure what he's asking there. I thought you might understand better.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to reword it. Like throwing a safety. How you get a unnecessary roughness for throwing a safety? Give us reword that so we understand what you're trying to say, champ.
Yeah. That's interesting. KC just moving up. But yeah, listen, there's guys, and again, mock drafts, both ones that NFL writers do and ones that we did. They can never replicate what the real life is going to be. Because like you said, there's guys who we were debating, hey, should we take this guy in the 5th, 6th, or 7th? Yo, they're gone in the 4th. It is what it is. And again, it's like I do like the Cam Smith and Devon Achane picks.
Mm-hmm.
I still think potentially moving back to get a 4th round pick, would have been great. Because again, it gives you more opportunities. The Dolphins.
I know what JML is saying. He says throw the safety or a defensive player. He's talking about
like
jiu-jitsu. Yeah, like the jiu-jitsu throw. Hey, that was a good one, JML. I see you, bro. I see you. Maybe he could arm lock somebody.
Take
his back and choke him out. Rear naked choke. That was a good one, JML. Like it went over our heads, bro. Like I feel bad that it went over our heads now.
That's a good one. From Red Horse Adventures. If Wilson isn't moved today for a pick, I believe he's going to be traded to Minnesota after June 1st for Cook. Most agree Wilson is worth a 4th or 5th round pick. What's your thoughts on that?
Mm, nah, that's too much compensation.
On whose behalf?
If Minnesota isn't taking some of the cap, we're not trading for Devon Cook. We can't pay a running back $14 million. There's only, I think, 2 running backs that's getting paid more than Devin Cook right now. One is Christian McCaffrey, and I think Saquon Barkley is up there with 12. Dalvin Cook might be the second paid highest running back in the league, and then Alvin Kamara's up there with double digits too. So, yeah, no, we're not paying Dalvin Cook all that money. Only way we're getting Dalvin Cook is if Minnesota agrees to pay like the trade. Allen Robinson went to the Steelers, and he had $15 million on his salary still. The Steelers paid 5 of it, and the Rams paid 10 of it. Same thing here with Dalvin Cook. Unless Minnesota's paying half of the $14 million, half the salary, it's not happening. And then he's going to have to restructure because he still has 3 years left. It's hard. It's hard to trade for Dalvin Cook right now. It's very difficult to make that Dalvin Cook trade happen. It's possible, but it's just very difficult to pull off. If he's cut, he will be a Miami Dolphin 100%.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where the Dolphins, I guess, having it really makes no difference. But again, if you weren't aware, Dalvin Cook shares the same agent as Cam Smith. Dalvin Cook was celebrating with Cam Smith when he got drafted to Miami. So you would have to assume that Dalvin Cook's agent has had, you know, have had picks or have had talks in terms of, hey, would your client be willing to, restructure his contract at what terms, and kind of seeing whether the Dolphins can do it. Because again, one of their defensive tackles in Christian Wilkins, Zach Sealer, or Raekwon Davis needs to be paid. They're all free agents next year. So you would assume that money needs to be made for at least one of those guys. But it's one of those things where the Dolphins still have. There might be moves you can make. Maybe you structure Xavier Howard's contract. There's potential moves. I don't know all the moves they could make, but it is what it is.
It's Go Time Dolphins, the Miami Dolphins podcast that goes not only across the pond, but across the world. I'm your boy, Charlie Touche. Got my co-host, Kadeem Simmons, with me. It's always for the fans and by the fans. Your favorite podcast. While y'all here, hit the subscribe, hit the like button. We appreciate y'all. And comment if you want to enter the giveaway. We're giving away a draft hat, game day draft hat, like the one I'm wearing right here. We're giving 2 of them away. So, yeah, man. Make sure y'all comment so you can enter.
It's fun times. And also turn on notifications because, as I mentioned, we're going live a lot more. Don't miss out on
We're about to go live.
Don't want to miss out on these live shows. Turn on notifications, and plus sometimes you might be like, you know what? Hey, do you want to go live in 5 minutes because the Dolphins just made a trade, and we're both about, and we're going to go live. So don't miss it. Shout out to Steve. Steve says, "Hoorah, brother Finn fans! June 1st, we will have 21 million in free cap space from cutting Byron Jones and trading/cutting Cedric Wilson. June 1st, we will be active in free agency." Listen, there will be teams who, welcome to the comments, Steve. there'll be teams who are going to be making moves after the draft because they've brought in new players. There will be teams who throughout preseasons like, hey, do you know what? This guy we didn't expect is making significant leaps. We want him to be a starter. We're going to allow someone else to move. I'm not saying this person could be a Miami Dolphin, but Jonah Williams from the Bengals, he's potentially available via trade. So there's still guys the Dolphins can trade for. We already know from what Chris Greer said on Friday, the Dolphins aren't going to or are unlikely to trade away the picks from next year, to move up this year. So it's one of those things. We have to be patient. We can, start a prayer circle to hope that Andrew Voorhees somehow makes it to the 6th or 7th round, potentially even undrafted. He's someone who won't play this year due to an injury, but yeah, he's someone who could be a long-term starter. Also shout out to Tim Carrow, favorite podcast, love it, fins up. And IMAX Black
Appreciate you,
Enter.
Tim.
Oh yeah, definitely appreciate you. IMAX, you're already you're already down. I have your name. You commented yesterday, so you were automatically entered once you commented. If you are watching but haven't commented, but want to be a part of the giveaway, you obviously still got time to do so. Yeah, just drop a hi, drop a what's up, drop anything. Drop an opinion. Listen, we've got so many picks until the Dolphins are on the board. Let's chat up with our viewers, with our listeners, with our fans. Any opinion is welcome on this show. Unless you're going to say Dolphins should draft a quarterback in the 6th or 7th round.
Yo, we need a backup.
Yeah, we're not having that conversation again.
So I mean, we got time to have it.
No, we don't. We've had it already. Although I'm sure there'll be a conversation between myself, you, and Sherwad Steve about that. Tanner McKee still available. Luke Whippler still available.
Whippler.
Sorry, yeah. Luke Whippler, someone who, again, I feel like we've had conversations in mocks. It's like, hey, I think we're talking about the 3rd round or something.
Yeah, he was being mocked higher than the 4th round for sure.
Jason Keck says we have White. We don't need a backup. We have a backup.
But we pay him too much money, and then we need to get White off the books.
And Jason Keck also says Skylar Thompson.
And Skylar Thompson only put up 9 points against the Jets with Zach Wilson. We need more points than that.
So yeah, they're definitely. Dolphins do have backups, but there's probably a discussion to be made about how good those backups. Tim, just the point I made the other day. Charlie didn't really want to hear it. Tim says, "Haha, we have backups. Don't need more or better backups. Two are staying on the field this season." I didn't make that point, Charlie.
Hey, no. I hope Tua stays on the field this season. Bro, you talking to one of the biggest Tua Ningamanu, Olipola, Donnie, Tungavaloa fans, bro. Like, I got that. I'm just saying, as a GM, I have to make sure the team is taken care of. Regardless of how much I want someone to perform, I want Raheem Mostert to go over 1,500 yards rushing. Doesn't mean we just shouldn't draft a running back. It's just things have to be taken. We got to be proactive instead of reactive. That's all I'm saying.
100%. Manolo says hit the like button. I don't like setting targets. But let's set one quickly. Let's get to 20 likes. 20 likes, guys. Would appreciate it. And then we can go bigger and better again. By liking, by commenting, by sharing, it tells YouTube that hey, this is the place to be when we here and go.
Already.
In terms of place to be, can I go get some more water and then potentially come back?
Y'all see this guy?
Snacks?
You see what I'm saying? Y'all see what I'm saying? Go ahead, Kadeem.
Thank you very much. So I'm leaving you in the capable hands of Mr. Charlie Touche. I shouldn't be too long.
Woo! 6th round. Oh, John Gaines II just went to UCLA. John Gaines is a guard. I say he just went to UCLA. He just went to the Cardinals, Arizona. John Gaines II is He was on 2K24. He's a guard. He could play all three positions. He could play center. He could play guard. Both guards, interchangeable, left and right. That's not as easy as you think it is in the NFL. However, when you're a guard, you're protected by the center and the tackle, so you can get away with more mistakes. That's why you see tackles get moved to guard if they're not good enough tackles. If their stature allows it, then you see a tackle like, hey, he's struggling. Let's put him inside because he can get away with more mistakes. But John Gaines the second, like I wanted him. He's on 2K24, and I expect a lot of these dudes in the fourth round to hit, to really be real good picks, because you're getting them in the fourth round now, and these are solid dudes. I wonder where Kadeem Telford goes. Kadeem's namesake. I wonder where he goes. He's a tackle. Probably go late, maybe even undrafted. He has some off the field issues. There's concerns about him, but if you could get him for a 6th or a 7th, then you absolutely take a talent like Kadeem Telford. I can't believe John Gaines the second just went. But yeah, man, y'all know what time it is, man. Y'all hit that subscribe, hit the like. Let me know what y'all think about this draft. How we feeling? How we feeling about the draft so far? Do we like the draft? Do we feel like the Dolphins could have did better? Do we feel like we're in a position? Like, how we feeling about the draft? Jason Keck said he likes White. He's the best backup we've had in a while. Shout out to Matt Moore. Matt Moore got a ring in Kansas City. Jason Keck says it's a C. It's a C graded, C minus. I don't know, Keck. I don't know, bro. I think, you know what? I'm not gonna tell you my opinion. I'll wait for Kadeem to come back so I can tell you my grade of the draft. Drop your grades. Drop your draft grades. Drop your draft grades. That's hard to say 3 times fast. Drop your draft
grades, and come back with snacks as well. Look at that. Look at the plate. That Caribbean food.
But did you cook it though? But did you cook it though? But did you cook it?
No. I was working.
Steve says it's a B. Steve, United States Marine Corps, 3-6. Bro, we appreciate your service, Steve. Shout out, appreciate you. Semper Fi. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but you know.
Nah. What did I miss?
John Gaines the second went to the Cardinals.
Fair play.
Yeah, they need that O-line help too. I like defense. I like that defense are comfortable enough with their plan that they aren't reaching. I give a solid B. Shout out to Red Horse. Ooh.
How many people here are from the UK?
Hey, you know what that says, Kadeem? Steve, United States Marine Corps just dropped that comment. You know what that says?
What, who you are?
Oorah! My dog. Appreciate you, man. Tim, what you got for us, Tim? Good players taken for sure, but rather we got O-line, B grade. What you grade this draft so far, Kadeem?
Do I have to give a grade, given that they haven't played a snap yet?
Yeah, this is what we do. Like, we overreact. Appreciate you, Steve, for the news, for subscribing, man. Hey, you get the you get your name dropped in the bucket for the giveaway. We're giving away these draft hats. We got 2 of them, one for the UK listeners, one for the American listeners. And if you comment, you get your name in the raffle, I guess. That's what we call it. The Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah. Tim, Yorkshire. Oh, Yorkshire tea. Love that. A bit of Yorkshire tea. Charlie, are you a tea person?
I used to be a tea person, like heavy. And I put honey in my tea. Hey, bro, don't make that face, bro. I put honey in my tea.
Not doing that. So 2 secs, just letting the UK Dolphin fans know about the giveaway.
Yeah, this is definitely a little different. We got a 4-hour live going on in the draft. Shout out to Manolo. Players selected are ready to contribute, provide depth to the secondary, which is needed. B to B minus. Do we not remember when we lost Nick Needham to Achilles, lost Trill Williams to ACL, lost Mackenzie Alexander. I forgot what we lost him to.
Oh snap! I completely forgot about that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, man, bro, I don't know, bro. Like, we had special teamers playing defense, and that was not a good look. And I'm on the record saying if we had one more DB, we would have won that Buffalo Bills game. We would have won that game if we had one more DB. You can never have enough DBs. Shout out to Donald Johnson. Said it's a B. Semper Fi, Steve. Yo, that's what's up. Another Marine head in here. That's what's up.
So adding names. Yeah. That's cool. I didn't add that name before. Oh, that's done. Food is looking good as well. Here's a question for you, Charlie, and everyone in the comments. Who do you think has done the best draft so far?
Who got the best draft so far? Let's see what we got. Best draft so far. Hey, you know that song? So long, farewell.
I do, yeah.
You got to, bro.
Why do I have to?
Because it's from the UK.
And
if I know it, you got to know it, bro.
It don't work like that.
It don't work like that?
No. I know the song. I couldn't tell you where it's from, though.
Can someone tell Kadeem where that song is from?
As you guys told me where that song's from, we've got a few in the comments. Jason Keck says Lions. Tim Cavo says Eagles with a question mark. Red Horse Adventures says Eagles are killing it and I hate their fans. I was going to say as well, if we wasn't doing a live, I would have gone down to Tottenham Hotspur Stadium where they're doing the Dolphins pick. They're picking from Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Dang, you might needed to be there for that one. I ain't gonna lie, Kadeem.
Yeah.
I think you were supposed to be there for that one, bro.
Listen, but if I was there, then I couldn't be here. You know, it's about being with my Oh, I was gonna say, so Cardinals picking John Gaines with pick 122. That was a Dolphins divisional draft pick. So Cardinals select guard John Gaines with traded Dolphins pick number 122.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Is that correct, Charlie?
What's that?
The sound of music.
Yes, sir. Sound of Music.
I've never seen that movie. Ever. Not seen it.
Austria? Was it Austria? I thought for sure it was England.
No, I think it is Austria. Like, isn't it like a war movie?
Yeah. Oh, you're right. You're right. I think the accent is the hold on. Is the actress English?
Probably.
I think the actress is English.
But I think it's set in Austria.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Sound of Music though. For sure.
Manolo says Eagles by a mile.
Julia Andrews, that's her name.
Yeah. Joe Levesque said Lions and Eagles by far have been killing this draft. I think Eagles. I think we said in one of our shows before the draft the Eagles are one of the teams at the moment where they pick someone and you go, of course they picked this person. How'd that person fall to them? It happens every single year. So the rich get richer, and I want to get to a stage where the Dolphins are able to do that.
I think we're here. I'm not gonna lie. I think we're here, bro. Like when you pick up a Cam Smith and a Devon Achane in the second and third round, and you have all the weapons that you have on your team, I think, bro. Listen, excuse me. There's Jet fans, and on social media, I might come across a couple AFC East fans where they are petrified of the Miami Dolphins. Like they're over here making shorts talking about the Dolphins are loaded and what are we gonna do? And we need Aaron Rodgers. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people understand that the Dolphins are stacked. It's just that we're Dolphin fans and we're so jaded that we cannot appreciate a good-looking team when we see one. Yeah, we have all of our reservations, and I understand that. I understand why we have the reservations. But just know it's okay to believe in this team. Before it'll be like, oh, they hurt me and they let me down, and we went 8-8, and we were supposed to have high aspirations for this year. Bro, this is not that Dolphins. This we're gonna get this thing done. Within the next 2 years, we're gonna be talked about like, yo, the Dolphins did it. Dolphins pulled it off. And I am on record since 2020. I said the Dolphins will win the Super Bowl during Tua's rookie contract. And we're going to bring up some old podcast footage and old podcast episodes where I said, yo, the Dolphins are winning the Super Bowl during Tua's rookie contract. And look at what we're looking like right now.
Question, which is for me, but you can answer it as well, Charlie. From Red Horse Adventures. Do the Dolphins have a large following in the UK? I know they played there a lot. So NFL in the UK is a funny one. The Dolphins probably are one of the most supported teams in the UK, but I think that's among older fans who would have watched the Dan Marino years, watching the Dolphins when they were on, for us, Channel 4 a lot. Nowadays, I say there's a lot of Patriots fans, but again, if you're around my age, you get into NFL as a teenager, you just saw the Patriots win over and over and over again. So you're naturally going to gravitate to a winning team like that. More recently, you've seen a lot of Chiefs fans. Again, Patrick Mahomes. You're always going to see people in Raiders gear, whether they're a Raiders fan or not. You never really know. And then you obviously got your Packers, Giants, Seahawks. But yeah, the Dolphins are a well-supported team in the UK. Listen, because of what we get and what we don't get in terms of games, if you're winning and you're on TV a lot, then yeah, fans are going to naturally support you. Because it's interesting though, there aren't many Jags fans. Jags are here every single year, but they lose. So it's like you're bringing over a losing team, and we don't want you essentially.
As an American, bro, when I go over there for the UK games, I appreciate the fact that the NFL fans over there genuinely love the NFL. You know what I'm saying? So I think it would do good. I think a whole franchise over there will do good. They're not even talking about a franchise, bro. They're talking about a whole division. Like go from 32 teams to 36 teams, and it's gonna be a UK division. So now you don't have to.
DeAndre Swift's been traded.
What we got?
To the Eagles. Lions are trading starting running back. This is per rap sheet. Trading starting running back DeAndre Swift. Sources tell me and Tom Pelissero send him to the Eagles. In exchange for draft pick compensation. Yeah. DeAndre Swift is a Philadelphia Eagle. What do you make of that? Has Charlie frozen? Oh no, he's not frozen.
I haven't frozen. Hold on. Give me a second. I gotta go on mute. I gotta. Hold on.
No, okay, you go on mute, guys. Let me know in the comments. Are you shocked that the Eagles picked up DeAndre Swift? Who were the running backs before that? Philadelphia Eagles. Who did they have beforehand? again, fair play to them, I guess. Philadelphia Eagles. Should we don't running back? Oh, what's his face? Uh, I'm really drawing a blank here. It's embarrassing. This is actually embarrassing. Players, current roster, running
Who
backs.
who you talking about?
The Eagles running back,
Miles Sanders?
Mar Sanders. That's it. Um, okay. But yeah, they got Rashard Penny. Um, but yeah, now they've picked up DeAndre Swift, and I guess I can kind of see why. Um, I didn't think it was a need, but again, if you've got comp picks, it's like, hey, there's not many running backs that we like. We can get DeAndre Swift on a 1 year rental. You know, try and get to Super Bowl once again. DeAndre Swift helps them, and again, if but behind that offensive line, he's going to go off. You would have to imagine. So yeah, DeAndre Swift has been traded. He's not a Miami Dolphin. He has gone to the Philadelphia Eagles. Looking at some of the comments, yeah, Steve, yeah. So Joe said it. Eagles are traded for Swift. Jason Keck, yep. Now it's the Eagles. Steve Lions trading DeAndre Smith to the Eagles. JMO is glad that we didn't get Swift. JMO, I'd love for you to expand on that. Joe Levesque says Eagles have an easy route to the NFC Championship. Red Horse Adventures says Eagles aren't playing. Ha ha, good for them. Yeah, Red Horse Adventures. Very cool to know the Finns are appreciated in the UK. I wouldn't have thought they'd be having a draft party. I think the Dolphins, in my opinion, know that they have a wide enough yeah, also a big enough fan base in the UK to have a draft party. When the Dolphins are over here, in inside stadiums and stuff, there are a lot of Dolphin fans, and as you know, as the likes of Tim have said, and Philip, yeah, essentially people in their 40s, yeah, Dolphins, Raiders, Cowboys, 49ers fan, because that's what was on TV quite a lot. Did you just see who the Rams took, Charlie?
Now who they take?
Oh, I'll wait a bit. I don't want to give anything away. Let me know in the comments if you've seen who the Rams have taken. Rap Sheet tweeted it out. So I think if Rap Sheet tweeted it out, I think it's pretty safe to say. They've
Hold on,
taken.
hold on. About this, let me tap in on this Swift conversation. Ian Rappaport said it was a 2025 fourth round pick, but Catch the Blitz is saying it's a 2024 fourth round pick. Either way, it's a 2023 seventh round pick and a 2024 fourth round pick, or a 2025 fourth round pick. That's what I was saying. Like, if you're getting a rental, you're not going to give up this year's compensation. So my thing is like, yo, you could get creative and get DeAndre Swift for pennies on the pound, pennies on the dollar. So a fourth round pick for DeAndre Swift, the Eagles know that they have the best O-line in the game. So you can take DeAndre Swift, you can have him for a rental. All you did was lose a seventh round pick and a fourth rounder, and probably go back to the Super Bowl again if he's healthy. And if he doesn't stay healthy, you don't have to give him a long-term contract. You can let him walk. Or you can sign him to a long-term contract for cheap money, and he'll be a rotational running back like I wanted for us in Miami. But nah, man, Eagles are killing it, bro. They're the odds-on favorite to win the NFC right now. What you saying, Kadeem?
I legit can't remember.
You asked me about somebody who just got picked.
Oh yeah, the Rams pick.
Who the Rams pick?
Stetson Bennett.
Hey, Macarena. All right. Hey,
Rams
man.
pick Stetson Bennett. So that's definitely an interesting one.
There are prop bets for Stetson Bennett too. We should have did an easy money, man. We should have did an easy money episode for the draft. There were prop bets for Stetson Bennett, and he was. The odds said he would go undrafted. Like, it was like the odds were like minus 150 to go undrafted, and in every round the odds went up. And a fourth round pick, I think, if I remember correctly, that was like plus 400 maybe. So if you put $100 down on Stetson Bennett getting drafted in the 4th round, he would have been you would have won $400. So you say he went to the Rams?
Yeah, the Rams.
That works, bro. It works. That's what I'm saying, bro. It works.
But your boy Jamin Hall is still up.
Hey, I'm all right. I'm all right with Jaron Hall, bro.
What round are we in? Oh, still in round 4. You said he doesn't make it to round 6, right?
He does not make it to round 6.
Cool. We shall see. Oh, I should probably do that. By the way, if you see me looking to my right, because I'm technically still working, so don't tell my boss. Donald Johnson says, hope we get the tight end Payne Durham from Purdue. Charlie, do you have any thoughts and opinions on that?
Hey, give me all the Payne Durham now. I was not in on Payne Durham in the first 3 rounds. Any of these boys, who else is available? Payne Durham. There's a couple more. I'm like, yo, I'll take them now. But Kraft. Did Kraft get drafted? Tucker Kraft?
I don't think so, but let me double check. Dude, I'm out here trying to work. I'm doing stat checks.
So I was out on Tucker Kraft and I was out on Payne Durham. I just believe they were overrated. I thought they were getting too much buzz to go early in the draft, but we're not early in the draft no more.
Dude, that's who the Packer double dip the chip with.
Oh, they did. They did double dip with Payne Durham. They did double dip with Payne Durham. So yeah, I mean, not Payne Durham. Tucker Kraft. Yeah. So they did double dip with Tucker Kraft. So yeah, I'm okay with taking a Payne Durham, but I think the Dolphins are cool. Bro, Dolphins are okay. Like, yo, we don't, and they even said it. We don't need the people you think we need. That's what the Dolphins said. Straight up, just like that.
Yeah. Again, and this is a genuine question for people in the chat. The Dolphins draft a tight end. How many snaps? Sorry, not snaps. How many targets does he get? Not even see them per game. Like Mike Gesicki was getting like 1 or 2 targets per game. A rookie's getting 1 if he's lucky. Because again, you've got Jalen Waddle, you've got Tyreek Hill, you've got a run game which hopefully goes off. If anything, the Dolphins need essentially a blocking tight end. A blocking tight end who doesn't have bricks for hands. If you can block really, really well, and hey, if we need you to catch, perfect. So all of these pass catching tight ends are excellent, but I wouldn't say so in the system that the Dolphins have, especially with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
Jason Keck said we'll have 2 Durhams if we got Payne Durham at tight end. And then he also said, how many targets does Travis Kelce get? I think Travis Kelce gets like 11 targets a game. All right. So to give you guys an idea, on the high end of offensive snaps per game, it's a high end is like 60 snaps. That's high end. Snaps per game offense takes is like 60 snaps. Then you want to keep it balanced. So it's like 30 passes and 30 runs, but it's a passing league now. So you probably have like 40 passes, 38 passes. That's on high end if it's 60. So out of your 30 passes, you want 11 of them to go to this rookie tight end? You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, bro. So let's be real. Tyreek Hill gets like 11 targets a game, maybe more. Bro, Tyreek Hill gets like 12 targets a game. And then he comes down with like 8 receptions a game. So you got to factor in Waddle. So if you factor in double-digit targets for both Waddle and Tyreek Hill, that's 20 targets a game out of your 38 snaps. So you got 18 targets left. Your running back's going to get – you're going to split 2 running backs. They're going to get 9 snaps. So now what's that, 11 left? Did I do that math right? Probably not.
I'm hungry. You're hungry, yeah?
I'm hungry. Breakfast. Go time breakfast.
Breakfast? It's 6:30 in the evening. Like, hey, I'm on dinner.
Chill out. I had to sleep in late because we was up late last night. So I had to sleep in to do this.
Time out. You had to sleep in because you was up late. Charlie Touche, and this isn't a competition. But Robert Ashton can vouch. We finished recording about 4 a.m. I went to sleep and I had work today. Like this ain't. I win that competition. Let me know in the comments who wins the competition between sleeping in and being hungry right now, because I think I win both.
Why can't I sleep in though, Kadeem?
Because I had to get up.
So why can't I have breakfast then?
I didn't have breakfast. Question from Red Horse Adventures. If tight end was the primary concern, why would Miami let Gesicki walk? Why would they send another tight end in the Ramsey deal? It tells you they are not concerned. Good point. I think
Real good point.
they let Gesicki walk because I believe they felt they couldn't pay him what he probably wanted, but two, go and find a team where you can be better utilized. I think in an ideal world the Dolphins would have kept him. But again, I think so much of the Dolphins' plans offensively changed when they brought in Tyreek Hill. Initially, they bring in Cedric Wilson in the agency. He's your wide receiver too, and you're probably going to split targets between Mike Gesicki, Cedric Wilson, and Jalen Waddle. The moment you bring in Tyreek Hill, Cedric Wilson is no longer in the equation. It's like, dude, I'm really, really sorry, but is what it is. And then Mike Gesicki is like, the targets that you would have got go to Tyreek Hill. Like, that's unfortunate. So essentially paying Mike Gesicki what we thought would have been about 11, 12, 13 million to look great in his jersey and catch 2-3 passes a game. That money could be better used elsewhere. And then as for Hunter Long, listen, he was a third or fourth round pick who in his first season there were question marks about how much he really loved the game. And he kind of came on as the season progressed, but even he said when he joined the Rams, he was mostly used as a blocking tight end. And hey, if you can get Jalen Ramsey in the nicest possible way, you give up Hunter Long every single time in that trade.
But Kadeem, I think you just hit it on the head. Like when Coach McDaniel came, Jalen Waddle was going to be the one, Cedric Wilson was going to be the two, and we were going to figure out what we were going to do in the middle. Probably Trent Sherfield still going to be the three, and then you're going to have Mike Gesicki. Tyreek Hill came, bro, and Mike McDaniel said, "Yo, we don't need Gesicki, we don't need Cedric Wilson, we probably don't even need Jalen Waddle." That's what Mike McDaniel said. You know what I'm saying? And it turns out the Dolphins almost had two 2,000-yard receivers for the first time in NFL history. Never been done. Bro, I'm happy. And Kadeem hit it on the head. How many targets do you think a tight end would get in this system? I'm cool with it.
Yeah, it's I think, and again, the other thing as well is that I think a lot of people expected the Titans to get a lot more money than they did in free agency. They haven't, and again, part of that reason is because the Titans in the draft, but it's also because it's essentially what do you offer the team, and Mike Gesicki, for all of his skills, not his fault, not the best blocker, and isn't a tight end renowned for yards after the catch. So listen, if it's 3rd and 20, you go to Mike Gesicki, and I'm not trying to disrespect him in the slightest. It's probably going to be a 20, 21 yard reception, and that's it. So yeah, got a few more comments. Always important to read the comments. Manolo says the Bronco tight end Dolphin sign is a good veteran compliment to Smith. And Red Horse Adventure said, "Yep, forgot about that, as did I." Jason says it's not always going to work like that. There's going to be games where you have to go to tight end more because they got your wide receivers covered, and it will benefit your run game as well. I think on that, in my opinion, that's 100% true. You can't just rely on Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. But it's also a case of like I said, can the tight end essentially catch? And if you've got teams like I generally don't think there's a single team in the NFL who we're going to face who has a cornerback one and a cornerback two can shut down Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle for the entire game. I don't think that's possible. I think what we've seen from Mike McDaniel is that you can have your best corners out there. He will scheme guys open. So not much you can do about that. And if your plan to stop Hill and Waddle is essentially the double team done, like no offense, Durham Smythe can get receptions.
Bro, you said Durham Smith like 2 minutes ago. Like, what was wrong with you, bro? I was gonna cut you off, but you said Smith. I'm like, did Kadeem just have a brain fart?
I honestly didn't pay attention to that. Apologies.
Nah, you good. You know something. Nah, go ahead. My bad.
No, that's cool. I'm just So yeah, that's my fault on what you said. Yes, I do believe a tight end is obviously important. But I think the Dolphins can get by with what they've got in the building. And again, you never know who's going to come available over the next few weeks. What's your thoughts on that?
You were saying McDaniel can scheme somebody open. He don't have to scheme nobody open. Like, they could win on their own. You know what I'm saying? Even if a team did have two shut down corners, our receivers can still wiggle free. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it would be nice if he could scheme them open. But yo, I'll take our receivers winning just off their own merit. That being said, who has the best secondary in the league? That happens to be us. So we're already winning in that area. Like, it's nice. It's nice to see that the Dolphins can have this explosive offense, and then you know styles make fights. So when you come up against a team that has a good offense and a good defense, that's where the Dolphins used to struggle. But now that's the Dolphins team now. We're that team with a good offense and a good defense. We're going to be a problem for a lot of teams, bro. We appreciate everybody rocking with us. It's Go Time Dolphins, the Miami Dolphins podcast that goes not only across the pond, but across the world. I'm your boy, Charlie Touche. Got my co-host, Kadeem Simmons, with me. It's always for the fans and by the fans. Your favorite podcast. Please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the like button. Turn on notifications. And if you comment on this episode, you enter into the giveaway. We're giving away a draft day Miami Dolphins hat to two people. So comment, enter the giveaway, and we'll give it away here later.
And I reiterate every single thing Charlie just said. Donald Johnson said, Gesicki is a big slot, and he is. On National Tight End Day, Gesicki's like, hey, it's National Big Slot Receiver Day. Like, that's what Mike Gesicki is. Manolo says, looking forward to seeing Berrios and Easy work out of slot. JML says, once he has the playbook down, Eric Hazukama is going to be an excellent threat. His yards after contact are really good. Again, if a team can shut down, obviously we said Waddle and Hill, we have other receivers who will be playing in the slot, all that kind of stuff to get open. And one thing we didn't mention, we got tight window Tua. You don't need to be open. Tua is going to put it in a place where only you can get it. And it's going to be
hit you in the face mask.
And Mike Gesicki dropped one of those last year. Listen, this isn't a Mike Gesicki slander situation. Jason adds, you got to remember that 24th ranked offensive line, though, too. You got to factor that in. I think that's a different point. I think that's more the point of, hey, the Dolphins should probably draft an offensive lineman. But again, the Dolphins had the 20th to 24th offensive line, which was banged up. Like, Teron Armstead probably should have had season-ending surgery after like week 1 or 2. He plowed through. The Dolphins had rotating tackles because like guys were coming in and getting injured before they even saw a snap. Who's the lineman that played against the Bills? Lester Cotton, is it?
Lester Cotton.
Dude, I'm telling you now, that guy could come in the chat, say, hey, I wouldn't even realize he's a Dolphins offensive lineman. Like, it's unfortunate. So, I believe, Jason, you said in one of our recent videos, someone mentioned that, there's guys on the street, and you said with two on the street, they can't be that good. As the saying goes, one's man trash is another man's treasure. The Dolphins might pick up someone off the street who we think is absolutely trash, and it turns out to be a home run a home run, pickup. So I'm not saying I wholeheartedly believe in this Dolphins organization in terms of building an offensive line, because in my lifetime as a Dolphins fan, they haven't really got it right. Um, but you know, I'm willing to see how it all plays out. As the Raiders, I believe, have traded up with the Patriots at pick one. Yeah, so Patriots were at pick 135. The Raiders have traded up per rap sheet. He says quarterback here, question mark. Charlie, this is where we see Javon Hall go, pick 135 to the Raiders.
I liked it for the Raiders. So all right, give you a little insight. When I do two shades 24, I have to get to the in this zone. Just like jujitsu, I was just gung ho on jujitsu. I needed it every day. I was just rolling, and I had to take a break from jujitsu to do two shades 24. So when I do two shades 24, I just get in the zone. I don't leave the house. I get in my Mike McDaniel. I'm watching 700 clips. You know what I'm saying? I'm just flipping through players, hitting rewind, spend all this time on players, watch the same film multiple times. Sometimes it doesn't take multiple watches. Sometimes you could watch you could watch 5-6 plays of one player and know he got it. Like, yo, he's a dude. True story. So then I have this desire to be a GM. Like, I would love to be a GM. I would love to be an NFL scout. I would love to give my insight on to a real NFL team and be like, yo, I've been had this guy. So that being said, I'll take a mock simulator and then I'll mock for the Dolphins like 100 times. Like, this, if I was the Dolphins GM, this is what I would do. And then I'll just start using other teams. Well, if I was the Raiders GM, this is what I would do. If I was the Cardinals GM, this is what I would do. If I was the Bears GM, this is what I would do. So I'm gonna be real with you. Any team that needs a quarterback or has a quarterback that doesn't stay healthy should be in on Jaron Hall. Jaron Hall is Kyler Murray, great value Kyler Murray. You know what I'm saying? If you're here in the States, then the Walmart version, the Walmart brand is the great value brand.
I was thinking Walmart as well.
So that's what Jaron Hall is. And I think the Raiders should be in on him. I think who else? Let me pull out the team. I'm gonna give you a list of teams who should be on Jaron Hall. Let's get it.
As you put out a list of teams, shout out to Miami Sports Music. We was on their platform on Friday night. Appreciate you guys having us on. Appreciate you guys, giving us the time to, chop it up with you guys. Once you finish, once the draw finishes and you have some time, if you have some time, I highly recommend you watch the stream from Friday night and fast forward to the back and forth between Charlie and TD. That is definitely one thing you should check out. So yeah, again, appreciate you guys. Yeah, can't thank you enough. Hopefully we have you guys on the podcast soon. Yeah, Red Horse Adventures laughs at Hall is a Kyler Murray from Wish. IMAX says great value grocery store at US1 and Moody in, I believe it says Naranja before Hurricane Andrew. And JMO adds, years ago we had on something else. Years ago we had guys that should be under the street. We're getting better, Jason. I think, but again, who was it? Jermaine Illuminor, who the Dolphins had.
Yeah, Jermaine Illuminor was the tackle that in the flow regime, Brian Flores regime, that ended up starting in the playoffs for the Raiders or the Bengals. I can't remember.
I think it's the Raiders. I think over the last few years, both the Raiders and Bengals have picked up offensive linemen who the Dolphins have cut, and they've gone on to do really, really well. And everyone's gone well.
One of them started in the Super Bowl. So I was just thinking about DeAndre Swift real quick before I go back to Jaron Hall. DeAndre Swift was a Georgia Bulldog too.
Yeah.
So another Georgia player went to the Eagles. So yeah, I got a list of teams that should be on Jaron Hall. And the Steelers, with Kenny Pickett not being a sure thing, that's Jaron Hall right there. The Jets, Jaren Hall. No one's gonna say, "Oh, the Jets drafted Jaren Hall to replace Aaron Rodgers." Nah, but if you have a 6th-round pick on your team or a 5th-round pick on your team, it's not gonna hurt anything. The Titans definitely need to be in on Jaren Hall. They don't have a quarterback. Will Levis is not it, in my opinion. I think he's going to bust. Since the Colts have Anthony Richardson, it would not hurt to double dip the chip like the Washington Commanders did when they drafted Kirk Cousins and RG3. So similar thing there. I could see Jaren Hall going to the Colts. I could see Jaren Hall going to the Raiders. I could see Hall going to even Denver, Green Bay, Minnesota, Detroit, the Giants. Let's see, maybe Dallas, Washington for sure, Atlanta for sure, the Saints, Tampa, the Rams, not San Fran, and
the Rams took a quarterback.
The Rams got Stetson Bennett, bro.
So the Rams took a quarterback.
Stetson Bennett's not better than Jaren Hall, though.
I'm not saying he's better than Jaren Hall. I'm saying you mentioned a bunch of teams to take Jaren Hall, and the Rams decided to take a quarterback. They took someone over Jaren Hall. They could obviously double dip the chip, but I'd be very surprised if in the same draft the Rams took 2 quarterbacks, Stetson Bennett and Jaren Hall.
Bruh. I cannot wait for Jaren Hall to be a thing, bruh. Because I'm taking all of this podcast stuff and putting a little compilation together and saying how I was in on Jaren Hall.
Dude, you can be in on Jaren Hall. The Raiders aren't in Jaren Hall because they took Aiden O'Connell from Purdue. Like, no one's saying Jaren Hall's a bad quarterback. It's just that, hey, maybe he isn't, or as of right now, it's one of those things where, teams are valuing guys over him. That could be the chip that he needs to go, do you know what? When I enter the NFL and I get my chance, I'm going to prove all you guys wrong. I'm just saying. Hammer's obviously returned. Hammer initially said, just getting I heard TD's name, so I'll talk to you guys later, but he's back. And yeah, we are on pick one, or I say we. I am on pick 136 in the 5th round.
Raiders traded up to get quarterback Aiden O'Donnell.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I was working. My bad.
It was during my Jaren Hall pick. No, it's fine. Yeah. So, cool. Fair enough. Yeah, the Dolphins. What pick we pick in the 6th round?
Hey, did Tanner McKee get drafted?
Not yet. He's still on the board.
Dang, bro, that's crazy. We're in the 5th round.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, pick 136.
Oh, we getting closer. We getting closer.
Yeah, the Dolphins did tweet earlier when their picks were, and I completely missed it. And I am interested to know when we are picking. Shout out Robert. Charlie is suffering from too much pizza. Robert, did Wigan win today? I know at some point they scored, I believe. One of my friends, a massive Wigan fan. So, not that you are a Wigan fan, but I believe you're from Wigan. So, the Dolphins pick 197.
197 and 238. We're 50 picks away from our next pick. We're like 48 picks away from our next pick.
Feels like ages. But and you can't jinx it, Jennifer, for a draft. These things happen. Yes, Hammer. Dewan Jones was picked 111 to the Cleveland Browns. So Dewan Jones had been taken top of the 4th. Top of the 4th, a few players who Dolphins, I guess, would have been interested, or Dolphins fans were interested in the 2nd and 3rd round. And yeah, JML, I 100% agree. I'm hoping we can move Cedric Wilson before then for a pick. And there's no disrespect to Cedric Wilson.
Yeah, that'll be nice. That'll be nice.
So Robert said Reading equalized 93rd minute, which is mad because I probably should know that given I am working. And Reading is one of the teams that I cover. Because I know QPR won 1-0. But yeah, but 93rd minute. Wow. So essentially, Charlie, there's like 4 teams who can get relegated to League One who are covered. So you got Premier League,
Mhm.
Championship, League One, League Two. Wrexham are playing in League Two next year, and then these teams can drop from Championship to League One. So QPR won today, so they're not getting relegated. Blackpool lost on Friday, they are getting relegated, and then both Wigan and Reading. Oh, so wow, we're gonna relegated. Sorry, this is. I know this is NFL draft,
This
but
guy.
listen, I'm genuinely sorry. Wow, we're getting relegated. I should message my friend, say sorry,
Bro,
apologies.
a 93rd minute goal. I like those.
But again, like a 93rd minute goal to send that team down. Like, can you imagine the heartache? Like, dude, that's painful. Like, you're like, we're winning. Like, we've got this. 93rd minute. Let me. Yeah.
You know, if I was a coach, I would have to tell him like, bro, that's not what sent us down. The games that we could have won, the goals we could have stopped before that 93rd minute is what did it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, and I think it's, prime example to bring back to the Dolphins when we lost to the Titans, or we got
perfect.
We got beaten badly by the Titans, and everyone was like, "Oh, see, Tua ain't it? Tua's not it. We lost to the Titans. He couldn't get the job done." First of all, the only reason the Dolphins were in a position to make the playoffs were because Tua went on this mad run of games to put himself in a situation where obviously the Dolphins, could win and continue their run into the playoffs. That's the first thing. Second of all, the Dolphins didn't miss out on the playoffs because they lost to the Titans. It's because they lost all those games earlier on that season. That
7-game losing streak.
That was the reason. So it's one of those things where it's, unless it's a straight knockout game, say, okay, I think even then, you look at the playoff game between like the Bills and the Chiefs, and they're going back and forth, and it's like, oh, the Bills because of so and so. Listen, there's a whole 60 minutes, and then it goes to overtime. If you want to win the game within 60 minutes. Don't rely on a 23-second. I'm not getting into it, but
I feel you, bro. And I'll be honest with you. Even when the Dolphins lost to the Titans, it still wasn't because of Tua. It was still the offensive coordinators threw the ball 48 times in the rain. You know what I'm saying? And then Mike Gesicki had all the jokes afterwards, like, next year we're going to throw the ball 40 times a game, like, even if it's raining. So, yeah, man, you got to have competent coaches too. Sometimes it's the players, but sometimes it's also the coaches.
100%. Red Horse Adventure says, regulators mount up. What song is that from? Right. I'm probably going to get this wrong. I hear regulators. Right. Is it the Warriors?
No.
So wait. If it's a song, I immediately think of Warren G.
That's exactly what it is. But
okay, cool. Yeah.
So you're onto something though, because he says regulators, and he got that from Warriors. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So you were onto something. So you're good. You're solid.
Yeah.
Mount up. It was a clear black night.
Yeah,
a clear white moon. Warren G was on the street
Warren
trying
G
to consume some skirts from the E.
Classic. Yeah.
Just hit the east side on the LBC on the mission trying to find. It's the Warren G.
Yeah. Young Guns. Jason Keck and IMAX say Young Guns. Is that also from a movie? That might be I might not be sure of that one.
Nah, I don't know what we're talking. Young Guns? What are we talking about? I'm
not sure. So back to soccer. Robert says Wigan scored in the 81st minute. Wow. Absolutely. I need to know who scored. Who scored in the... And there were fights as well.
Woo!
Wow.
Don't fight now that you're getting regulated.
Relegated.
Regulated.
Also, I really want to do an episode in the off season where we do like a Premier League and Championship of NFL teams. So there's like promotion and relegation. Quickly in the comments, if there's two leagues, the League One and the League Two, where does this Miami Dolphins team, do you think they're worth being in the top division or the second division? And if they're in the top division, I guess, do they get relegated? I guess you could do it in terms of the top division are teams that made the playoffs, and the bottom division are teams who didn't make the playoffs. But yeah, let me know in the comments, are the Dolphins in the top division and bottom division? And if they're in one or the other, do they get promoted / relegated?
There's a lot of quarterbacks going. Clayton Tune.
I was literally just about to say, Charlie.
Where my dog at?
Just about to say,
I need my dog.
Listen, you said Jaron Hall was the value version of Kyler Murray.
Great value.
Great value. Why didn't the Cardinals go and get Kyler Murray 2.0?
I don't know, because Kyler Murray, he's soft. He might have felt some type. But he Xavier Howard. He don't want no threats.
Jason and IMAX say the regulators were in Young Guns.
Oh, see, that's not my space. So he just put us on.
100%. Donald Johnson says we're pretty much waiting on the UDFA on Sunday. Yo, do you know what? That's gonna be. The Dolphins' recent history of UDFA guys. Trill Williams, obviously
Preston
Williams. You would like to think that
Kader Kohu, that's a solid one.
You would
Nick Needham.
Yeah, the Dolphins. You would like to think, given their recent another quarterback off the board, given their recent UDFA picks, I wouldn't be surprised if one makes the roster. And given the guys. Listen, no offense to Preston Williams making the roster under Brian Flores as a UDFA, and then making the roster this year and last year as a UDFA. I genuinely believe are two different things. Both are amazing achievements, but this team is a lot better than it was under Brian Flores. Robert Ashton says they should bring relegation into the NFL. But Miami would be a Premier League all the way, always possibly just outside the top 4 or 6. I agree, but that's because as a UK fan, I'm used to relegation and promotion. Red Horse Adventures asked, with the Ravens bringing back Lamar Jackson, signing OBJ and Looney Tunes Brown, where do they rank in the AFC? Is that true? No.
AB did not get signed.
Yeah,
but I think it's funny. It's funny because AB was on Twitter and he posted, basically good to be back as in the NFL with the Ravens, right? Because that's where Lamar Jackson is. He works out with Lamar Jackson in South Florida. Both of them live in South Florida, like 20 minutes away from me, and they were talking about bringing AB in a year or two ago, even before he went to Tampa. Like, they wanted AB. Lamar Jackson wanted AB. So now that OBJ and Zay Flowers are there, Zay Flowers, another Broward County kid from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. AB like, let me get a piece of this. And then someone had the best tweet. Someone said AB tweeted out he agreed to terms to go to Baltimore, but Baltimore didn't agree to the terms. Woo!
Quick question for you. I know the answer. You taking AB in Miami?
No way. Stop it, bro. Like, nah, bro. Like, this is not the Flores. We need all the help we can get teams. Like, I would have took them back 5 years ago when it was like, we need all the help we can get. Absolutely, I would have took AB. But we're here. We have arrived, Kadeem. Like, it has been a journey. Matter of fact, that leads me to my next question. Serious question, fellas. Serious question. Where do the Dolphins rank in the NFL right now? Power rankings. Give me a top 5 of your power rankings. Top 5 power rankings. I'll give you guys a few minutes to get your power rankings up. Just the top 5. It doesn't have to be top 15, top 32. just top five. What are your top five power rankings in the NFL? Even if the Dolphins don't make it in your top five, let us know what your power rankings are, and we'll share them. Kadeem, I'm gonna have you go first, or you know what? I'll go first, and I'll give you some time to put your power rankings together. All right, Kadeem?
I'm doing giveaway stuff, but yeah, I will do that once I have done that.
All right. So my top five power rankings in the NFL goes as follows. The Kansas City Chiefs are number one in the NFL. The Miami Dolphins are number two in my power rankings. The Buffalo Bills are number three in my power rankings. And I don't even care what happens after that. But I'll keep looking just for the sake of the game.
Say it again. Kansas City 1.
Kansas City 1. Dolphins 2. Bills 3. I'll go with the Bengals 4. And the Eagles 5. I'm sorry. Let's go with the Eagles 3. So my power rankings are Kansas City 1, Miami 2, Eagles 3, Bills 4, Bengals 5. That's my top 5.
So we have a few. Robert has Kansas 1, Bengals 2, Miami 3. You got Bengals in there twice. Bills 5. Hammer's gonna think about it. Red Horse Adventures says Eagles, KC, 49ers, Bills, Dolphins in no particular order. Tim has KC, Eagles, 49ers, Bengals, Finns, not in order. I think anyone who says Kansas City aren't number one is that stop being silly.
No, I'm okay with someone who doesn't have Kansas City 1. Like if someone like Red Horse has Eagles 1, well, it says no order. So if someone has the Eagles 1 overall, I'm okay with that because they lost to KC in the Super Bowl and they had a better offseason so far. So I'm okay if the power rankings reflect Kansas City being second to the Eagles. I'm okay with that. But I am just of the belief if the Dolphins had a healthy quarterback, things would look a lot different right now. So that's why my power rankings have the Chiefs 1, the Dolphins 2, the Eagles 3, Buffalo 4, Cincinnati 5. And I'm gonna be real with you. IMAX has Cincinnati 4 and Buffalo 5, and I am a slice of pizza away from changing that too. Like I could see Buffalo being 5th and the Bengals being better than Buffalo. Buffalo window is closing. That window is closing, and Buffalo did not look good towards the end of last year. Last season, we seen Buffalo just barely holding on for dear life when they had everything in their favor. They had what's your boy name?
DeAndre Hamlin.
DeMar Hamlin.
DeMar Hamlin, sorry, yeah.
The DeMar Hamlin episode, and the whole world going for Buffalo, and they couldn't get it done, and they were barely winning games. Then almost lost to Skylar Thompson. No, bro. But matter of fact, I got the Bengals ahead of Buffalo, bro. Thank you, IMAX. So I got the Chiefs, I got the Dolphins, I got the Eagles, then I got the Bengals, then I got Buffalo. That's my top 5. What's yours, Kadeem?
I think mine is very similar to IMAX. I've got KC at 1, Philadelphia at 2. I'd probably go Cincy at 3, Miami at 4, and Buffalo at 5. But it's one of those things where, listen, if this Miami defense can come together, then yeah, I would have no issue swapping Miami and moving them into 3rd. Like projecting this Miami team on paper is a top 3 team without a shadow of a doubt.
Hold on, so you think Cincinnati beats the Dolphins today? Line up today, right now. Let's go line up. You think Cincinnati beats the Dolphins?
I think they will just about edge it, but then also as I was saying, I think we'll go either way. Like, I can't sit here and say the Bengals 100% win, but I
Mhm.
can't sit here and say the Dolphins 100% win. So I'm like I said, I'm going it based on I've seen what this Bengals team has done over the past 2 years, and Vic Fangio's defense should come together and have enough to stop the Bengals. But until I see it, like I said, I'm projecting the Dolphins as the top 3 team, but yeah, essentially based on what I've seen, the Bengals just about edge it for me personally. And Red Horse also says, yeah, Bengals even had Mother Nature on their side. In some of those late games. Jason says Bengals Bill swap. Sorry. Manolo says have to see how the 49ers QB situation works out before ranking them
Yeah,
top
that's a good
5.
one. I was just about to highlight that comment. San Fran is pushing for a top five for sure, and it's crazy that they have a 7th-round quarterback and a quarterback that never played football in the NFL before, and Jimmy Garoppolo once upon a time. All right, bro. If San Fran gets a real quarterback, the NFL is in trouble.
Yeah.
So yeah, San Fran is up there for me. I don't know if they edge out Buffalo being 5th, but I'll take I'm happy with my list. I don't think San Fran is better than KC. I don't think San Fran is better than the Eagles. I don't think San Fran is better than the Dolphins. I don't think San Fran is better than the Bengals. And I still think Buffalo beats them. So yeah, San Fran is knocking on the door, but Buffalo is on the way to the front door to answer it, to get replaced.
Hammer has an interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
So Eagles 1, Bengals 2, Dolphins 3, 49ers 4, Chiefs 5. He says, but the only reason I have the Bengals above the Dolphins is because their D last year was good, and the Chiefs are one there because of Mahomes. That's a genuine, very interesting take. He adds as far as stacked teams go, and then JML says Buffalo is missing Brian Dable really bad.
So
I think
so not only is Buffalo missing Brian Dable, they just lost Leslie Frazier.
yeah.
So Brian Dable was the offensive coordinator. Leslie Frazier was the defensive coordinator that's not going to be here this year. Boy. Boy.
Robert and JML said something similar. Robert says, "Don't think the Eagles will be able to hit the heights they did last season." JML says, "I think the Eagles overperformed last year," and Hammer says, "Yep." Listen, this one the NFC is weak and like really, really weak. Just like even in terms of starting quarterbacks alone, like who do the Eagles have to worry about in that division?
Dak Prescott, that's it.
And it's Dak, and not that it's Dak Prescott. Like
That's it.
and again, this Eagles team is stacked. That defensive line, like this Eagles defensive line Eagles defensive line legitimately had people saying bring Miles Sanders to Miami to do what? Like, guys, let's be serious. The Miles Sanders thing. This Eagles team is stacked, and again, they have the privilege of being able to draft their guys' replacement, while their guys are still playing amazing.
So Dorian Thompson-Robinson, quarterback, just went to the Browns. He's a UCLA quarterback, big name. But Israel Abanikanda just went to the New York Jets, running back that was on the Dolphins' radar. The Jets going to have a 1-2 punch at running back behind Breece Hall. That's Breece Hall, Michael Carter Jr., Michael Carter, Breece Hall, and Israel Abanikanda.
Wasn't Michael Carter a Touche 24 list person?
Yes, sir.
So
two Touche 24 running backs.
Well, what I'm going to say, if we go by what happens when the Dolphins pick a Touche 24 person, and when the Jets pick a Touche 24 person, Tua is about to run someone over this year.
But Israel don't play defense though.
Oh yes, so same name.
No, you talking about Michael Carter, the safety. He wasn't on Touche 24. Michael Carter, the running back, was.
But yeah, he was a Jet. Either way, I'm still saying Tua is running someone over. We got some more comments. Donald Johnson says KC 1, Philadelphia 2, Bengals 3, San Francisco 4, Bills 5 until we knock them off. J-Mel said, I definitely said Eagles. My father-in-law is a lifelong fan, and even he calls them the Eagles. Apologies, the Eagles. Tim Caro says not Danny Dollars.
Danny Dollars.
Can't call him Danny Dimes.
Can't call him Danny Dimes no more. He might not be dropping dimes, but he got paid. Danny Dollars, boy.
Robert says, Kadeem, can you please close your curtains? I'm not used to seeing you in natural light. It's really freaking me out. Dude, I do find it weird. But the lights are now on. It's a bit like it's getting to a stage now where without them, it's a bit too dark. Like I think we do need some light in here. So lights are on. Hammer says it's going to be a dogfight between the Eagles and 49ers. The Giants are missing some pieces, but they are the only teams worth a dog in the whole NFC as far as I'm concerned. I could be swayed to add. Don't know who he has added. Red Horse Adventure says, okay, here's one. Does a team grab Matt Ariaza, the punter that was cleared of charges this season? I say no. I don't think a team goes anywhere near him. I think his NFL career is probably finished. Even though he's cleared of charges.
So Matt Ariaza is a punter and a kicker. The second person ever in NFL history to make a 50-yard field goal in a game and gross a 80-yard punt in the same game. Second person to ever do it, yet he did it twice in one season. So he is probably the best thing on the street right now, but he was indicted on gang rape charges. However, he was acquitted. They were acquitted. So that's why the question presented itself. I kind of asked that question to someone else off the air, like, yo, at what point do you say, well, if someone was accused of this, but they were acquitted of it, do we know if it happened or not? And that's a slippery slope. You know what I'm saying? So do you take a chance with this person? I got a name for everybody. You ready, Kadeem?
Yeah, of course.
Y'all bringing in Kareem Hunt?
I think we had that discussion.
What's up with what the comments think? But before Kadeem was reading comments, he stopped here. Hulk smash the subscribe and the like, please. Shout out to Hammer.
So very quickly, we had 20 likes on yesterday's live stream. We've already beat that one 26. Let's go for 30. Guys, let's push it. If you're here and you haven't liked, you haven't commented, you haven't subscribed yet, let's do it. Let's make this one of the most liked episodes we've had. Essentially, I'm just saying, I can't speak on behalf of Charlie. If you want us to go live more, let us know. Comment, like, let YouTube know as well. So we are always pushing boundaries here on Go Time Dolphins. But as you were saying, Charlie.
Shout out to Visually J, one of the best Photoshop artists on social media. He mocked up Cam Smith in the number 9 throwback for the Dolphins. I ain't gonna lie, he took
Iggy.
He took Iggy number, but I mean that does not seem far-fetched.
I think I saw someone earlier on social media say he's probably not going to have to buy Iggy out that jersey. He's probably gonna get it. Did I miss a Patriots pick?
But look, question: Kareem Hunt. Are we in on Kareem Hunt or out on Kareem Hunt? He's a free agent. We don't have to trade for him. Do we pick him up? Do we not? Yes, he's free. He's not doing nothing right now. He's sitting out at home on the couch watching Go Time Dolphins with us.
Okay, can I then add to that question then?
What's up?
Kareem Hunt, Ezekiel Elliott. If you could add one to the Dolphins or neither, who are you going with?
That's the new question. Kareem Hunt or Ezekiel Elliott? One or none? Matter of fact, which one are you taking? Kareem Hunt or Ezekiel Elliott? If you're not taking neither, you can say neither. You have to add them to this Miami Dolphins team. This year, 2-year contract. 1 year contract. You play this year, and if you do good, we'll keep you for the next year. Which one are you taking? Or if you're not taking any, which one are you taking or not taking?
So Red Horse says Miami could have had Hunt. I guess they don't want him. It is confusing. He then adds Ezekiel. He eats too much. Then adds neither. JML said neither. Robert said neither. So it seems everyone is out on both. So I think someone knocks on my door. Give me 2 seconds because I think
Jason's Keck said guilty until proven he's innocent. He was acquitted, so not guilty. Bring him in. Yeah, so there's a lot of neithers. Give me some more comments. We bringing in nobody, Kareem Hunt, Ezekiel Elliott, or neither one. Robert, you said would rather pay Henry. We talking about Derrick Henry? Derrick Henry's still a thing. Derrick Henry's still a possibility. Yeah, Dalvin Cook is in the conversation. So here's my thing about Ezekiel Elliott or Kareem Hunt. I can bring in Kareem Hunt. I don't see why they don't. He's basically free. He's going to be a 1-year deal, less than $5 million. I could bring in Kareem Hunt. Now that we brought in Devon Achane, though, I don't think that Hunt deal gets done. I don't think Kareem Hunt gets done. But it's crazy that he's just sitting at home watching Go Time Dolphins with us because everyone for sure thought he was on the team right now, but he's not doing anything. JML will pay Derrick Henry, except we gotta keep Wilkins and Sealer. I don't see a world where we can keep both of them. If I'm being real with you, I think we're only going to be able to keep one of them. And I think Sealer's probably gone after this season because we're going to extend Wilkins. So next year in the draft, expect to see the Dolphins pick up a D tackle. I don't think we keep both Sealer and Wilkins. As much as we want to, I don't think it happens. I just don't see it. I can't see it. That's a lot of money. Ooh. Tim said he'll take Kareem Hunt, but is he too expensive? I don't think so, bro. He doesn't have a team. So what happens is some players in free agency, like Kareem Hunt, Melvin Ingram, former Miami Dolphin Melvin Ingram. What's dude's name? What's that corner's name? Not even a corner. He's a DN. I can't remember his name. Me and Kadeem like him, and he went to like 3 different teams, and he stopped performing well. I asked Kadeem. I can't remember. But anyway, there's still some good free agents out there. And what happens is the draft comes up, and you try to fill those holes and fill those positions in the draft. And if you can't get what you want in the draft, then you go back to free agency and say, hey, we didn't fill that position. We want to bring you into the team now. Look at Melvin Ingram. I like Melvin Ingram on the Miami Dolphins. Like, dude had a high motor. He was consistent. I really did like Melvin Ingram. So I don't mind bringing Melvin Ingram back on a 1-year deal, cheap bread, cheap money, put his hand in the dirt, go get the quarterback in the Fangio system. Kareem Hunt, same way. He's going to be cheap. He's not going to cost a lot. Right now, he might not. He'll probably make it to camp eventually on the team, but he's not doing anything. I can't believe.
Charlie, we have a guest.
Yannick Ngakoue is a free agent as well. Hey, look at the voice of the podcast. It's Jordan Simmons, voice of the podcast. Y'all say what's up to Jay. What up?
Nothing, just chilling. No, gonna watch some trash TV as you do on a Saturday.
Trash TV? What's trash TV?
Too Hot to Handle, Netflix. Trash.
Yo, hey, you could give us the intro, Jordan.
I can't even remember. You know, I recorded that like 3 years ago. 2 years.
4 years ago. This is our 4th season.
But yeah.
Beginning of the 4th season.
You begin the 4th season, yes.
Oh well. Hi,
hey, so
guys.
Yeah, for everyone checking us out, Jordan Simmons, Kadeem Simmons' sister, is the voice of the podcast. You're now tuned in to Go Time Dolphins with
Charlie Touche. This one.
And this one. Yeah, man, that's what's up.
Fins up, Fin fans.
Fins up, Fin fans.
Now back to Charlie and Kadeem.
Okay, bye, guys.
Bye.
All right, now back to Charlie and Kadeem.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Again, what did I miss?
Yannick Ngakoue is a free agent. Melvin Ingram is a free agent. Kareem Hunt is a free agent. And we're just saying how you can check these guys out after the draft. Because if you don't fill the holes, like you can go and say, all right, well, look, we need a hole to fill here. Let's go get Yannick Ngakoue or somebody like that.
I think there's a number of, and again, you know, they're on the street. No one picked them up yet. But I think there's a number of guys who the Dolphins, Robert, I haven't done the intro yet. I'm gonna do it later. The number of guys the Dolphins can bring in. I know there's one Dolphins fan on social media who is obsessed with bringing in Reuben Foster. He's one person. Who was the offensive lineman who worked out at the college pro day a couple of weeks ago and looked stacked?
Hold on, the Titans drafted Tajee Spears?
Yeah.
Oh. Ha ha ha. That's a pasha. Pisha washa vache. You know what movie that's from, Kadeem?
Say it again.
I say you know what movie that's from?
Yeah, but what's the comment?
That's a pasha. Pisha washa vache.
I want to say Rush Hour, but I think I got it wrong.
Ace Ventura, Lovely Party. Pity I wasn't invited. Shout out to Jim Carrey. I love that dude. What were you saying?
Who were the offensive linemen who worked out at a college pro day the other day and he looked
DJ Fluker?
Yes. I think he's another one Dolphin fans are saying, hey, you know, go and get him. Yeah, so again, there's guys the Dolphins can bring in, and they could, you know, at the very least have a workout, see what they're like. I feel like the next pick is someone we discussed on the podcast as a potential option. I'm not too sure. Red Horse, you are 100% correct. Nice to have smiles, jokes, and civil conversation when discussing the Dolphins, isn't it? Just chilling. It's something, and if you allow me to speak on this, Charlie, as I, yeah, we've only started going live the past few weeks, last months, but I think
I my bad, JML. I was gonna say the same thing. I don't know if DJ Fluker passes the PED test because dog was jacked. My bad, Kadeem. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I know for myself that first time we went live, we've been able to speak to people live in the comments and, you know, chop it up and stuff like that. After that was like, dude, we have to go live more often. Like, have to. Maybe even every single episode. So being able to sit here, you know, because I'll be honest, if not, I'll be watching the draft by myself, you know, probably messaging Charlie saying, hey, all this kind of stuff. We discuss it on the podcast. And then after we jump on on a stream, record, and it goes out. But being able to discuss things with you, opinions, I generally wouldn't change it for the world. And I can't see a scenario where we go back to pre-recorded episodes ever again. Unless like an interview or something like that. Me, I love live. Being able to chat to you guys is amazing.
Noah Sewell just went to the Chicago Bears. And I appreciate that, JML, Jason Keck, Hammer, Robert, all y'all boys, Red Horse. It's the idea of this podcast is, and before Kadeem said he can't see us going back to record episodes. That's coming up. I don't know if we stop recording, but I know we're going to start going live more often. So a lot of these episodes will be live moving forward. But the idea of Go Time Dolphins came because me and Kadeem, I met, for everyone who doesn't know, I met Kadeem in London. I went to the Dolphins game, Dolphins versus the Saints, me and my two cousins. And the day before the game, I met Kadeem in the underground pub. He had on a Kiko Alonso jersey. And it was like, yo, and he was like, yo, and then turns out he was a Dolphin fan, got to rapping, and that's how it happened. So for the next 3 years, me and Kadeem would text each other via WhatsApp during the Dolphin games or after the Dolphin games. Hey, what did you think? And next thing you know, it's the text started picking up and it became voice notes. So now we're sending voice notes back and forth on WhatsApp talking about the Dolphins game. And it turned into a podcast. Like, yo, we talk about the Dolphins all the time. Let's just record it. And first season, it was all audio. Second season, we came to YouTube. Third season, we added more stuff. And now this is the beginning of the fourth season. So we're probably going to start going live almost all the time. But we're going to get, by the time the season starts, all of it's going to be live. Every episode is going to be live. So I'm pretty sure here we'll probably be live 80% of the time. That being said, yeah, man. I was gonna say something too. Yeah, so the feel of the podcast is Go Town Dolphins. We want to have like this barbershop feeling. Like, yo, just chop it up with the fellas, talk about the Dolphins and see what happens and just get a vibe for it. So now that we go live, we can get you guys in the comments, and it really feels like the barbershop conversation outside of me and Kadeem. So if you listen to the podcast, it's really just me and Kadeem just chopping it up. It's not your traditional podcast. It's just two dudes talking about their team. It's no format for it. And now that we add you guys in the chat, now you guys can come in, and it's just a super dope feel.
Manolo says 5th season OnlyFans. We can. There's a few things here. So Tim says, your live shows are great. Being part of it is amazing as a fan. Only it's a little late for us in the UK, and that's the one issue we have.
That's
the time difference between myself and Charlie and the UK and the US. We want to find the perfect time to go live where everyone, can essentially be in it. But if it's a 5-hour difference between the UK and the US, depending on your time zone, if you finish work at 5 p.m., that's 10 p.m. in the UK. Like, people are going to bed, so there's no we'll figure it out. Robert says a live game watch along. The issue we have with that is
there's a delay.
Is the delay. So we've kind of like watched games a bit. So sometimes we'll be recording, or before we record, or even after, and we'll chuck the same game on, and we'll see what the delay is, and it's a good few seconds, enough where you probably couldn't do a live watch along. IMAX says, I agree, the live shows have been great, so that's good to hear. Jason says this is good. I hate when they have those 3+ panels where everybody's talking over each other. It drives me crazy. To be fair, you get me, Charlie, and Sherrod Steve on an episode, and that ends we obviously let each other talk, but those can be fun at times.
It's still civilized though.
Oh yeah,
when it's three of us, it's still civilized. Something else about going live. If we go live too early, then the US, the listeners in the US are at work. And if we go live late, then the UK listeners are asleep. So it sucks, but that's where we are right now. We have to figure it out. I ain't gonna lie. I was thinking about moving to London. I ain't gonna lie. Like, boy, I done told Kadeem, hey, bro. Hey, boy, don't be surprised if I take the Piccadilly line to the crib. Straight up.
I'm on the central line, but again, we can.
I'm just saying, I had to throw that out there. I thought you would appreciate it.
I get it. Red Horse Adventures says, I found you guys before you had Holland on the channel. Yeah, friend of the podcast, Devon Holland. If you're new to the channel and you haven't seen that interview, go back and watch that episode. In terms of former Dolphin players we've had, friend of the podcast, Miles Gaskin was the first. Again, we appreciate you so much. Like, really got us going there. So Miles Gaskin, Javon Holland. Then we had, was OJ McDuffie next?
OJ McDuffie,
and then we had William Hayes. And Hayes recently came on again last week, so we got 2 episodes with Will Hayes. Red, that's interesting. Moving to the Philippines later this year. That's a great move. Hope you enjoy it. I once dated a girl from the Philippines when I
Not
was in
only
school.
across the pond, but across the world. I dated a chick from the Philippines too, Kadeem.
Yeah. JML says do live at 4 p.m. Eastern, please. That's like what 9 p.m. UK time.
Yes, that's 9 p.m. UK time.
And again, like I think realistically, anytime between like 9 and 11 p.m. UK time, you just about get enough of an audience. But again, it's if you're in the US, you're probably at work and it's difficult to join a live. Charlie should move to Wigan, the Diamond of the North. I agree. Could be a Wigan fan. In League One, Wigan against Portsmouth. Wigan against Leighton Orient. Leighton Orient are my local team. Hammer says McDaniel asked A-Chain if he was still fast. Charlie, how fast is Devon Achane?
4.3240. Track star speed. Listen, I would pay cold hard cash to see Devon Achane, Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill, and Raheem Mostert race each other. I don't want to see it because I don't want nobody to pull nothing, but I would love to pay to watch it. Like, yo, I need to see this thing happen for real. And I think I got Devon Achane winning. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
It would definitely be a very interesting race.
Devon Achane is literally a track star. He runs track, literally.
And it's funny, like for all his faults as a corner, Noah's quick. Noah Igbinoghene is quick.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see who the Packers drafted?
No, who we got?
They drafted Sean Clifford, the quarterback.
My dog better get drafted, Kadeem.
We're at pick 152 of the 5th round.
We're 45 picks away from the Dolphins drafting.
And what round are the Dolphins picking him?
6.
If Jaron Hall's there, that's what I'm saying.
Kadeem, did you see how genuine the Devon Achane reaction was? Did you see how? Listen, if you guys haven't seen the reaction, if you weren't on the live yesterday when Devon Achane became a Miami Dolphin, if you check us out on our social medias, our social media outlets at Go Time Dolphins, you'll see mine and Kadeem's reaction to Devon Achane becoming a Miami Dolphin. It is a classic.
We also have some postcode wars in the comments. Tim Carroll says up north is way better. He then adds, but Yorkshire side, obviously, to which Robert replies saying, oh, Tim, it's on, dude. Listen, you're both wrong. It's all about being down in London. I think even Charlie would agree with that. It's all about being down in London. I'm not about this lifestyle where you only get one bus every single hour. Like, can you imagine that? No. Give me a bus every 10 minutes. I've got the underground. Absolutely perfect. Yeah, JMO, I think a lot of people did. When new Charlie started blowing the conductor's whistle, I was in a panic trying to grab the remote, turn it down before my wife woke up. Don't do it. Don't do it. If you're listening on audio and you hear a loud beep, it's because Charlie was going to blow his Chris Greer conductor's whistle.
No. That's only for when it gets real.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, hey, my bad, UK listeners. Like, I overreact. No, I didn't overreact, but I didn't give you guys enough time to react to the Chris Greer whistle or me reacting to the Devon Achane pick. I was just excited. I couldn't, bro. I watched my own reaction to the Devon Achane pick quite a bit. I ain't gonna lie. I'm still excited about it.
Robert says, yeah, yes, it got told me off by my missus, nearly woke the daughter up. Charlie's out here just. I'm surprised my heart didn't wake up. Yeah. There have been 11 quarterbacks drafted so far this year, tying the mark set in 1995 for the most quarterbacks selected in the first 5 rounds in the common draft era. That's per Adam Schefter.
You know what that means, Kadeem?
You're going to tell me that 11, or not 11, but a lot of teams passed up on.
That
Jaron
means
Hall.
when this Jaron Hall picks actually works out 2 years from now, 3 years from now, everyone's gonna say, how did Jaron Hall slip so far? And who had him being this good of a talent? And then I'm gonna pull up a clip like this and say, I need to be working for a football team.
If the Dolphins do pick Jaron Hall next, and the first three picks on Touche's 24, I think we legit need to find a way for you to just work for the Dolphins, because at that point, like they not just that, they've clearly watched the episodes, seen your list, like you said, they owe you a check.
Bro.
JML thinks I'm in the doghouse with Hannah Montana until after draft. No, I'm not. I got this. No, I'm good. I'm good. I got
Bro,
this.
listen, I don't even need a check, Miami. Actually, I do. Just give me a job. If I can get a job, you know what I'm saying? That way y'all can give me the check. But I don't need a check for my services rendered. I just need a job so I could do this for a living to help my football team. That's it. That's all I want. Look, y'all took Javon Holland, y'all took Devon Achane, and you took Cam Smith. Let me be like the DB scout. You know what I'm saying? Let me do something.
We'll see. And also, let me know if the noise downstairs is too much. I might be able to tell them to be quiet a bit. JML said you better remember that birthday present next year. Listen, I think next. Oh, I don't know what we're doing for our birthday next year. We'll be a newly married couple, so we shall see. So looking at the next pick, I think it's the Seahawks. And yeah, good point, JMO. I mentioned it earlier. We did essentially pick up Bradley Chubb in the first, given that we traded our first round pick to Denver for that. I am on pick 154. We are getting ever closer to the Dolphins' 6th round pick. You nervous, Charlie, or is it very much a case of it's been so long now? I just need to know who we're going to pick. Charlie's on mute. I didn't realize that, so apologies.
No. I'm not nervous at all. It's the 6th round. It's the 7th round. I'm not expecting these dudes to even contribute. I'm not expecting these dudes to even be on the team. You have to really know your stuff to be able to hit someone in the 6th or 7th round. Shout out to Brock Purdy. Every year I'm like, yo, I would love to see Mr. Irrelevant be irrelevant. And that would be a story. I just did not want him to be relevant against the Dolphins when we played them. So shout out to Brock Purdy. Shout out to Skylar Thompson. They're another notable 7th rounder. So even my friend of 40 Acres and a Hellcat, he was a 6th rounder, right?
Yeah, he was, yeah.
Yeah. So 6th rounder. So yeah, like Devon Achane, he was a 5th rounder. So it's hard to hit back here, but if you do, that's cool. So I'm not expecting anything from these two picks today. It would be nice if we hit something, like it'd be super nice, but I just doubt it. I have my doubts.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, I feel like this could be the offensive line / tight end pick, but it'll be funny because if it is, on the one hand, the Dolphins have drafted an offensive lineman / tight end. On the other hand, it's like, well, you drafted him in the 6th or 7th round. Like, what again? What does that say about how much you value the those two positions? But that happens when your general manager loses you a 1st round pick because
No. The general manager. Hey, put some respect on my dog name, bro.
Apologies.
Put some respect on my dog name.
Bear me to that. Got some work I have to do. Sorry.
Yeah, it wasn't the general manager. The owner lost us our 1st round pick. But can you guys imagine if we had a 1st round pick this year? If we had a 1st round pick this year, we would have 3 starters on the team, or we would have traded back and had like 3.5 starters on the team, or 4 starters. So we got a weapon in Chris Greer, bro. I love it. I like where we are.
It's interesting because there are some noticeable names. This one for you, Charlie. Hey, I was watching what I missed. This is from Hammer. Hey, I was watching what I missed from Go Time Dolphins and was in total agreement with you about how Herbert pads his stats on Prevent D. Dink and Dunk Dak does the same thing.
I want to be clear. before they come for me. And y'all could come for me. Like people could come for me. I'm here to defend myself. I like it. I think Dak Prescott is a better quarterback than Justin Herbert. I think Dak Prescott is a legit quarterback, and people had doubts. However, the past 2 seasons, Dak has lost it. I do not know if he can get it back or not, but I don't trust Dak no more. I was a big proponent of Dak Prescott. I love Dak Prescott. I was cool. Dak is a solid dude. He's a quarterback. He can will his team to victory. And last year was a poop emoji show, bro. Like the man was throwing picks, and then they were dropping picks. Like his teams they were playing against was dropping picks, and then he'll just throw another pick. Like, hey, you dropped my last pick I threw you. Let me throw it back. And then so I'm out on Dak. Herbert so again, what you said about the stats, Dak passes stats. Herbert, on the other hand, always had a team. For all the people, and this is not a knock on Herbert, and no one is coming for the Chargers. So all the Chargers fans that say, "Oh well, Tua and the Dolphins," like, bro, only reason the Dolphin fans have issues with the Chargers fans because y'all came for us. You guys were mad that we did not take your quarterback. How does that make sense? We're happy with Tua and you're happy with Herbert. Why do you have to come for us for not taking Herbert? Like, oh, y'all didn't take Herbert. Ha ha. Like, we're happy we didn't take Herbert. You know what I'm saying? And that's where it all started. Like, Herbert's better than Tua. First of all, Herbert's not better than Tua. Herbert had all the weapons you had to have year one. Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, Austin Eckler, Hunter Henry. He had all of that year one. So when you lose with all those weapons and the blame is being deflected on coaches and this and that and defense and all that other good stuff, it looks bad, right? So then, they come for Tua. So what Herbert would do in the first 2 years was they'll be losing, and now the other team plays you differently. They play you different. Like, yo, this game's over with. And then I don't want to say it'll be garbage time stats or fourth quarter stats, because it was on this podcast that Sherrod, Steve, and Kadeem brought it to the light. Like, yo, it might not necessarily be garbage time stats, like at the end of the game, but it is stats where it's like, yo, you're not in this game no more. Now, there's a difference when Tua came back against Baltimore and scored and threw 6 touchdowns?
Yeah, in total.
Tua threw 6 touchdowns. And everybody was like, "Oh, look at Tua trying to pad his stats." Like, bro, yeah, there's a difference between trying to win the game and trying to pad stats. I understand. It's hard to tell the difference. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, if you're not winning those games, Herbert, and you're just padding your stats, it looks very bad. Unlike when Tua did it against Baltimore, pulled it off. Last thing I'll say about that is, you can't have a 28-point lead in the playoffs. Asante Samuel Jr. had 3 interceptions. 3 interceptions. Your team is up 28-0, and you lose that game in the playoffs. You can't do that, Justin Herbert. There's no excuses in the world. It's not the coach. It's not the defense. Charger fans, the defense let it happen. Boy, the defense had y'all up 28-0. They spotted you 28 points. You know what I'm saying? So I'm out on Herbert. I'm out on Dak. I don't trust them boys. I'm not saying they're not good quarterbacks. I just don't trust them. And that's all I'm saying about that. But yeah, man. I think I seen a comment that said something about Tony Romo. Tony Romo was a pretty good quarterback, though.
Yeah, the Tony Romo stuff was from Hammer. Dak was given a Super Bowl team and couldn't pull it off while Romo was standing on the sideline.
But Dak was a rookie when that happened, though.
And then Jason followed up by saying, I think Dak is Tony Romo 2.0, to which Hammer replies saying, couldn't disagree with you more. Romo may have a personality like a brick, but he had pocket awareness for days. Just held the ball way too long and kept getting hurt.
I think I'm going to tell you what Dallas's problem is. They're too comfortable over there. Like, Dallas is a country club. They all chilling. It's all good. Everybody's millionaires. It's the biggest practice facility ever created on planet Earth. Their owner has 6 championships. Hold on, how many trophies the Cowboys got?
As in Super Bowls or
Yeah, I think they got 6. How many rings the Cowboys got? I think they got 6. And then Pittsburgh has 6, right? I think they're tied. Anyway, Cowboys got like 5 to 6 championships, and everyone's happy over there. And there's no account. There's
5.
Dallas has 5. My bad. Appreciate it. Thanks, Hammer. Thanks, Kadeem. But yeah, so 5 championships, and they're just too comfortable. No accountability, bro. Nobody really wants it. No one gets held accountable. It's too much comfort over there, bro. You got to be uncomfortable to have growth. And they're not growing over there because they're too comfortable. That's Dallas's problem.
I think also, and again, this is just my opinion. I think they have an owner that runs the franchise with his heart and not his head. So you get these situations where he keeps players or extends players which aren't necessarily good for the team, but he's like, well, actually, I really like this guy, so I'm going to keep this guy. And like prime example will be Dak. It got to a point where it's like, dude, Tony Pollard is the future. Paying
You mean Zeke? You mean Zeke?
Zeke, yeah. It's like Tony Pollard's the future. You've given Zeke all this money, and now look. And then also like keeping Jason Garrett for as long as he did. It's like, listen, you probably need to change things up, but he's a massive friend of, like again, you said it's did you call it a country boys club?
Country club, just country club.
Yeah. But it's like they're all boys there. It's like, you know what? Yeah, I like you. You might not be doing a good job, but I like you, so I've got your back. And you keep someone on for too long, and then by the time you do get rid of them, you've lost players in their prime.
For sure.
Yeah.
Zeke should have been gone 2 years ago. You should have cut off Zeke 2 years ago. But you love him too much. Now, my thing is, I gotta be fair though. The Cowboys have one of the best scouting departments in the league. That's why they can't pay everybody, because they keep hitting on all their picks. So that's a great problem to have, that you can't pay everybody because you keep hitting on your picks. So that's great for Dallas. But what you said about Jason Garrett, that was going to be the first time in my life that I could remember that I seen a head coach ever get fired and then go into the front office of the same football team. And they were going to do that with Jason Garrett. Like, hey, Jason Garrett's family here. He's like a son here. So we're going to move on from him, but he's going to be in the front office with us. And that would have been some different stuff, but that's family, bro. Like, hey, there's a quote that blood doesn't make you related. Oh, blood makes you related, but loyalty makes you family. And you got to love that relationship as a human. But as for business, Garrett wasn't the answer.
No.
I'll be right back.
Yes, cool, no worries. I'll ask you guys this, and then when Charlie gets back, I'll ask Charlie. Taylor Lewan, former tackle of the Tennessee Titans, obviously not a Titan no more, but is he someone you think the Dolphins could/should look at, after the draft? Also, about 27 likes. If we can get to 30, that's the next goal. Once we get to 30, I'm going to push for 40. Again, it lets us know that you guys are enjoying it. It lets YouTube know that, hey, this is actually a really good, video live stream to join. They will push it. So if a Dolphin fan is, at home and they're browsing through their TV and our YouTube, oh, what's this on my home screen? Go to Dolphins. Let me check these boys out. If you are here and you haven't commented already, do so. You will automatically enter into our 2 draft giveaways. We are giving away the 2023 NFL Miami Dolphins draft hat, and we're giving away 2, one for our US listeners, one for our UK/European listeners. So again, if you're here but you haven't said anything yet because you're just enjoying, we appreciate that. But hey, if you want to try and win a hat, then yeah, come say hi or come say anything. Come say, Kadeem, I don't like your accent. Come say, Charlie, I love your hat. And you will automatically enter the giveaway. But yeah, Taylor Lewan. Should the Dolphins look at Taylor Lewan? Should the Dolphins, bring him in for a workout? And kind of go from there. As Hannah Montana messages me, so I don't get in trouble even more, I'm going to respond to Hannah Montana. Yeah, it is. I'm podding. Have to make sure she's not ignoring me. JML says, I watch you on the TV while commenting on my phone. I like you on both, though I don't know if that works. I don't think it does. I think if you are logged into YouTube and both your phone the same account, then I think it only counts as one like. Because I've thought about going to like the Apple store and going on all their laptops and iPads and TVs and liking and all that kind of stuff. I'm not quite sure if you can't like a video unless you are logged in. And if you're logged into an account, it doesn't matter how many times you go on different devices. If it's the same account, it only counts as one like and one view. But I have tried that. Robert asked you, Charlie, what will you bring us, or what have you brought us?
Us?
Yeah, us.
I'm bringing us hope. That's what I'm bringing. I ain't bringing nothing. Y'all can't get in my kitchen.
No, do you know what? Shout out Mango. I want a center. Charlie, I don't want you to bring us hope because you're hope the Dolphin draft Jaron Hall, and I ain't trying to see that. Shout out Roy Smith as well. Mango and Roy, are you UK? Are you US based? Just so I know to add you to which giveaway. I don't want to add you to the UK giveaway if you're from the US and vice versa. Charlie, before you left, I had a question. Taylor Lewan, should the Dolphins look at him, bring him in, sign him? The tackle who was a Tennessee Titan.
Depends on how much he wants. He's older, not as nice anymore. I wonder if he could be healthy, stay healthy. Just depends on what he wants. Solid tackle though. Just depends on what he wants.
Also quite injury prone as well, which isn't ideal. Mango and Roy are both from the US, so that is more US. Yeah, again, we appreciate you. Welcome to the stream. We'll ask you guys, as we haven't heard from you yet, what have you guys made of the draft overall? What have you made of the Dolphins' two first picks? Cam Smith and Devon Achane. And what do you make of, or where do you want the Dolphins to go with the next pick? I am on pick 161. We are edging ever closer to the Dolphins' next pick. Really wish we had 7 picks this year. And I think if we had 7 picks, the Dolphins would have moved back / moved up and would have, gone on for more of their shout out to Ron Armstead tweeting looking fly when he made the Dolphins second round pick. So I've just seen who the Rams picking. I'm now on the Colts pick 162. Mango says best player available. I think given what the Dolphins have done so far, again, it wouldn't surprise me if they just say, you know what, yeah, we're going with whoever's highest on our board, regardless of position, we're taking them because they're a great player. Competition is only good for us. Hey, if we add another wide receiver, it says to Chosen Anderson, says to Blackton Barrio, says to Eric Ezukama, your place isn't guaranteed. Yes, they might be a 6th round pick, 7th round pick, but we've taken them. We feel they can add something to this team, be it on special teams, be it as a jet motion guy, be it whatever it is. So we are about 30 picks away from the Dolphins pick. I need some of these teams to speed up. Come on, guys. Yeah.
So Parker Washington's still on the board, no?
I believe he is, yeah.
Parker Washington is on Touche's 24. Somebody who I think will get significant touches wherever he's drafted. I think he's going to win a job on the team, even though he's this far back. And I wonder where Cam Jones is at too, because I think Cam Jones is I absolutely wish I put linebacker Cam Jones on my list now. Now that I see he's slid all the way to the 5th round. Will Mallory, tight end Will Mallory from the University of Miami, just went to the Colts, and he is officially the last tight end I would have trusted in this draft. So I'm out on tight end now. Did Darren Payne went yet?
Not I know of.
Yeah, so Darren Payne, if Darren Payne's still on the board, I still trust him. But Will Mallory was supposed to be the last tight end to go, but so I guess Darren Payne didn't go. But Parker Washington, same thing. Parker Washington, he's a receiver. He's a slot receiver though. So if you see the Dolphins mess around and take Parker Washington, Braxton Berrios is in trouble because I got Parker Washington winning that job. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. But with this team, yeah, Parker Washington is still out there. Henry Tua is still out there outside linebacker for Alabama or linebacker for Alabama. I just think this Dolphins team wants Luke Whippler still out there. Jalen Duncan, tackle for Maryland, still out there. I didn't put him on Touche 24 because I thought he would have went in the first 3 rounds. So, yeah, I think this Dolphins team wants professionals. They want veterans that will push it to the limit, like that Buffalo Bills playoff game where everything was on the line that Kadeem didn't see because he was on a boat somewhere in the Caribbean. Everything was on the line. They never gave up. They fought, and everybody respected the Dolphins after that game. That's the type of veteran leadership you need. So I don't know if they allow a Parker Washington to walk in and take Berrios' job. But best man wins, in my opinion. So
100%.
We'll see what happens. But it's some good people still out there, bro. And it's the 5th round.
Will Mallory just went, the tight end from Miami. But one person we haven't mentioned, another tight end, Zach Kuntz.
Oh yeah, I did mention him yesterday. But yeah, you were gone. I mentioned Kuntz.
Okay, but yeah, again, he's I feel like, and it's always interesting because there's the guys who were like, hey, you really should draft those guys, and very quickly, Cam Smith says, Roy Smith said, I saw 2 Smiths. Roy Smith said Cam Smith confused me at first, but after looking into more, I understand. He then added, absolutely loved the Achane pick. J Mo said, I think he's going to be a great pressure outlet for Tua and will get nice yards from short throws. That's on Devon Achane.
Roy, we appreciate you here on Go Time Dolphins. We love the Achane pick too. If you haven't seen our reaction to Devon Achane getting drafted, please check out our social media. Check out Twitter. Check out IG. Our reaction is up to the Devon Achane pick. And let us know if you think we liked it or not, bro. We'll put it out on YouTube Shorts somehow. We'll get it on the short. But, man, that Achane pick surprised the crap out of me. Hey, Jared Hall got drafted! Hey! Jared Hall, quarterback from BYU, went to the Vikings, one of the teams I said need to take him because they need a quarterback. Jared Hall's about to prove me right, and I cannot wait.
You caught live. That's the back end of the 5th. Like, you did say you want me there in the 6th, but yo, you were talking like he can be gone a long time before the 6th. Nah.
I believe he was a 3rd round pick. I also believe, first of all, I believe Jared Hall is the 3rd best quarterback in this draft. This is on air. Screenshot it, write it down, take a picture. Y'all know what to do. I believe, I'm saying this now, Jared Hall was the 3rd best quarterback in this draft. I thought he would go between the 3rd round and the 6th round on the higher end, like the 3rd round. I thought he could go. Didn't think he would go there because he's a sliding frame, 6'1", had 2 concussions. So I thought he might fall a little bit. But he was able, you could have drafted him in the 2nd round, bro. And I cannot wait to pull up the receipts and be like, I tried to tell you all about Jared Hall. I need a job.
Do you know what everyone's going to say to you?
What up?
He's only looking great because he's throwing to Justin Jefferson, and you know it's going to happen. You know it's going to happen.
So how come Kirk Cousins is in the All Pro then?
Kirk Cousins is a really funny quarterback.
So how come he's not an All Pro? That's all I'm saying, bro. Hey, Jaron Hall is a Minnesota Viking, bro. Oh man, I love it. I love it, bro. Bro, we need that. We need one of these picks for the Dolphins in the 6th round. Like, dang, this dude is still here. We're 32 picks away.
That's a great comment from first of all from JML. Charlie sounded like he hit the rev limiter, and then from Tim Carrow, who said it's a great reaction, like a Brazilian commentator when a goal is scored. Have you seen those? Seen those reactions?
Go!
I love those reactions. They are excellent. Mango C said a chain, a chain. Aretha liked that pick too. DF.
Oh, no. Stop.
A chain, sorry. A chain.
Do you know the reference that Mango Seed did that from?
I don't know the Aretha song.
I knew you didn't because you read it like bro. First of all, shout out to Mango Seed. Mango Seed is the best name I've ever seen in the chat, like ever. Mango Seed, bro. Hey, Mango Seed, are you from Florida? Are you from South Florida? Because that with a name like Mango Seed, you got to be from the subtropical climate, bro. Like Mango Seed, Kadeem, we used to climb trees and take mangoes out of trees, like the neighbors' trees. Like, yo, we're not supposed to steal from the neighbors' trees. You know what I'm saying? You used to look at mangoes and be like, hey, that's my mango. When it gets ripe, no one touched that mango right there. We used to call them out in mango season.
Were you going to tell me the Aretha song?
Oh, so you know it's the Aretha song then?
I know who Aretha Franklin is. I just don't know the Aretha song.
Chain. That's how it goes. So when he says a chain, a chain. Hey, that's a good one, Mango Seed.
So what's the song? What's the song called?
I'm not talking to you.
If I want to then go and listen to the song,
I'm not doing this with you, Kadeem.
That's fine. I don't mind. Shout out to Dolph Will. Yes, sir.
Hold on, I do gotta clear something up. So Robert said chain of food, and I don't know if he's being funny, but it's really chain of fools. Chain of fools. FOOL. I believe it's FLOL.
JMO did add that. Mango said he's from, is it Broward?
Who said Broward? Oh, hey, bro, you from Broward, bro? You see what I'm saying? Subtropical climate. You know, so Miramar is where I'm from. Miramar is technically Broward County, and Chase Brown just got drafted to the Bengals. Joe Mixon. How we feel about Joe Mixon, y'all? Joe Mixon might be on the move from Cincinnati. How we feel about that?
Before we get to that, Dolph asked, what did you use to get the mangoes? And then Hammer says, I think we should try to jump up and grab Voorhees. So I guess you can answer both questions.
Hey, I'm so all right. So for the mango lovers, we would just climb the tree to get the mango. But if it was a tree that couldn't be climbed, then we'll just throw a basketball or football at it, and then we knock down a mango, and then we try to catch it so it doesn't bruise too much on the way down. But it is what it is, bro. Like, I love mangoes, and then it's this. How do you eat a mango? Do you cut it? You know what I'm saying? And slice it in slices, or do you just peel off the entire mango and just let it just drip down your hair while you eat the whole mango? Like, yeah, man. Shout out to JML. He was born in Hialeah, but he lives on the Treasure Coast now. Treasure Coast. Dang, we got a Broward County dude in here in Mango Seed. That's what's up. Someone else asked me a question, right? Voorhees. Should we try? Yes. Now, I think this is a perfect situation for the Dolphins, because I'm pretty sure other teams are saying, yo, we don't want to waste a pick on someone who's not going to play for a whole year. And we'll wait till he goes undrafted and tell him, hey, we want to bring you in. But if you're the Dolphins and you have the luxury of a 6 or 7 round pick and you can draft a starting guard for next season, you got it. I'm in on Voorhees, man. I'm in on Voorhees, and I hope the Dolphins take dude, and it'll be wild if the Chiefs take him, because that'll be again the second guard that the Chiefs taken off of Touche's 24 that ended up in the 6th round. Trey Smith was the first one.
Mango. So Robert says his uncle plays in a band, the Broward County Rockers. Is that in Wigan? Could that be quite amazing? As Tim says, I agree. You all in a different world. Over here, it's crumping for apples, and you're calling mangoes. Mango says you can peel with a glass. Manolo says after peeling, I eat it with a spoon. And then Mango goes back to ads that I plant mangoes in empty lots. We are invasive.
Yeah, I peeled all the skin off the mango, and hey, Jared Hall's on TV. Jared Hall's on TV, bro. That's my dog. That's my pick right there. That's my favorite player in the draft, Jared Hall. Can't believe it. My dog going to the Minnesota Vikings. I'm gonna be proven right. And someone's gonna say, "Hey, how did you know?" And I'm be like, "Bro, because I watch football and I need to get paid for my services. Sign me up, and I'll show you how I make these picks." But anyway, yeah, all right, yeah. So Joe Mixon, are we in or out on Joe Mixon? I seen the JML said, "Nah, we good on Joe Mixon." So everybody else, are we in or out on Joe Mixon? Where you at, Kadeem?
I'm a no. I'm out. But it's funny. So I'm looking very quickly. Justine Hammer tweet. So at Hammer TCB on Twitter, give him a follow. He said the Dolphins should make a move and jump up and grab Voorhees now. But then I also saw a Finn Fanatic article saying, should the Dolphins consider Andrew Voorhees in 6 or 7? I would definitely take a chance. And it'll be interesting because if the Dolphins take a guard, they've taken a defensive lineman. Everyone's then going to go say, well, you drafted him in the 6th and he's injured, so that's a waste of a pick. But as you said, and as many have said as well, Voorhees is an absolute stud.
Mm-hmm.
He comes into the building and the best guard in the locker room, and that's including friend of the podcast, Robert Hunt. And if you can, it essentially says to both Liam Eichenberg and Austin Jackson, you guys, like, one of you guys is leaving in the off season, potentially both of you. Obviously, Austin Jackson is a free agent. Liam Eichenberg isn't a free agent. But you would have if Voorhees comes in and starts at left guard, then do they move on from Liam Eichenberg, or do they move Liam Eichenberg to be like the 6th man and you let Austin Jackson go? So yeah. Robert says my uncle lives in Florida, used to be in Pembroke Pines, Fort Lauderdale. That's one of the reasons I follow the Dolphins, family ties. The only thing I know about Fort Lauderdale is that they were on an episode of To Catch a Predator with Dateline NBC and Chris Hansen. That's what I know about Fort Lauderdale.
I live in Fort Lauderdale. That's
we go.
Hammer,
you're more than welcome for the shout out. J-Mar said I should change my name to Red-Headed Lizard Mango. I think that's aimed at Mango.
Bro, where's my hat?
Oh, the Texans traded up.
Henry Tua.
Yep, linebacker.
Woo! Touche's 24, 5th round, making me look good. Like, yo, these boys gonna pan out, and I'm be like, that's crazy. Dang, I feel real good. Like 3 weeks ago, I was not feeling too good about Touche's 24, and I felt like the 2022 list was as good as it was gonna get. And then I revamped the list a little bit, and I felt great about the list. And now I feel even better watching this draft. I wonder where Cam Jones is going, though, because he didn't make the list, but I thought it was because he would go way higher. So, like, Cam Jones right now, outside linebacker for Indiana, he's honorable mention for sure. And I really – Jalen Duncan, Luke Whippler, offensive linemen that are still available.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. If we're doing mock drafts right now, I'm taking Voorhees, And then with that 7th round pick, I'm moving up and I'm taking Rippler. And I'm going to know what that's how we end the draft.
Yeah. So you would have to trade probably like a 5th round from next year to trade up to get him.
Yeah.
To get Whippler. And no, I'm in on that. If the Dolphins in real life right now traded the 5th round of next year to move up in this draft to get Whippler or Voorhees or whoever, I'm all for it.
Robert says Touche24 is now required reading for every NFL team scout.
I appreciate you, Robert.
What are you? So, are you watching the NFL draft? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so when the Dolphins are on the clock, we can turn it up and we can go through that process together. Yeah.
Turn up. Yeah.
Cool. Perfect. Guys, we are 1 like away from 30. Please give us 30 likes.
Yeah,
we
if we can get that 30. Like, we appreciate you.
That is the target. That's the next target. And again, once we get 30, I'm pushing for 40. I am pushing for 40. Guys, if you are here and you haven't liked the stream already, that'd be great. If you haven't shared the stream, we're all Dolphin fans here. We must have Dolphins friends, Dolphins family. Come join the chat. Once you join the chat, you are automatically entered into our draft day hat giveaway, and subscribe, because as you guys are finding out, we're by the fans, we're for the fans. It's all conversations here, all chill. It's all good. Charlie, how bad is my internet?
As far as like you breaking up, it's fine, but it just looks like it's not clear. But I know my white belt just got another stripe. My internet earned a stripe today. It's 3 stripes now, boy. My internet earned its 3rd stripe today.
Yeah. I'm down to 1 bar. While I trying to sort that out, I'm gonna also close my curtain. So back in 2 secs.
Man, I'm gonna. Dallas Cowboys pick is in. Let's see who we got.
I'm not gonna lie. If you can hear me, I would not be shocked if the Cowboys took Voorhees, because that's just what that's kind of thing they'll do. They'll go, you know what? We'll take him now.
Yep.
We'll sit him, and then be ready to go for next year.
Straight up.
And again, it's no offense. If we do that, everyone be like, "Oh, what the Dolphins doing? They don't know what they're doing." If the Cowboys do it, it's a great pick. Yeah, all right, Max, come on, let's do it. Let's share how we became Dolphins fans. I'll go first quickly. I'm from the UK. I'm a soccer fan, I'm a Man United fan. Kind of paid attention to the NFL, obviously, over the years. Not something that I followed religiously. Obviously, I catch the odd Super Bowl. One of my earliest Super Bowl memories was the one where the power went out. I think that was like Pittsburgh, Arizona. I might be wrong. And yeah, Hammer, I appreciate the shout out on Twitter. Generally, really do. So yeah, fast forward a few years. I went to a Patriots London game when I was at uni. Again, kind of knew what was going on, but also didn't have a team. PS4 came out. I needed a game outside of FIFA. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna buy Madden. I'm gonna get into the NFL. I'm gonna pay attention to it. Started following the rules, understanding the rules, and I was like, okay, cool, fair enough. And I need a team. Franchise mode. What team am I gonna pick? Dolphins. I know the name. I like the uniforms, and that's how I became a Dolphins fan. And essentially, 7 to 8 years later, I now co-host a Dolphins podcast. Charlie's, what's your Dolphin story? And let us know in the comments how you became a Dolphins fan.
Hey, so it's pronounced Henry Toto. So Henry, congratulations on getting drafted to the Texans. We were butchering your last name up over here. I became a Dolphin fan because I was born and raised in Miami, Florida, and I grew up off of 27th Avenue and hold on, something going on the draft. So I grew up off of 27th Avenue and 207. My house was on 29th Avenue, but 27th is like the main. 27th Avenue is where Joe Robbie Stadium is now. Hard Rock Stadium. It's right on 27th Avenue, and my house was on 29th Avenue. So the house was right across the street from the stadium. So what we used to do is sit on the top of the roof and watch the big screen, the jumbotron from the roof of Joe Robbie Stadium, Hard Rock Stadium. The Cowboys took a Sim Richards.
Yeah.
So I used to watch the games. We used to just watch whatever we can from the games. And my furthest memory of football goes back to the Super Bowl in 1989, I think. It was the 49ers versus the Bengals. And it was a lot of commotion. I was a child. And I remember a whole bunch of helicopters and jet planes and police lights. I'm like, yo, what's going on here? Turns out it was the Super Bowl in Miami. So I had no idea. And it was a huge deal. It was a big deal. And I remember watching the game. That's the first game I remember watching on TV was the Super Bowl, was the Bengals versus the Niners. Did I watch more games than that? Probably, but that's the first one I can remember. And I was going for the Bengals. And if the Bengals won, I probably would have been a Bengals fan because that was the first team that I remember rooting for. But the Bengals lost to Joe Montana. And thankfully, I'm not a Bengals fan, and I bleed aqua and orange. And I grew up just like right across the street. I met Dolphin players. I seen Dan Marino practice live, play live, throw the pass behind his back that went viral on Twitter. I seen that in person. Yeah, man, it is what it is. I'm just a Dolphin, and I liken it to a relationship with a chick. Like, yo, I've been faithful to this team. Like, my loyalty to this team goes further beyond my loyalty to anything in this planet but my relationship with the Lord. And yet this team is not faithful to me. And I hate it. Like, yo, like, I'm loyal to you. And this is how you treat me? This is how you do me? All these scandals, losing first round picks. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, I'm loyal to you. And this is how you do me. So I feel like they owe it to us as fans to just deliver one time in our lifetime. Can you bring home the ring once? And I feel like I accomplished everything in life if the Dolphins bring it home one time.
Yeah, great story. JML says, my mom literally fed me out of a Miami Dolphins baby bottle, and we drafted Marino when I was a teen, and I was hooked for life. That's an early Dolphins fan. IMAX says, Dolphins fan because my dad was stationed at Homestead, AFB. I don't know what that means.
Air Force Base.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your dad for his service.
When I was 4/5 at the end of 1979. When I started elementary school, the lead PE teacher played the Dolphins fight song nearly every morning. Tim Carrow says, like lots of UK 40-year-olds, Channel 4 TV Finns look best. So Channel 4 TV, Finns look best, uniforms, logo, and Dan the man. JML, your wife is an absolute legend. He says, my wife is creating a YouTube account to throw you a like. She's been working from the den and listening to you guys. She's a Lost Soul Cowboys fan, though. We can convert her. It's all good.
Hey, we appreciate it. We appreciate your wife being dedicated enough to overhear you listening to us to create an account just to give us a like. And she's a Lost Soul Cowboys fan. But listen, there's room here in the Finns den, and that's real.
100%. Tim Carrow says, I remember going to Wembley in 1988 to watch the game between the Finns and 49ers. I was in full kids white Finns kit, including helmet, as I was 8 years old. JML adds, I feel you, Charlie. Please love me back, Dolphins. I feel like the Dolphins showed Charlie so much love by drafting Devon Achane alone. I think that love, like, again, if you, it's on social media. We'll share it on as a YouTube short. The realization is like, so it's the opposite of in The Simpsons when Ralph asks Lisa out on TV and she says no, and Bart's there with the controller. It's like, if you slow it down right here, you can see where
You can
he
see his
breaks
art breaks.
his heart. Charlie's opposite. It's like, if you slow it down right here, you can see where Charlie's lying. And I was like, yo! So Devon Achane is a Miami Dolphin. And yeah, they showed that love. Hammer says, I have a Commanders fan. His secret love to Dolphins. Listen, it doesn't have to be a secret. Let it out. It's all good. There's no secret love here.
Payne Durham just got drafted to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Listen, good pick. I think right now, again, if I was the GM, I'm going Andrew Voorhees and then immediately trading up from the 7th and drafting Luke Whippler. I always get his name pronounced wrong, so I even said that thing I was going to get it wrong. That's what I would do right now. I know. Hold on. Schoonmaker's gone, hasn't he?
Schoonmaker went to Dallas. He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Oh yeah, although Dak is his quarterback, so
he's going to be a Hall of Famer. I think it's Shoemaker, but I just keep saying Schoonmaker for whatever reason. I remember when we used to sit. What song is that, Kadeem?
Bob Marley.
What song is it, Kadeem?
No Woman, No Cry.
No woman, no cry.
J-Mo says, I like the Washington football team. It grew on me, not the team name. Not the team, the name.
Yeah, I like Washington football team too. I really did. Like I didn't like when they changed it to Commanders. I don't mind the Commanders because it's in the DC area. I think it's cool. But to get away from what the name used to be and the origin of the name and where it came from, even growing up, I was like, that's odd. You know what I'm saying? Like, even like just growing up, I knew that there was something not right about it. Like, that's odd. But I wasn't like a voice for change or anything. So when they changed it to the Washington football team, I loved it actually. I like the name Washington football team. And I understand tradition. I love tradition here in the United States. I like to see tradition carried on. But I think there's some traditions that need to be broken, and I think that's one of them. I think they need to change their colors. Y'all get a new stadium. I think the whole history of the Washington football team needs to be done. And matter of fact, since y'all in DC, y'all could be the Washington Commanders and change their jerseys to red, white, and blue. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then it fits for the DC area. That's where the White House is. I think that would be pretty cool if, like, yo, you know what? We're just leaving this whole thing behind and we're changing our whole image. That's like it's in essence, it's almost like moving the team, but you didn't move. Like the Baltimore Colts were once upon a time in Baltimore, then they moved to Indianapolis, and then I think the Browns became the Ravens. Did you know that, Kadeem?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
The Browns became the Ravens, you know what I'm saying? So it's like you move, but in Washington, you can just change your name, change your identity, and it is what it is. Oh, matter of fact, that's a hot topic. You can identify as something else, Washington.
No, where is it? Jason Keck says, in the process of going to work, where are we at in the draft? How many left? I'm on pick like 172, I believe.
Yeah, I think we got like 35 picks left before the Dolphins. Before the Dolphins' 6th-round pick.
I thought it was like, are we like 179?
25 picks left. 25 picks, not 35.
Yeah. We also have, so IMAX says, my dad is secretly a Steelers fan, but after all these years in Homestead, he reached for the Dolphins. Robert Ashton says, got serious about NFL after watching All or Nothing series on Prime. Didn't want to just pick a team at random, so gave it a lot of thought, and the family tie drew me to the Dolphins.
Who said that? Who said that?
Robert did.
Bro, Robert, listen. That all the series, All or Nothing series, that is so good.
So honestly, that Cardinals All or Nothing series If I didn't have a team, I would have supported the Cardinals. Like it was elite TV, elite.
Every single one, like the Cowboys, the Cardinals, the I want to say the Carolina Panthers, and then now you have Hard Knocks, in
You know
season
they,
Hard Knocks.
you know they got football ones of All or Nothing. So they got Man City and Tottenham, All or Nothings.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they've sort of had those two so far.
Dang, if I watch one of them, I'll be hooked.
Yeah. Yeah, Tim Cavo says, yes, JML. Everyone hated football team. They went into Commanders. Everyone loved football team. But I'm with you. Football team was cool. Yeah, Hammer says to JML, unfortunately, when I'm not going to a Dolphins game, I'll be forced to go to Commanders games. Yeah, Robert says, Jason, welcome to my life at 4 a.m. this morning UK time. Yeah, that was brutal. Mango Seed says, I remember Lavizonko was hard to tackle. JML says, marriage is a compromise. It's not easy for two people to live as one hammer. Yeah, Hard Knocks was great as well. I don't know how you do that. Highlight the person you're commenting to thing. How do you do that? I think if you just at them, so if it's like at IMAX or at Robert Ashton, as in type in the at symbol and then go from there. Yeah, the Michigan Wolverines one was good. The football all or nothing isn't a patch on This Is Wrexham. If you haven't seen
the Lions one, the Lions Hard Knocks,
yes,
it's good too.
Arsenal do have an all or nothing that was last year, I believe. Shout out to Jason and your wife being together 35 years. I'm getting married next year. Cannot wait for that. So yeah, I will be joining the wedding gang. Oh, there was a question I wanted to ask you, and I forgot what it was. It was draft related. I'll try and remember it when if I can. Somerset Tim tweeted us. Dude, Tim, you got a lot of hats. You got a lot of hats. And unless you have a different name on Tim, if you're here in the chat and you commented but under a different name, let me know just so I'm aware. So I'm reading some Twitter comments. Yeah, nothing important for us. Oh, she's back. Hannah Montana.
Hannah Montana.
No, Hannah, I am not recording at midnight. I don't think I'm recording at midnight. That probably means you're gonna come over and disturb my man time. The Dolphins almost had 3 1,000-yard rushes in 72, and then Tim adds, "Oh yes, welcome to Wrexham was great. My wife hates football/soccer. Now she supports Wrexham. I can understand why. Yeah, Hannah Montana joined at the perfect time. Joined during the marriage chat. Tim Cavo. Yep, Somerset Tim. Should have got that. Apologies, Tim. Yeah, that's me. That is me. That's nasty. I feel like these picks are taking ages now. I feel like we do need to get to the Dolphins. I don't think Hannah's the most forgiving fiance ever. I think she does a lot that you guys don't understand. Or like obviously I don't air on thing. I don't know, I'm not gonna air my dirty laundry, but don't make it out like I'm the bad guy and she's like this saint. Like there's stuff. I, I don't get invited around her house ever. I have to ask, and normally she says no. Even her dad said it the other day. He was like, "You're always invited here. Don't let her say no. Don't let her say no to you." So I'm just saying, it's not rude. It's not lies. And yeah, sorry, Tim. Sometimes I don't put two and two together. But yeah, Somerset Tim, I should know that. Well, I believe we're about to enter round 6, aren't we?
Yep.
Dolphins round.
Whew, 174. Rams, our pick is in. Warren McClendon, offensive tackle, Georgia.
I just need to get to this Dolphins pick. Oh, and again, it's funny. Mocks are mocks. But people like Luke Whippler, others, those guys were long gone in mocks, and they are legitimately available, or could be. If you're the Dolphins, do you send your 6th and 7th round pick to go and get someone now, or do you stand course? Given, these aren't really guys who are not even guaranteed to even make the roster, let alone start.
Say that one more, hold on one more time. I was trying to see what they were talking about McClendon. What happened, Kadeem?
If you're the Dolphins, do you send your 6th and 7th round pick to go and get someone now? Or do you just say, you know what, we'll sit and wait. We'll once again, the board fall to us.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind that. But that would have to be done in the 6th round because of the compensation. So yeah, you do that in the 6th round, trade your 6th to move up in the 6th and give them your 7th as compensation. So I would not mind that. And now you start thinking about next year's 7th and next year's 6th if you wanted to shake something with it. If we even have a 6 and a 7 next year, we might have already moved those. So because those picks probably aren't getting any type of playtime. They're probably not even making practice squad either. We're so deep right now. The team is so good that we're in a position where we can afford to, all these draft picks ain't even going to see the time of day. So I don't mind moving up, going up to get one player like a Jalen Duncan, who I didn't think would be here right now. Luke Whippler, didn't think he'll be here right now. Andrew Voorhees looks like he might not even get drafted. Parker Washington, I believe he can be a legitimate slot receiver on a football team. Andre Carter is he's in the Navy Academy. He's an edge. I think he's like 6'8", the defensive end, basically. Like there's people out there, bro. So if I walk away with any one of those people I just named, I'm ecstatic. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
So next year the Dolphins have obviously the 1st and 2nd round pick. Don't have a 3rd that we lost in a tampering case. Don't have a 4th. We gave that to the Broncos for Bradley Chubb. And then we got a 5th, 6th, and 7th round pick. And just because I can see it, in 2025 we have 2 5th round picks. We got one of them for acquired from San Francisco 49ers as part of the acquisition of linebacker Bradley Chubb. I think that should be Denver Broncos, unless the Broncos sent us San Fran's 5th round. But yeah. I guess are we now looking at not trading away Cedric Wilson or anyone essentially?
I don't know if it doesn't mean we're not going to trade him. It just means we probably didn't have a trade partner for the draft because teams want to say, hey, let me see what we do in the draft. And if it doesn't go our way, then we'll trade for this player. Same thing with free agents. If the draft doesn't go our way, then we'll acquire this free agent. So that's what you're seeing right now. Team saying we're going to see what the draft does before we consider a trade. And Cedric Wilson cost $7.5 million. That's not pennies. So I can see the Dolphins trading him before the season starts and getting something back, like whether it's a 2024 5th or 2025 5th. Like it's going to be very little compensation, but or it doesn't hurt to keep him. It's not going to hurt anything to keep him.
Yeah, it means you have depth at wide receiver.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm asking for 40 likes. Can we get to 40 likes? Hannah Montana, you best have liked this video. Like
Hannah Montana.
If you haven't liked this video, then that's disappointing.
Joe Levesque, you're right. Chris Greer is on the phone right now saying, hey, we like what we saw. We really want you here in Miami. If we can't get you, come down to the Sunshine State and enjoy this subtropical weather climate.
100%. Mango Seed says Miami started undrafted players last year. Again, I think that's, as I said this earlier. There's one thing when, and again, no offense to Nick Needham, no offense to Preston Williams, that when they were starting for the Dolphins, but it's a different Dolphins team to the one that Kader Kohou's starting in. Like, if an undrafted guy starts in this team, plays meaningful snaps, that guy is a dude. Like an absolute, and that's when people go, yo, like, honestly, any position the Dolphins start an undrafted guy, it's like, yo, this guy's great. You have to be. So yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Interesting to see the next few picks. Moya TV, what's up?
Hey, Moya in the building.
Do I have your name? No, I don't have your name. Excellent. You are added to the list.
Moya's in the building.
100%. Let me go back and double make sure I've got everyone. Yeah, got that name. I'm saying got that. If you're here and you're unaware, we are doing 2 draft giveaways of the 2023 NFL draft hat.
This hat right here,
which a lovely Charlie Touche modeling for us. If you want to enter the giveaway, all you have to do is obviously, be subscribed to the channel. Like, that's the first thing. The second thing is comment on the stream. Hey, yo, what's up? Charlie, I don't like your outfit. Kadeem, I don't like your glasses. Kadeem, shave your beard. Kadeem, you're bald. Like, what's wrong with you? Doesn't really matter what you say. It's all good. It's all good. What's Joe Levesque saying?
Nah, I feel him. Because go ahead. Read what he said.
I stepped away for a few to put soundbar up. My old one stopped working a week ago. It showed up during the draft. I'm just glad we didn't have picks during that time.
Yeah, so we could use this time of not having picks as a break for us. That's for real. Hey, I'm a soundbar dude too. When I bought my TV, I needed a soundbar, maybe because I'm a musician and I like audio more than visual, and I spent more on the soundbar than I did on the TV. And LB was like, "Bro, you're crazy." I'm like, "Bro, I need the soundbar."
Charlie, read this comment out.
Kadeem, your sister got all the looks in the family.
No, I ain't having that. People say she looks like me. Like, so round 6 has started. The Cowboys are on the clock. Was Evan Hull on 2K24?
Who?
The running back from Northwestern, Evan Hull.
No.
Okay. I feel like he's mentioned on one of our draft shows. It might have been from like a Wayne Jones or a Charlie Wilson. He's just been drafted to the Colts. So yeah, Evan Hull is the Colts. Guys, we are in round 6. We are essentially 20 picks away from the Miami Dolphins.
20 picks.
First of all, J-Mo, people definitely do say that. But yeah, it's definitely going to see or be interesting to see what the Dolphins do. Again, this is, even though these guys in the 6th and 7th rounds, you're taking flyers. Sometimes there's Dallas. I think Dallas moved up. Sometimes there's guys. Yeah. So the Chiefs were on the clock. Dallas moved up, sent a 2024 5th round pick to Kansas for pick 178. And no, do you know what? That's the other thing as well. There are some teams who they're done drafting. Every single person on the board is gone. There's no one left, but they've still got picks left.
Mm-hmm.
So you could potentially move up and say, hey.
Yeah, you could move up for less.
Yeah, your 6th round pick, we'll give you a 6th rounder next year. They go, cool, fair enough, because
Yep.
they don't want anyone in this draft. They don't need the picks in the 6th or 7th round. That could be something the Dolphins are doing right now, calling teams, hey, what's your board looking like? We want to move up. If you've got no one left, we'll take your pick. We'll give you some extra picks next year. That's something the Dolphins could be doing. So,
Dolphins are 20 picks away. 20 picks away.
right. Wow, the comments are brutal. Tim says that's unfair on your sister to say she looks like you, Kadeem. JML says at least the hair on her head is pointed in the right direction. He said say anything gay. Yeah. Mango being nice, not talking about my hair or anything like that. Kadeko, who joined the Dolphins as an undrafted college free agent on May 13th, 2022. Also, can anyone in the comments grow a beard like mine? That's the first thing. Before you come in the beard, can you grow one? Hammer says for his LFG. Yeah. Can be very Voorhees, I think, is the one a lot of Dolphins fans want. Even though we won't see the field this year, you're securing your future. You are thinking ahead. You know, Joe Levesque asked if this could come up, that'd be great. Can you guys pull up 30 players available to see who could be there for our pick? I can try and find a big board. And that's actually a really good idea. Thanks for that. I can try and find a big board of players that are still available. Only issue might be like, are people doing up-to-date big boards? I think ESPN are.
So I got it, Kadeem. You can go to NFL.com.
Yep.
Go to Draft Tracker, or if you just put in Draft Tracker, it'll give you the round and everything, and then you could click on who's available. It'll say prospects, and then it'll say drafted or undrafted, and then it has a list of undrafted with the highest graded.
Okay, yeah. ESPN, I've done the same thing. Only issue is how long this is taking to load. Yeah, Zach Kuntz is someone who's also available at the. There's guys who people, there's guys who people wanted, in the 2nd, 3rd round. Hey, move up into the 4th and go and get that dude. So as I get the draft tracker up, definitely shout out to Joe for that suggestion. Robert says mine has gray in it, waiting for the Dolphins to pick. Yeah, I actually want my beard to go gray. I think we're kind of cool. Add some sophistication to my face. This is taking ages. I'm not gonna lie.
I ain't gonna lie. This NFL Network kind of got it. NFL.com kind of got it laid out pretty good.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not down that. It's just more a case of
Cam Jones right there.
I might have to. Right. Yeah. So go to tracker and then go to what? To say prospects.
Yeah. So are you on it? The NFL Draft Tracker?
Yeah, I've gone to prospects, but these are guys who have already gone.
Yeah, so you go to undrafted. So click where it says drafted, and it'll be a drop-down tab where it says undrafted.
I'm not seeing that.
Can you share your screen?
I can. Give me a sec. Moya said, "Hey man, I saw you on Cock Blockers. Keep giving TD the business. You're making great points for his nonsense. That one is for you, Charlie."
Hey, I appreciate it. Although I just like it is what it is, man. Like I want to be fair. You're a fan. You can have whatever take you want. It's your right as a fan to have any take you want. But I I question if he's a fan. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you really a fan? Are you just a troll that you know what I'm saying? You just do this because that's what you want to do. I do question this fandom. I don't think he's a fan. But yeah, can you share your screen, Kadeem?
Yeah, sorry, give me 2 secs. Yes, sorry, I'm just a work thing. Sorry.
17 picks away from the Miami Dolphins picks. So Kadeem's gonna share his screen and excuse me, get a drop down tab. And off the top, I'll just throw a couple players out there. I'll say Parker Washington, Caleb Murphy, Andrew Voorhees, Luke Whippler, Jalen Duncan. Those are names that I'm interested in. Jose Ramirez. But the thing is, we may not need them. Like Parker Washington is a receiver. I don't know if Dolphins go receiver just because he's available in the sixth. Yeah, hold on. Let me put something else up as well.
I found it. No worries.
Kadeem Telfort. Oh, you see it, Kadeem?
Yeah.
The undrafted.
I said, yeah.
So the second player on this list is Zach Evans. Zach Evans actually visited the Miami Dolphins. He's a running back. What's the highest grade you can have? I think it's an 8. The highest grade that you can have, I think is
so.
an 8. And if you scroll down, you got Andrew Voorhees right there. You have Luke Whippler right there. Zach Evans actually visited the Dolphins. The Dolphins were in on him. Scroll down some more. Muhammad Ibrahim, running back. He's on Touche's 24. Corey Trice Jr. from Purdue is a corner, red shirt. Keyshawn Butte is a receiver from LSU. Keep scrolling. Andre Carter II. Can we click on Andre Carter II? Can we see what happens if we click on this player? I think dude was like 6'7", 6'8", bro. Like 280 or something. Like something crazy as a DN. Nothing popped up, Kadeem?
I clicked on it. It's just not loading.
Okay. All right, we could click back then. Getting pretty close. 181. Dolphins pick up 197. But under.
So I saw. I know. So Hammer, if you're still here, Dalton Kincaid. He was the first time taken off the board, wasn't he?
Dalton
the first
Kincaid
round.
was the first time.
Yeah. Yeah. Dalton Kincaid is a Buffalo Bill. So yeah.
But there's still some players available. And being 17 picks away, doubting that all 17 of these players are going to get picked, I like the fact that someone's going to be there for us. Doesn't necessarily mean we pick any one of them, but again, we could trade back. Like we might mess around and trade back in the 6th round, and we waited all this time just to trade back. That would not shock me either.
No, not at all. My internet's being slow. It's not showing anything, so I've taken it.
I can't believe Jalen Duncan is there. I can't.
No. Yeah, that would do for now. No worries, Hammer. Yeah, just that's all good. Yeah, I've had to go to a new stream as well. The stream I'm watching the draft on is finished. They're not hardcore like us. Yeah. Yeah, Zach Kuntz. Someone
Kunz
who,
is available.
yeah, surprised he's still available.
Bro, I'm shocked Jalen Duncan has fallen this far, if I'm being honest with you. Jalen Duncan is a tackle from Maryland. Started every game last season, redshirt senior.
Listen, these teams, it's how these teams view, these players. They get it wrong a lot. All we can do is hope that the Dolphins, make the correct picks going from there, I guess. Who did that? Oh, Carl Brooks. Where are Miami going to go? There's a lot. There's a lot for the Dolphins to consider, and like you said earlier, I'm still open to the Dolphins moving up. The Dolphins don't necessarily need him, but Ivan Pace Jr., the linebacker, is still available from Cincinnati.
It's at this point in the 6th and 7th round, I understand it not being about a need. So if they did go receiver, it's just who's gonna win? Best man wins. Who's on the bubble? Ain't nothing sweet. The opposite of what goes on in Dallas. Like, you're just not giving your spot. So I'm okay with the 6th and 7th round pick. Whatever happens here, I'm 100% okay with it. And I hope this dude pushes somebody. I hope he makes it. I hope he makes the squad. Because that means he's a dude. Like, look at Cameron Good. You remember Cameron Good last year, 6th, 7th round pick? I can't remember, but what happened to him? I hate that I got to keep bringing him up, but it happens all the time. 6th and 7th round picks aren't likely to hit. Or I guess it was a 6th round pick because 7th round pick was Skylar Thompson.
Definitely see how that goes. I think you're not missing anything. Okay, that's a nice pick, but it's not the Dolphins pick. But the Dolphins are getting closer.
Hold on.
What did I say? Yeah, that's not what I want. I do think I don't know. But we are approaching the end of the NFL draft. Obviously we are still 2 rounds away, but getting closer and closer. And it's been a blast. We've been live for nearly 4 hours now. Thanks for everyone for sticking around. Some people have been there from the very beginning. We appreciate that. You do not understand how much I appreciate that. Charlie does as well. This stream that I've watched are the most annoying people in the whole entire world. So I'm gonna try and find something else. Making unnecessary noise in my ear. Please stop. If I can learn to spell, that's all good. That's what I need as well. Head of Premier League, Newcastle fixture. Boom. Tim, a college team I follow. I say I follow the Hurricanes. But at the same time, watching college games in the UK, as I'm sure you know, is quite difficult. So if anything, I pay attention to the results as opposed to being able to sit down and watch every game on the weekend. But I try where possible to watch college football. How about you? You're a fan of it? I don't know. Again, for everyone, what college teams do everyone support here? I'm going to assume not everyone is a Hurricanes fan. Be interested to know if there are any college football fans and what teams they support. Joe Levesque says, I'm still hopeful we get Cook. I think we took Devon Achane as a way to tell Vikings we aren't trading, you're gonna have to cut him. And Joe is a Hughes fan. Which I think
I would like that. If the Vikings just cut Dalvin Cook, I would love it. I'm still in on Derrick Henry too, because Derrick Henry, by the way, I'm a Miami Hurricanes fan. I'm a Miami everything fan. Like born and raised, home team, Miami Dolphins, Miami Heat, Miami Hurricanes, Florida Panthers, Miami Marlins. That's me. Uh, but I'm in at this point where I'm at now. I'm more in on trading for Derrick Henry because he has 1 year on his contract, and you could get him for pennies on a pound right now. But you just got to pay him that 1 year on the contract, and then you have to extend him. So I'm okay with that. I don't think he fits the system like as good as Dalvin Cook would fit the system, but I'm okay with that too because we have other running backs. So I'm more in on Derrick Henry, trading for Derrick Henry than I am on Dalvin Cook. But if Dalvin Cook did become available, if he got cut, then I'm 100% more in on Dalvin Cook than I would be on Derrick Henry. So that's where I'm at with there. But we talked about Joe Mixon briefly. I seen the two people who answered. They're like, nah, no on Joe Mixon. Where you at with Joe Mixon, Kadeem?
I said I'm out as well. I said
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah.
Why?
I just don't like. I'm not saying he's not good. Just no. I'm cool. Thank you. Yeah. Just not down for.
If we talking about the same compensation and same money, I could see us being in on Swift like we were like before he went to the Eagles. I could see us being in on Joe Mixon. I don't mind that. Same money, no crazy bread, no $8 million a year, nothing like that. It'll be less than 6. I'm in on Joe Mixon.
Yeah. I wouldn't hate it. But yeah. I'd rather us use money, picks, and stuff on offensive line. And go there. But you get a really good running back, and that takes pressure off Tua. So can't really go wrong, can you?
Yeah, this running back room is going to look 100% different next year. I think it's going to be a complete turnaround. I think they're going to upgrade every single one. Achane is just going to be one of the many pieces in the new revamped running back room for next season. Not 2023 season, 2024 season. It would be a revamp overhaul of the running back room, in my opinion.
Yeah. Just some college football talk. Tim says, I get that Canes is one due to Miami link, and yeah, that's why I'm saying a college teamed up with a Wisconsin Badgers mug. I love a Badger, and Van Ginkel was a Badger, so I kind of like them as well now, but don't watch games. Joe says, interesting take, Charlie. I like your point. Mango C said, I'm a Diana Flores fan.
Yeah, I don't know. Diana Flores. I don't know what that means.
And then Robert Ashton says, college football is difficult to follow in the UK. Watch anything I can. If I had to pick, would be the Wolverines, only because I watch them in All or Nothing. They tend to be easy to find to watch them in the UK. Yeah, I'm normally with like college games. I will, if I can find like a YouTube link for a game, I'll chuck it on. Sometimes like BT Sport will show a game, I'll chuck it on. But normally like on a Saturday night, BT Sport are normally showing Italian football, Spanish, French football. There's a Premier League game. So yeah, it can be quite difficult to catch college football games. in the UK. So I try where possible. If we could have like the same access to ESPN, that'd be great. But I understand there is a bar. It's funny enough. It's where I met Charlie. That shows college football games. So maybe something that I look into. Essentially, stay up all night and go through. Essentially watch games there. Your boy Tanner McKee hasn't been pictured either.
Yeah, hey, Mango C said the flag football commercial for the Super Bowl, that was the quarterback's name, Diana Flores.
Ah, cool.
I remember that commercial now too. Yeah, Tanner McKee's gonna be a great backup. I really do believe that. I wouldn't take Tanner. I wouldn't draft Tanner McKee, even though I do think he's better than Skylar Thompson. But college football is funny, Kadeem, because that's how I met you.
Yeah,
we went to that pub because we needed to find a place where they were showing the Hurricanes versus Florida State game. Like Miami versus Florida State is a huge thing here in Florida. So me, Bert, and LB were looking for a place to watch the game, and then we ended up in Suffolk, whatever, and ended up going to this underground place, and that's where you were. They were showing all type of American sports there. We were watching that game. The Hurricanes won that game. It was a good game. And then, hey, I got a question. You ever been back to that place?
Dude, if I knew what it was called, I would 100% go back. I was certain it was in London Bridge. Because I remember I was on radio that morning, and I remember getting back having no battery on my phone, and like trying to get to London Bridge before my phone ran out and know what this place is called. But I, for the life of me, can't work it out. I might need to reach out to someone and say, hey, do you remember where you threw this NFL party essentially like 6-7 years ago? But
crazy thing is, Kadeem, I can get there, and I've only been there once because it was down the street from my hotel, and I know all we did was walk one direction to get there. So all I have to do is if I was there, matter of fact, I could probably find it on a map and put you on the street, and you just have to find the actual door because I can't remember the door. But I remember we walked one direction, past a whole bunch of major streets, ended up on this one cross section, and then that was it. We didn't have to walk anywhere else different from there.
Yeah. I wasn't hammered. By the end, I was. Like I literally left at like 4 a.m. But yeah, it's I honestly want to go back. Because again, trying to find places in the UK which show American football, both college and NFL 24/7 is really difficult. On a Sunday, it's quite easy. You have what do you call it? You have the Hippodrome, but like on a Saturday night, it's it can be difficult. So yeah.
Phil Workman, you got Philip Workman?
I do, yeah.
My dog. What up, Phil? You know what I was just thinking? Jalen Duncan is the offensive tackle for Maryland. And if the Dolphins drafted him, we'll have another Jalen on the team.
Yeah.
Jalen, and Jalen.
Not the best drawings, gonna have to do another t-shirt.
For sure.
Philip says, watch party at the Hippodrome. That is the plan. Week 1, hopefully, if it's not like a Thursday night or Sunday night football game, UK Dolphins fans at the Hippodrome. That's why we have the WhatsApp group. That is the plan. So yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Fingers crossed. September, week 1, Hippodrome. Watch the Dolphins get a dub. That would be amazing. Mango said Miami should get somebody better than Tom Brady at 199. That'd be fun. But I think we're picking 197.
Yeah, 197.
And I think at this point, moving back for someone to get more picks, you're essentially getting an extra 7 for something next year, which I don't think is quite worth it right now. So, uh, it's got some writing to do.
I'm watching film on Jalen Duncan right now and trying to wonder why he didn't get drafted yet. And then I'm gonna do some more research and see where a couple of people had him. First person I'm gonna go to is Mel Kiper Jr. Oh, he just got drafted by the Titans while I'm looking him up.
And it's funny. I think it was Hammer who said, Hammer said, I think we need to trade with Tennessee. So
that's crazy.
Yeah, there he is. He's a 7th round pick. So probably one of those ones where
6th round pick,
6th round pick. Probably one of those ones where in a few months, everyone's like, how did this guy fall so far?
Yep. 10 picks away for the Miami Dolphins.
Listen, I'm sure Chris Greer is on the phone, doing what he's got to do, calling plays and saying, "Hey, you're gonna be the pick if you're there in a few." Rob says there's nowhere up here in the northeast England that shows games. Need to get a Finns UK meetup at some point. I know there is one coming soon. I know that the Dolphins UK group, they do a yearly meet, and I think that is very, very soon. Rob, and apologies if you are, and I haven't, and I'm not aware. We have a UK WhatsApp group for Dolphins fans. If you want to be a part of it, if you're not already, send an email to Go Time Dolphins. I'll send the email at the bottom, gotimedolphins@gmail.com. Send an email saying you want to be added, and I will get in contact with you. I'll take your number.
Parker Washington just got drafted by the Jacksonville Jaguars.
So Parker Washington. Jacksonville Jaguars have taken Brenton Strange and Parker Washington. They clearly, you and maybe Jacksonville should hire you as well. Joe says, I feel bad for Finn fans who can't watch. I thought moving to GA was going to be tough, but at least I can get it on YouTube TV. For the most part, we are able to watch it. If it's not on, so I have Game Pass. I pay for Game Pass, so I watch Dolphins games there. If they're on Sky Sports, then it's blacked out, which is annoying. But normally there's a way to watch Dolphins games. So yeah, as Charlie watches film.
I ain't gonna lie, Tennessee had a good drive, except that Will Levis pick. That's the only thing I like about Will Levis, about that draft. Let's see this. Look at this. Mel Kiper had Jalen Duncan rated as his 5th ranked tackle. 5th. Before Jalen Duncan is Broderick Jones, who went in the 1st round, and after him was Anton Harrison that went in the 2nd round. I think Anton went in the 2nd round. So I don't know how Jalen Duncan fell. I heard a lot about Jalen Duncan prior to the draft, and that's why I didn't put him on Two Shades 24 because he wasn't under the radar. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't underrated. He wasn't under the radar, so I couldn't put him on Two Shades 24. And I wish I did now. But Kayshon Boutte from LSU, wide receiver, one of those people who I was like, yo, he's still dope. He's still available. Just went to the Patriots. Getting close.
Red Horse says this has taken so long that the sun went down at Kadeem spot. Like, yeah. Back to pure Dolphins behind me. Yeah, Joe says he must have medical or character issues. Again, it's one of those things where we'll see in a few years if he's still in the league, and not because I'm saying he's bad, but yeah, could be one where he plays, he doesn't translate to the college game, from the college game, and it's kind of like, okay, cool, fair enough. This is why he fell. This is why, he's not essentially, he never quite panned out. I'm scrolling social media. Um, seen a lot of Dolphins fans saying Andrew Voorhees, Luke Whippler, Zach Kuntz. It's the same few
Mm-hmm.
names,
Yep.
and it's one of those things where it it's normally disappointing. The Dolphins go elsewhere, but again, it's the Dolphins will do what they think is best for the organization. We can always disagree, but that's why you come over to Go Time Dolphins. You let us know if you disagree, whether you agree. We discuss it. You can share your opinion. All opinions are welcome here. We are what 10 picks away.
Yeah, I don't mind going Andre Carter. I ain't gonna lie. Andre Carter, 6'7", 260. I looked it up. He's a DN. That would be Agba's replacement. Emmanuel Agba's replacement would be Andre Carter. Oh, Tanner McKee was drafted to the Philadelphia Eagles. 2Shades24, Tanner McKee drafted to the Philadelphia Eagles. The first time I ever put two quarterbacks on one list, and they both get drafted. Best of luck to them boys. I like them both.
You like them both, Tanner McKee. You said he's a good backup, didn't you?
I said Tanner McKee is a good backup, but I said Jaron Hall will be a starter.
No, again, the only reason I asked is because
AFC East spies are watching. Shout out to Mango Seed.
The only reason I asked is because obviously Jalen Hurts just got that bumper contract in Philadelphia. So for Tanner McKee, it's like you're here, but you're not really going to see the field outside of preseason, essentially.
But that's my point. They still know that they need a backup, and they still drafted a quarterback, and I'm cool with that. Like it's know your personnel. Like if Jalen Hurts gets injured, then what?
I don't know who the backup quarterback is.
That's my point. They're not paying $8 million to Mike White. I know that much.
So who the Eagles backup quarterback?
I don't know.
So they could be paying $7 million to someone.
They're not though.
But they could.
First of all, the Dolphins have this is incentive based to Mike White. I think it's $4 million that can become $8 million, but it's still a lot of money. So I'm just in the conversation of regardless of if you have a quarterback or not, you still need a backup quarterback. Every team needs a backup quarterback that you can trust. That's it. Like
the Eagles backup quarterback is on $5 million. It's Marcus Mariota.
What's that tell you? That they paid $5 million to Marcus Mariota, brought in Tanner McKee, so they could move on from Marcus Mariota, so they don't have to pay him $5 million.
Don't pay him Rendo next season.
They have to pay him this season because
but that's what I'm saying. So the Dolphins are paying Mike White how much?
$4 million.
And the Eagles are paying.
Wait, it's $4 million. Hold up, it's $4 million that could become $8 million.
Okay, so let's try that again. They're paying him $4 million, and they've already got Skylar Thompson, someone on a rookie contract.
Yeah.
So the Eagles don't have someone on a rookie contract. So the Eagles.
We don't. Do we know
that? The other backup quarterback is Ian Book.
Ian Book.
Yeah,
he is on a rookie contract.
Yeah, they picked him up from
Notre Dame.
No, they picked him up from he's a free agent from the Saints. So the Saints let him go, and then the Eagles picked him up.
My point is,
but that's not his rookie contract, is it? He's on a new contract.
It's new because he was released, but it would still be his first 4 years.
Yeah.
So my point is, they just need to get better. Like, why are we stopping at backup quarterback? Like, every position needs to get better, every single one. So if there's a quarterback in this, it's almost like, all right, this is a perfect example. We have DNs. Why would we not pick up a DN if there's one available that's better than the person that we have on our team? That's all I'm saying. So if our backup DN is Emmanuel Agba, if we can get Andre Carter, that is, and then this is a bad example, but if Andre Carter is there, which he is right now, why would we not draft Andre Carter to replace Emmanuel Agba? Because Emmanuel Agba is making more money.
because the whole issue around this backup quarter or this taking a quarterback in the 6th, 7th round, as I said at the time, when you've got 6, 7 picks, cool, do it. No issue with that. When you've got 3 to 4 and you still have positions where you actually kind of need depth, I am not comfortable taking a backup quarterback. As I said, if the Dolphins traded back and finished this draft with 6 picks minimum and take a quarterback, I don't care because you use your other 4 or 5 picks to go and get someone. But right now, so the Eagles, in my opinion, can take a backup quarterback because of they drafted already like 4 or 5 players, and they've got a lot more depth than the Dolphins do. But in my opinion, the Dolphins don't have the same depth that the Eagles do.
But you can't.
I'm not spending a 6th round pick right now, given that I've only picked 2 players in this draft.
But you can't make something out of nothing. You can't pretend like there's players on the board. For example, we have a need at O-line. If there's no good players at O-line, why are you drafting a player that's not graded higher than anybody on your team? But you have a quarterback that's rated higher than Skylar Thompson. So you're just going to draft this player that's not rated higher than the guys on your team just to see if he could work out?
Well, no, I'm in no way saying that, but the option is also, know what, we're trading out of this because we don't actually need a quarterback. And yes, we can bring in someone who's graded higher than Skylar Thompson.
So where are you going to trade to? It's the 6th and 7th round. Where are you trading to? Next year?
If possible, yeah.
So why not pick up the quarterback this year and beat him up?
Because you don't need a quarterback this year.
All right, but look, you don't need him, but you're trading until next year to pick up somebody when you could draft this guy who could replace Mike White this year. So you're forfeiting a backup quarterback because you want to wait till next year to acquire a depth piece. That don't make no sense either.
It also makes no sense to draft a quarterback in the 6th round when you don't need one.
You do need one. We need a backup quarterback. We need a backup quarterback. We're paying too much money for a backup quarterback.
But the Eagles are paying more for their backup quarterbacks.
They're paying. That's why they drafted a quarterback. That's my point. They just drafted a quarterback.
No, but the thing is, they just still pay Marcus Mariota this year. That money is there.
You still have to move on though. So they drafted him now so they can move on from Marcus Mariota next year. You have to do it. Like you can't draft when you have the need. You have to draft before you have the need. And they have the need now so they can move on from Marcus Mariota so they can free up that cap space. It alleviates the cap. It makes you breathe like, yo, we need to breathe. We can't keep paying because they're in their Super Bowl window. Now they're paying 2 quarterbacks. They're paying Marcus Mariota and your boy Jalen Hurts. So they're like, yo, we can't do this. There's no reason to keep paying all these people. Let's go get a rookie.
And that's why I said next year, cool, go and get a rookie. Or this whole conversation.
Why next year though? But why next year? If you could do it this year, why not do it this year?
Because this year, again, so to take it back, because we're going around in circles. This year, I'm looking at, okay, we have other positions that, in my opinion, are more needy than a essentially 4th quarterback who could potentially be the 2nd quarterback in the future.
I understand that. Hold up. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, if the other needs that you have, other positions of need, by the way, if y'all can hit that like for us, if you could subscribe for us, we appreciate you here on Go Time Dolphins. We're having a giveaway today on this episode. We're having to give away a draft day hat. We're giving away 2 draft day hats. In order to enter the giveaway, you have to comment. So leave a comment. We'll put you in the giveaway just by showing up in the comment, these draft day hats. So Kadeem, what I'm saying is, I understand if we have a need and the player is there of need that's better than what we have on the roster, 100% you take that player. Obviously, that's what I'm saying. But if those players at offensive line are not better than what we have on the roster, then you have to draft for other needs. So it's priorities. Like, yo, we have these picks. Now let's draft, go down the priority list.
Give me 2 seconds. DF, are you US or UK based? Also, as we've been discussing this, the Browns drafted Luke Whippler. So that's interesting as well. So yeah. So and again, like I said, if the Dolphins get to the next pick, and their board is completely exhausted, and the best person there, that, you know what, our highest graded player right now is a tight end, so it's a quarterback. I then also think there's a
But
conversation that's like,
I don't think it has to be completely exhausted. I think it could just be highest rated player.
but then that means it's an exhausted.
It's not exhausted
It is
because there's other players on that. It's other players on it. He's just the highest one.
But that's the point I'm making, though. If you've exhausted exhausted was the wrong word. If all those other players are gone, you've got a big board of 200 players, yeah,
Yeah.
and between 150 and 200, yeah.
Yep.
Quarterback is like 174, and then like Luke Whippler's gone. All these guys are gone. It's like, you know what? The highest person left on our board is 174, and it's a quarterback. I'm still okay if they go, do you know what? Especially given, and again, it's one of those things where you, the GM, you don't believe in Skylar Thompson. I understand that. Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel believe in Skylar Thompson. So when Chris Greer comes out and says, we're looking at every single position, essentially not quarterback, I will be shocked if the Dolphins go quarterback in the 6th or 7th round. Now, a lot of it is that, the Tanner McKee, the Jaron Hall, the Stenson Bennett's, all those guys are gone. I understand that. And the Dolphins have said, we will go best player available because, it's competition. But the competition at quarterback is different to competition at other places because you're not playing two quarterbacks in one game unless there's injury. And it's not like you say...
How many times last year did we play two quarterbacks in one game, Kadeem? More than 3.
Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah. But then you're also the one who last year said Teddy Bridgewater is the best backup in the league. And that proved to be...
I believe Teddy Bridgewater was the best backup before the season started. Turns out he wasn't.
Yeah. So it's like, and Teddy Bridgewater has had injury issues in the past, but the concussion, which he never got, was just like, dude. And the Dolphins just had some awful luck at injuries with their quarterbacks. So you kind of get to this point as well, where it's kind of like the reason they're not bringing in, or so far haven't brought in any other offensive line additions, is because they believe that really bad injury luck is gone. And I think that there's an argument to be made that's like, okay, are we bringing a quarterback because we think that injury luck is going to continue and we're going to need to have 4 quarterbacks on this roster because we're going to be seeing 2-3 in a game? Or do we genuinely believe that the quarterbacks in this draft are better than a Mike White / Skylar Thompson?
That's it. That's my point. My point is, shout out to JML. It's principality, Smokey. I'm not going to be shocked if they have a quarterback that's here that they didn't think was going to be here. Like, yo, we didn't think this quarterback was going to be here. And again, if anyone who's just now joining the show, we're talking about backup quarterbacks. We're not talking about replacing Tua. Tua is our quarterback. Tua is going to get extended. Tua is going to take us to a championship on his rookie contract. I believe that. But again, you have to service every single position on the roster. There's no reason for someone to draft somebody who's not going to make the roster if we don't believe he's going to make the roster. Like, yo, we have O-line, we have tight end needs, but this tight end played in HBCU and he's probably not even going to make it. Like, he's probably not even going to make it out of camp. Why are we drafting this guy? You know what I'm saying? Like, no, go to best position, best player available. That's it, man. But we can be done with this conversation. We're 4 picks away from the Miami Dolphins pick. It's coming up. Luke Whippler just went a center who I thought could be a starter in this league. Went in the 6th round, and that was kind of heartbreaking.
Yeah, he was someone who. But then, do you know what? Voorhees is still there.
Yeah.
I'd be
Kadeem Telford's there.
I'd be interested to know if Voorhees is now saying to teams, actually, do you know what? Don't draft me.
Yeah, I doubt. I think that's a bad look if you said that. But I do understand the premise. Like, he would rather go undrafted at this point.
Yeah, and it says, yeah. So when I say don't draft me, it's like no disrespect to you guys, but at this point I'd much rather go and try and find the best pick team, which is a very difficult thing to say and do.
I says lead out. Someone says that.
Yeah. I know. Like Lyle Collins said it when he was getting drafted, but that was for completely different reasons. And yeah, it's just looking at something that has nothing to
Cannot
do.
believe I cannot believe Luke Whippler fell this far, and I cannot believe we didn't get him.
Listen, the Browns have taken Luke Whippler and DeJuan Jones. Like that's interesting. That's telling. The one thing I will say though is that it kind of gets this situation where when you get like this late in any round, like the 20s and stuff, it's annoying when guys go a few picks beforehand. But it's like the Dolphins are where they are because they made the playoffs. I'd much rather make the playoffs and lose out on someone 3-4 picks like the late teens than be in the late teens and not make the playoffs. So
Yeah, well, we're not tripping. Like,
yeah,
whoever gets drafted here probably isn't going to make the team. That's just as real as it gets. This person's probably not going to make the team. Oh, the Commanders drafted Chris Rodriguez Jr.
big fan of yours.
Running back from Kentucky. That is a backfield. Chris Rodriguez and what's dude name that got shot in the leg? Robinson, is it? From
yeah, I know you're talking about.
I
Let
think
us know in the
Robinson.
comments. The
Washington Commanders running back that got shot in the leg last year.
And then came back.
I feel like I want to say it's Robinson for some reason. He came back halfway through the season, or towards the end of the season, not halfway.
I thought it was quite early. Actually, but yeah, it's Oh no, that's a question for you. You say in terms of defensive ends.
Mm-hmm.
You looking at Montez Sweat or Brian Robinson?
Brian Robinson.
You looking at Montez Sweat or Chase Young?
I don't know why.
Washington haven't picked up either of their fifth options.
I don't know why. What you know what I think it is, Kadeem? I think there's some type of we're selling the team and we're not doing y'all any favors. Like I don't know what's going on in Washington because they're selling the team. It's going to be a new regime coming in, and I don't know if the regime is already talking to Washington or what. But how do you not extend the contract, extend a fifth-year option to Chase Young, bro? So the Dolphins won't be on it because we have Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb. But I would love to have Chase Young. That's crazy to me that they didn't extend him.
Again, it could be something which you let Ogba go, you trade him away, and you say, hey, you bring in Chase Young, you have a rotation between Chubb, Phillips, and Chase Young. But again, that's me wishful thinking, trying to play Madden.
Chubb, Phillips, that's a lot of money to have on the bench though, because that's
gonna
be not but that would put some fire under Jalen Phillips because he would have to get his contract. That's just a lot of money. I don't know if you do that because you have $20 million on any given play sitting on the bench. I don't know. That's in essence, that's like bringing in Hopkins right now.
Yeah,
and just having either Hopkins, Waddle, or Hill on the bench for any given play. Like, we really gonna do that? One pick away. Miami Dolphins are one pick away.
Let me turn my TV screen. I don't want to see you on Twitter. Did the Dolphins go defensive tackle? Philip Workman says, take a DT on Matlock, Ajomo, or Redmond. And also, sorry, a few of the comments. Red Horse Adventure says, I wonder if the league is scared to deal with Chris Greer. Dude, they probably are.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard Atlanta was not trying to rock with Chris Greer at all. You notice what was the compensation that the Cardinals got from Houston? There was a trade that was similar to Chris Greer trade, but Miami got way more compensation. I can't remember what trade it was. So yeah, man. People. I've actually heard people don't want to rock with Chris Greer because he was fleecing people. He was fleecing teams.
And yet people want him out. And again, that you're entitled to that opinion. But Chris Greer, in my opinion, is one of the better GMs in the league. Is he perfect? No. I'm in no way saying he's perfect. But he's feared in the NFL for the right reasons. You don't call Chris Greer and get away with it. Let me know when the Dolphins are on the clock. We can turn it up. We can go
Turn up.
mute my TV, or we can go through the process together, get that reaction. I'm excited for it. Definitely excited for it.
We
Feet
made
to the
it.
fire. Pardon?
I said we made it.
Feet to the fire. Position, player. What do you think? Is this pick going to be Andrew Voorhees?
I would want it to be. Like, if I'm the GM, I'm picking Andrew Voorhees because he's not supposed to be here. And he's going to be a starting guard in the league. And O-line is the need. Interior O-line is better for us, but yeah. It would be Andrew Voorhees for me. Let's see what else I got. They're probably not going to announce it. It's just going to pop up they're not going to announce it. It'll just pop up when we see it.
If they're not going to announce it, then I'll have it on my TV then, just so I can.
Oh, wait. They might, because they're in Tottenham.
Oh yeah,
Hotspur, right?
they are.
Yeah,
they're in Tottenham. Tottenham Hotspur. That's where I met and saw Tua for the first time. Legend.
Hey, my dog met Tua.
Mike Gesicki, Emmanuel Ogbar, Christian Walken, Jalen Waddle. Ask questions to all those guys. Again, if you're not subscribed to Go Time Dolphins, what other YouTube shows are saying that they had conversations with these players? So listen, a bit of humble brag. Oh, come on, Miami. Andrew Voorhees, that's the pick I want. That's what I'm leaning towards. If you can get a starter next year, this year,
Miami's on the clock. Go ahead.
Yeah, Andrew Voorhees.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, yeah, these picks aren't usually starters. So when you can mess around and grab a starter that might not start this year, but you can start him next year, like, that's a win. That's a W. I'm not saying that the pick would be Voorhees, but this pick is not supposed to be a starter, and we're going to see what happens.
Not at all. You're going to turn it up so I can
turn up. Yeah, when they start walking out, I got you.
Oh,
but they not. It's just they talking about other stuff right now.
Guys, comments. What do you think the Dolphins are going to do? Is it? Do you want Voorhees? Do you want nose tackle? Spam the chat with some names.
Jose Ramirez, 2Shades24, just went one pick before the Dolphins, a linebacker, edge to Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Tampa have had a nice draft as well, to be fair. But yeah. Ready on the mute button if Charlie gets the whistle out.
Nah, there will be no whistle. I can assure you.
JML says Voorhees. IMAX says I want Voorhees. Hammer says Voorhees or Kuntz. Mango said Bud Light sponsors the draft. JML says Voorhees is the only guy at this pick that'll be a starter. It just doesn't happen. It's mad to think that this pick is being made about a half an hour drive away from me. It's like a 10-minute walk, and then I can jump on like a bus. It's close, and I said I should be there. You just hear in the back of the pick, Andrew Voorhees. That would me just shouting, trying to like just manifest it to. Also, the guys making this pick, that like soccer shirt they're wearing. Yeah. I don't know if it's nice. I don't think it's available, as in for fans and stuff like that. But I wish it was. That'd be pretty dope.
Pick is in.
Hi, I'm Christopher Hernandez. I'm Dolphins Kenny, and we're from Ted Lasso.
You get it?
We're already at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium with the Miami Dolphins, and we know a thing or two about football. No, this is American football. Right. So we have no idea what we're doing here, but we're having lots of fun.
And with the 197th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft,
The Miami Dolphins select Elijah Higgins,
tight end Stanford.
Go Dolphins, face up.
Elijah Higgins, tight end, Stanford. They got him listed as a wide receiver.
Yeah. Tight end. I just got ESPN notification now. And ESPN has him as a receiver as well out of Stanford. Let's see what ESPN says about it. How do you feel about that?
Bro, dude is a receiver. This is like some dang, we move on from Gesicki. You know what I'm saying? To hire to replace him with another Gesicki lookalike. That he's not an inline tight end, bro. He's a slot receiver. He's a big receiver, bro. That they're going to convert the tight end. It is what it is. It's a 6th round pick. You're gonna try to do whatever you can do with pieces back here. I'm okay with it. This just says, yo, we can't pay Mike Gesicki $9 million. And this is what I'm trying to say about Mike White. Like, yo, we can't pay him $9 million for 4 targets a game. You know what I'm saying? We got to get younger here. We're just going to convert a different receiver. This dude is a wide receiver. Elijah Higgins is a wide receiver. And they're going to convert him to tight end.
So Steve Mensch says Higgins is a big target. So this is from ESPN. Higgins is a big target and is at his best working out of the slot, using his wide frame to shield defenders from the ball over the middle. His frame makes him a threat when he gets single coverage in the red zone. He tracks the deep ball well and runs hard after the catch. Yeah, I think I kind of told myself that this is going to be Andrew Voorhees. What's interesting, and again, obviously, this is just and yeah, Red Horse Adventure says, ironically, Gesicki was listed as a tight end and was a wide receiver. Mango C says, can he block?
I don't think so, bro. Dude is a receiver. So if you're going to convert him to a tight end, his blocking is probably going to be minimal. If you just want my off-the-cuff assessment, 30 seconds after the pick, he's a slot receiver that they're going to use like Mike Gesicki. So this is not the inline tight end that everybody wanted. In my opinion, I don't mind it. Again, it's the 6th round. So unless you have some diamonds in the rough back here that you know about, he's not likely to make the team anyway. So this is them saying, let's see what we can do with this dude. They taking more talent and potential than anything else, which I have to trust McDaniel because he's running the ship now.
Yeah, Red Horse Adventure says the theme of this draft to Dolphin fans: trust the process. JML says, I think it's insurance against Easy E not working out. Joe Levesque said his practice squad. Moya TV said, I guess we got our red zone threat when we're in the 10. Tim Caro says, NFL draft page said this about him: gets into blocks with strong grasp and balanced base. Mango Seed reminds us they traded for a blocking tight end earlier. And Jason Keck says he's waited a pick. Shocked. I don't think it's a wasted pick.
I don't know that he isn't, but I would not be surprised if he's a wasted pick, though. I'm not tripping if he's a wasted pick. How many 6 and 7 round picks work out?
Yeah. PFF has it on him. Higgins is worth a flyer on developing into a tight end given his physical tools, but he may be hard to roster while he grows into that position. So yeah, it could just be a practice squad guy. It could be essentially, sounds weird, the Tanner Connor replacement. Tanner Connor was someone the Dolphins really, really liked, but I picked up a...
We replaced Tanner Connor.
So it could be.
But we can't replace Skylar Thompson?
Well, this really weird thing happened where, if you let me finish, Tanner Connor picked up an injury and missed most of last season. So it's like, I think it was like a concussion injury or something like that. Or maybe it was a knee injury. Let me double check. But it's more, you're replacing someone who is injured as opposed to isn't that good at his position, and there's also a project. So yeah, concussion. So again, I'm not saying draft. The Dolphins don't have projects at quarterback. Skylar Thompson played quarterback at college. Tanner Connor is essentially a project tight end. Um, and yeah, this is competition for Tanner Connor as opposed to yeah. More comments. Philip Workman says not impressed. Hammer says Voorhees works out. Red Horse Adventure says after Jonathan Martin, I cringe when we draft Stanford players. JML adds, you right, Red. You right, Red Horse. Just have to try to process and hope the Dolphins love us back. Mango C said jump ball, end zone threat.
You gotta trust the Dolphins love us back.
Coons was IMAX says Coons was available if that's the case. Yeah, Rob, I have no idea who he is. So he's smart coming from Stanford.
Listen, I'm not tripping. It's unlikely that 6 and 7 rounders work out anyway. So to try to jug something up with Elijah Higgins, I don't. Someone did mention that this could be a replacement for Eric Ezukama. I don't think this is the same type of competition. I think Eric Ezukama is a legitimate wide receiver, and Elijah Higgins is going to be a tight end. That's what I think.
Yeah, and
if he makes the team.
Yeah. Steve says he's a developmental player that has the size and tools. No 6th rounder starts unless some injuries. Brady didn't even start right away being a 6th. And again, the interesting thing about the Dolphins coming into this draft was that they had hold/depth issues, didn't have the picks to address all of that. And when you essentially have 2 picks in this, 1 pick in the second, 1 pick in the third, and your next 2 picks in the 6th and 7th round, the frustrating thing is that Andrew Voorhees is there. But I also think, what's the reason why up until now everyone is passing on Andrew Voorhees, especially when his doctors come out and said he's going to be fine. You know, like his recovery is going, you know, according to plan. There's no complications. So obviously it's not a question for the Dolphins, it's a question for the NFL. Why had no one picked up Andrew Voorhees just yet? Are they trying to take him in the 7th or undrafted
for free?
Yeah. And but again, it's like, I understand that if it's not a 3rd or 4th round pick or 5th round pick, but 6th and 7th rounders are flyers, and Andrew Voorhees isn't a flyer. He's a question mark because you don't know how he's going to recover from the injury.
Mm-hmm.
But the question mark is still there no matter who you pick in 6th or 7th round. So who knows? What is interesting is Chris Greer on Friday night says you guys are more worried about the positions, talking about offensive line and tight end than the front office are and the coaching staff, and then takes the tight end and in the 6th round. So
I don't think that was the cater to the mob though.
Oh, like, no, it wasn't.
Because what you don't want to do is address the mob.
Yeah.
The mob is going to be the mob. If you're wasting time addressing the mob, then you're doing something wrong. Like if you trust, and I said it on the other platform. At the end of the day, Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel's careers are on the line. They understand they have 2 years to get us a Super Bowl. That is it. A maximum of a 3rd year after that to bring the Super Bowl home. So they have this year and 2024 to win us the Super Bowl, because that is Tua's rookie contract. And you can do a lot around a rookie contract, a quarterback's rookie contract. So then you could probably stretch it out 1 more season with that 6th year and see what happens if you could go all in. But by that time, just know the cap will be knocking on your door like the Grim Reaper. Like, you thought he was going to avoid me? You know what I'm saying? That's what the cap's going to look like, the Grim Reaper. And then it's up to Chris Greer to wiggle his way out of that. However, if you win the Super Bowl, all is forgiven. It doesn't matter if you go into oblivion for 3 years because you got a Super Bowl. Look at the Rams. They won a championship. They won a championship, but they've been to 2 Super Bowls in the past 5 years. You telling me, as a Dolphin fan, Kadeem, you would not be happy with 2 Super Bowl appearances and 1 ring? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, 2 Super Bowl appearances, 1 ring, but you disappear for 3 years after that. Would you be okay with that?
100%. Because you know what? I'm disappearing in my Miami Dolphins Super Bowl winning hat, Miami Dolphins Super Bowl winning jacket. Open up the jacket, Miami Dolphins Super Bowl winning t-shirt. I've got a replica Miami Dolphins Super Bowl winning ring. I'm gonna go, where have you been for the past 3 years? I'm like, I've been enjoying the Super Bowl. I'm like, yo, where's yours? Yo, Buffalo, where's yours? Oh no, sorry, that's my wedding ring. Imagine having my wedding. Wow.
Where Hannah at? You see this, Hannah? Like, dog not even going to wear the wedding ring. He's going to wear his Super Bowl championship ring. I ain't gonna lie to Kadeem. I wouldn't even be mad at you for
that. Per Chris Kaufman on Twitter at CK Parrot, Elijah Higgins ran a 4.44 handheld, 4.54 electronic at 6'3" and 239 pounds. He's taken snaps for Stanford in line before. He averaged over 7 yards after the catch per reception and broke 17 tackles on 59 catches this year. Mike McDaniel found his Mike Gesicki replacement.
That's Mike Gesicki replacement. Let's be clear. This is not an inline tight end that's gonna be George Kittle. This is a Mike Gesicki replacement.
Yeah. I think, and again, this is, I'm not angry with the pick. Just I would have preferred Voorhees, but again, we know. Shout out to JR Black. Just learned on the platform last night, fam. Happy to see there's another rational thinking, knowledgeable Finn channel rather than delusional Tua hater channel that's been 15-hour daily just bashing Tua. JR, we appreciate you. Let us know whether you're from the UK or the US. We will add you to the draft day hat giveaway, which is currently being modeled by my handsome host Charlie Touche. And don't think I haven't noticed, Charlie's glasses match the brim of the hat and the hoodie. So Charlie, we see you, we salute you. Yeah. Question for you, Charlie. As you do I want to say Justin Powers dance.
Hey, JR, we do appreciate you here on Go Time Dolphins, man. Like my boy Kadeem just said, we have a giveaway. Hit the subscribe, please. Hit the like. We have a giveaway going on.
40 likes, boys. 40
and the only way you can enter the giveaway is if you comment, and you just did that. So you're entered into the giveaway. Just let us know where you are in the world. If you're in the States, let us know you're in the States. Oh, dog said Dade County. Dade County, boy. Gotta love it already. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so we got one giveaway for the UK fans and everyone around the world, and then we have one giveaway for the United States. So draft day hat, y'all not gonna get this one. This is mine, but we'll give you your own. Go ahead. Steve.
King of Finland says the best comp for Elijah Higgins is a familiar name, Charles Clay. Higgins will need to add 10 to 15 pounds to his frame, and when he does, he'll be a replica of Clay from a prototype standpoint.
Charles Clay was decent.
Yeah, he was.
He just got hurt at the end and didn't turn out. And then he went to Buffalo, and Josh Allen came, and he was wide open in the end zone, and Bobby McCain couldn't get to Charles Clay in time. But the last play of the game, Josh Allen threw Charles Clay like 15 yards short. I'll never forget that. That was the last time we beat Buffalo prior to this time last year, prior to our recent win. That was the last time we beat Buffalo. Shout out to Charles Clay. He was pretty good.
He was, yeah,
I
definitely.
ain't gonna lie. If Higgins becomes Charles Clay, no one's tripping. I just temper your expectations. I don't think we're getting anything out of these 6th and 7th round picks.
No, not at all. So here's a question for you and the rest of the chat. Are you double dipping the chip and going Zach Kuntz in the 7th round?
I was never a fan of Zach Kuntz, but I'm a fan of Zach Kuntz in the 7th round.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I didn't believe he should be desired early in this draft. But I'm okay with it, bro.
Yeah, it's I think I'm trying to think. The Dolphins might go defense next and say, hey, leave and Robert says yes. Leave the draft with 2 offensive players, 2 defensive players. Ivan Pace Jr. still on the board, linebacker. Brings to mind. They might go nose tackle. But again, they might go edge. They might go safety. I feel like, again, if I'm the Dolphins, I'm trying to. And I think I said I'd go Andrew Voorhees and then move up for Luke Whippler. Obviously, Luke Whippler's off the board. Voorhees is still on the board.
Crazy.
But dude, go and try and nab him now. Say, hey, we believe in you that much that we had to go and move up. Again, you know better than me. What's it going to cost to move up into the back end of the 6th, early 7th?
Next year 7th or next year 6th.
Yeah, I just feel like you do it before Voorhees becomes a Cowboy, and then in 4 years' time, it's just like, really, they've done it again.
Dolphins' next pick is 34 picks away, 238.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just tell everyone to relax. It's the draft. Let me know the last 6th or 7th round pick that worked out. Although there have been a couple for the matter of fact, the Dolphins, y'all gotta be happy with what the Dolphins did in the stat check, fact check. Can you pull up the last? When did Chris Greer become
2019?
Bring up the drafts from 2019. Let's see what 6th and 7th round picks have been decent. Because I know Blake Ferguson is our long snapper. That's a hit. Myles Gaskin, friend of the podcast, 40 Acres and a Hellcat. I think that's a hit. Then you hit on Skylar Thompson, although feel like we could upgrade. That's already 3 in the past 4 seasons, 4 drafts.
So 2019, 7th round picks, Chandler Cox and friend of the podcast, Myles Gaskin.
All right, so we're going to give a check to Myles Gaskin, correct?
Yep, check to Myles Gaskin.
There's no 6th round pick?
No.
All right, no 2020.
So 6th round pick was tackle Isaiah Prince.
Isaiah Prince. Is that not the one?
I think that's the one that went to Bengals.
Yeah, he went to the Bengals and started in the Super Bowl. Does that not a check? Does that check?
Oh, no, because apparently Chris Greer can't draft offensive lineman.
Hold on. If a dude starts in the Super Bowl and it was a 6th round pick, how does that not check out? Nah, bro, I can't give him. That's a check.
Although, funnily enough, he's so he took over from Riley Reef, started all playoff games and Super Bowl 56 at right tackle.
That's a check. Y'all lying. He's a check. So
he's
2020. So far we hit twice out of 2 out of 3. Go ahead.
2020, 6th round pick Blake Ferguson.
Check. He's still our long snapper.
7th round pick Malcolm Perry.
All right, I can't give you the check on Malcolm Perry. I love Malcolm Perry though. Yeah, but it's not a check.
So a 3 or 5.
3 or 5.
2021, Lionel Coleman and Jared Dokes.
You can't give you Jared Dokes. What's about Lionel Coleman? I don't think we can give him Lionel Coleman either.
No, but I think he leans more toward a check, but he's not someone I'm dependent on.
He
So
leans more towards a check, but all right, I ain't gonna lie, he dresses. He makes
Yeah.
the 53-man roster.
Yeah, but I think
Yeah,
does he make the roster more because of the Dolphins injuries at
right.
offensive
All
line?
right, yeah. So we can't give him the check. So we 3-7 now.
3-7, and then last year, Cameron
Skylar
Good and
Thompson.
Skylar Thompson,
So 4 of 9.
4 of 9. Which I'm sorry,
That's not terrible, bro.
I honestly reckon most teams would want 4 of 9. And
I
again,
think most teams are worse than that.
and I think not to garbage time stat pad our stats, but if you then look at the undrafted guys we've taken as well, we've done well. Dolph won. Oh, actually, Dolph, very quickly, are you UK or US based? I think I have you down.
And to answer your question, do we think they load up on undrafted rookies? 100%. Everybody will maximize their undrafted rookies. We appreciate you rocking with Go Time Dolphins. Please hit the like. Please hit the subscribe. But yeah, you just entered the draft hat giveaway. You're not getting this hat, but you're getting one just like it.
Elijah Higgins has said, he labels himself as aggressive as a blocker. I'm willing to block. I'm willing to get my hands dirty.
Yo, I'm saying everything you need me to say as soon as I get
100%. Right now, I'm saying, yo, I can play tackle. I can play right tackle if you need me to. I can long snap.
Yo, I'm saying everything you need me to say right now, man.
100. Like, yo, I'll play for free. So yeah.
JR, I feel you. Fans need to understand Chubbs was the first round pick. Ramsey was the third round pick. I mean, I feel you, bro.
Yeah, I think there's been a trade in the NFL. Might have just missed it. It's gonna be interesting. Oh, also the two guys who made the pick are from Ted Lasso. I'm sorry, yeah. Call me. Call 5 Yard Lee. Call Simon Kirby. Let us do the pick because the Jets pick was done from, I don't know where it was in London, but the guy who called it was a journalist called Will Gavin, but for TalkSport. I'm a journalist. I couldn't get the call.
And you're a Dolphin fan.
I think he's a Jets fan.
No, I'm just saying you're qualified to make the pick.
Yeah. I am literally 45 minutes down the road. I can walk there, not in 45 minutes.
I ain't gonna lie, Kadeem. You would have helped your case for next season if you went to this one this year. Probably,
yeah. Just stand around and say, "Yo, can I in my Dolphins jacket? Yo, can I do this next year, please?" Trade. Bills receive pick 230 and a 6th round pick in 2024. Houston receives pick 205 in the 6th round.
So 230, a 6th round pick. Is that not what we just said? What would it take to move up? And it's a 6th round pick of next year from next year.
Yeah. But again, Chris Greer did say he doesn't want to move up. So Dolphins once owned a UCLA wide receiver, Thomas Duarte, at tight end. Wouldn't really hype that up, I guess, but yeah, I guess. And yeah, Red Horse, I assumed you was US. I have you down under the US.
Hey, is Zach Evans, running back from Ole Miss, doesn't get drafted? Expect to see him in Florida as an undrafted free agent. He came, he visited Miami. Miami wanted to look at him, so we drafted Achane. The Achane runs through South Florida now. All aboard the Achane. Turn down the speakers. All aboard the Achane. All aboard. Achane running through South Florida.
You didn't really give people time to
I thought I did, bro. I thought that was plenty of time.
No, you didn't. No, you were like, turn on the speakers. Woo, woo. It should be like, yo, turn on the speakers. and then
Yeah, I
go.
felt like it was plenty of time, bro.
Let us know in the comments. Was that plenty of time?
Was that?
Also-
I thought I gave you enough time to turn down the speakers, bro. So anyway, if Zach Evans, since you drafted Achane, I don't know if you draft another running back. Maybe you just hope he comes to visit. Like, yo, we hope you come as an undrafted free agent. And Zach Evans, if Zach Evans doesn't get drafted, he will be a Miami Dolphins undrafted free agent. And I wouldn't bet bread on it, but I would like to think he will come to Miami over all the other teams.
So Chris Kaufman also says, not sure I've ever seen an offense this fast. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Raheem Mostert, known to be among the fastest defensive players in the NFL. Chosen Anderson ran a 4.36. Braxton Barrios, the slowpoke in inverted commas, with a 4.44 speed. Now they add a 4.30 speed running back and a 4.50 speed tight end. Vince Kane said, "Whistle busted my eardrum, dude. I know."
Hey, I told you to turn it down, bro. I gave the warning shot. You know what I'm saying? This is the warning whistle. You feel me? Dang, I pop bros, my bad, bro. Hey, you in the States? Fins and Canes?
Yeah.
You in the States? Where you at? Where you located? Give us a subscribe, share, like.
You know what?
Giveaway coming up.
Giveaway coming up. Winding down the NFL draft. We are
30 spots away from the Dolphins' next pick. 30 picks away.
You can come.
Hey, I got you, Red Horse. Next time I'm gonna say all aboard, and then I'm gonna blow the whistle. I got you. That's how I'm gonna do it.
What was I gonna say? Whistle, what whistle? I've been pressing the mute button for the last 4 hours. Been waiting for that. Yeah, it's. Oh, here's a question for you, Charlie.
What we got?
You are famed for saying kickers and punters shouldn't wear numbers.
Hey, listen. The same way the NFL just allowed single digits to be a thing, and for skilled position players, and they just opened 0 for skilled position players. I don't believe kickers and punters should have numbers. I think the kicker should wear a K and the punter should wear a P. That's what I think. I'm just saying.
So then question, should kickers and punters be drafted?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So that's just,
that's cool. Sure.
If they don't get numbers, then like, if anything, there should be like, just, hey, you're undrafted, I'm bringing you in, and you go from there.
I'm just saying, like, if they're still football players, they just want different rules. Like, they're not football players. Like, oh, you can't block the kicker or punter too hard after he kicks the ball. Like, yo, so you just gonna kick the ball and run off the field? You know what I'm saying? If you don't even practice with the team, I'm not even making this up. You don't even practice, bro. You don't even gotta come to the meetings with the team. Like, nah, bro. You got to get this K and you got to get this P. That's it. Just put the K and the P on your jersey. Be happy that it's not in high vis, that you're not wearing this illuminated highlighter yellow or highlighter orange vest. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, you should get a K and a P and leave the good numbers to the skill position players.
Yeah. I messed up. Talking to myself here, sorry, work stuff.
And I'm about to be right back, Kadeem.
Yeah, it's cool. No worries. I need to sneeze as well. Oh, didn't mean to sneeze. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's I'm having an absolute mare here. You don't say that in the US. Absolute mare. I think also yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Cool, not an issue. Thank you, Robert, for saying bless you. Being from England, my football team, I'm a Man United fan for my sins, I'm afraid. Yeah, Tucker is someone who, yeah, he's earned his number. I think at some point Jason Sanders earned his number, and I think he also lost his number. I guess I'll wait until Charlie comes back to say this point. I try and work out what I'm doing tonight. How is it 10 o'clock? I didn't realize it's 10 p.m. This draft started at 5 p.m. I can't believe it's not late, but yeah, it's annoying that my evening, like, I can't even Sunderland. SAS, I should have noticed that. Can we keep Ahmad Diallo? I've said, and so first of all, Finns, are you a Man United fan in the US or a Man United fan in the UK? Just so I can or anywhere in the world, just so I know what part of the giveaway to add you in. Second of all, Ahmad Diallo. I think I've said if you guys get promoted, then I'd definitely send him back to you. Let him continue his development there in the Premier League. I would want to send him to the FM next FM. I play FM. I want to send him to the Premier League team next year to continue his development. So, unfortunately, if you don't make it up this year, I wouldn't send him back to you. But definitely appreciate you again looking after him for a year. Finns and Kane, thank you very much. You were in the US. I've got you in the right place. Ten Hag is definitely the man. We definitely need a striker. And yeah, I'm at you again. You guys can see it's hold on. If you can see that outside, it's dark. Like it's dark. So, and I haven't even had dinner yet. So it started at 5 p.m. It's now 10 p.m. Yeah, we've been streaming for 5 hours. Would be great if I had my evening back, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's a good thing Hannah Montana isn't here as well because she would be angry that I've waited her entire evening. So, I've got your email, Tim. Let me add you to the WhatsApp group. Robert, what was your draft snacks? Everyone else, what were your draft snacks? What I think you can't go wrong with buffalo wings. I'm getting a shadow on my face. Red Horse Adventures. Currently, the Dolphins have 3 7th-round picks on the roster. Yes, Skylar Thompson, Miles Gaskin, and Jason Sanders. Mango Seed. Come on, ride the train. Hey, ride it. Great song. Absolutely great song. If US sports done chants like the UK did, that'd be great. What they should do though is when Achane scores a touchdown, that should be the touchdown song. That would be amazing. Tim, hopefully you are added to the group in mere second once I work out to use an iPhone, like I've been doing that for the last Lord knows how long. Let's add your name. Let's add I think it's a chips and then dip, then hot dogs. What dip do you use, Robert Ashton? And also for everyone in the US, chips are what you guys call French fries. Yeah, good old fish and chips. Add participants is your name. Okay, give me a second, Tim. Come on, ride a train and ride it. Oh, now you got me singing that song for Tim. I'm sending you a text with the group. Okay, that's not important right now. None of that is important. I talk to myself a lot. Apologies. Should be talking to you guys. 7th round. I don't know if it's. Don't think we started the 7th round yet. So You put chips with salsa. I hope you mean you have like Doritos or something. And then you then put that in, dip that into salsa. Tim, I've sent you a text to join the WhatsApp group. Let me know if you don't get it. That's interesting. 41 trades during the 2023 draft. That's an all-time record with plenty of picks to go. You would have to assume that if the Dolphins had more picks, they would have traded at some point. We are on 44 likes. Guys, can we get to 50? Can we get to 50 before the stream? That would be amazing. I don't know how we get to 50 before the stream, but if you're here, if you haven't liked the video, Tim, great. I'm glad you got it. If you haven't liked the video, do so now. If you haven't subscribed and you're watching, subscribe. We do giveaways. We have interviews with players. In the last 2 years, we've had Devon Holland, Miles Gaskin, OJ McDuffie, and we've had William Hayes twice. Hayes, they're all great players. We are privileged to have any Dolphins player on, former, current. It's amazing. We feel very privileged to have that. Question for you guys. Should I move my mic? I feel like everything's just in the way. I've gone for like a lower mic as opposed to a mic which like hangs down because it kind of gets annoying. So I'm kind of going for, especially like when I'm playing video games and stuff like that. So yeah, I keep Mango Seed says I made new and improved bang bang sauce today. Mayo, sweet chili sauce, habanero, garlic and jerk. Patent pending. If you get up and running, come sponsor the show. Go Time Dolphins sponsored by Mango Seeds Bang Bang Sauce. That sounds dope, This is the Go Time. Sorry again. We can have the Easy Money sponsored by Mango Seeds Bang Bang Sauce. Ayo! Oh, Charlie's not here. It's Go Time Dolphins, the Miami Dolphins podcast that goes not only across the pond, but across the world. I'm Kadeem Simmons. I've got my host with me, Charlie Touche. It's always by the fans and for the fans. Your favorite podcast. The by the fans always sounds wrong to me. For the fans and by the fans. But I got it right. Everyone, you can all tell Charlie, he's right here. Guys, do not lie. Do not lie. Charlie is back. Charlie, I just nailed the intro. He's on mute. He's probably still doing stuff. Guys, you all heard it. You all know. I nailed the intro 100%. I saw that IMAX. Cowboys drafted one of the executive's son, Juice Vaughn. That was a rare Cowboys beautiful moment. What's interesting, and that's not to belittle the pick that that the Dolphins or that Dallas pick, but people said that sorry, 2 secs. Welcome to the group, Tim. People said the only reason Cam Smith was drafted was because he went to school with Landon Greer, Chris Greer's son, which is just silly. And yeah, you can see Chris Vaughn, the Cowboy scout, crying tears of joy as the Cowboy drafted his son. Wish him the best of luck in Dallas, but obviously it's going to be difficult given who's ahead of him. Thank you, Robert. Yeah, I did. No, I nailed it. I did nail it. 100%. I nailed it. Fins and Kane says, was hoping at least a sixth rounder for Cedric Wilson, needed cap money. I think a lot of people were. I think it's one of those things where best case scenario, the Dolphins would have added extra draft capital with the likes of Cedric Wilson leaving, but maybe people didn't want to take on his contract. We don't know these things. So again, he's not awful. So perhaps the Dolphins feel that he has more value inside the building right now than elsewhere. Thank you, IMAX. I think I've done okay with the intro. As we wind down, obviously more long term and stuff. I expect the Dolphins to be very, very, very heavy in terms of undrafted free agents. Obviously, only having 4 picks, made 3 of them. You ideally want to come out of the draft with 5, 6, 7, and the Dolphins kind of never really had a chance of doing that unless they did what myself and Charlie did on some of our mock drafts and moved back multiple times to acquire more draft picks. The Dolphins are normally quite heavy in undrafted guys because again, you never know who you can find. You give a guy a chance. You say, "Hey, come see what you're made of." What number is the last pick? I don't know, Mango Seed. Let's stack check. 2023 NFL draft picks. That's really loud. Enter. The picks. That's round 6. So we've got 4 more picks in. Joe reckons it's 246. We've got 4 more picks in the 6th round. Then we had the 7th round. And the 7th round, the final pick of the NFL draft, is currently with the Rams, and it's pick 259. So it's currently pick 259 is the last pick. The Rams currently have missed a relevant pick. The Dolphins are picking 238. Somehow, if Andrew Voorhees is there, do you take rate away? That would be ideal, but you have to imagine that the 7th round, someone's going to take him. Greer said they were trying to do the right thing for Wilson, so it will play out. May not be this season's pick, but he'll be moved. And yeah, I think Chris Greer does seem like he's quite fair in that kind of sense. It's like, we aren't just going to send you to a team where you're going to be catching passes from me, essentially. You want to send him to somewhere where he has a chance of playing meaningful snaps, but also the Dolphins get good compensation. So we'll see how that goes. Rob asked, "Is Voorhees good?" Andrew Voorhees, I believe, done his ACL at the combine. He would have been a round 1, round 2 guard. And I think even after he tore his ACL, he kept on going, kept on like doing some of the drills, like I think the bench press and stuff. So sounds like a really good, good character dude. You can see why teams haven't drafted him yet because he's missing the entire year. So even if you're drafting people who might not make your roster, they're making your roster, like they have a chance of playing this year, of at least practicing. You bring in Andrew Voorhees and he's not seeing practice. He'll be in the building, but it is what it is. So listen, I wouldn't have been surprised if teams took him in the 6th or 7th. Rob, just seen your email. But at that point, it's just kind of like, it is what it is. You kind of hope that I'm doing so much things right now. Yeah, really, really bad luck. It's never nice getting an injury, but getting an injury in the draft process, which rules you out for the entire season, no, that's awful. Absolutely awful. And I just hit my elbow. Not a funny bone, but it's annoying. So yeah, we'll see how things play out. Trying to do. Hope Charlie's okay. Hope he hasn't fallen or anything. Do. So my parents are playing music downstairs, hearing it. I need to eat soon as well. Do. How have you guys found the draft so far? What's been? Let me know in the comments. What's been your favorite Miami pick, and I guess your worst? And there's 3 picks to pick from, so it's not like you have loads. But let me know what you think. Yeah, I'm interested to know. Off the bat, I think my favorite is probably the Cam Smith. Like I love DBs. And I think just because of who was on the board at the time, Higgins. But again, that's not his fault. I would have taken Andrew Voorhees. It's one of those things where Dolphins. Andrew Voorhees is the kind of person who, when he does make his NFL debut and starts playing, and he's actually amazing, everyone's going to go, "Wow, how did he go where he did?" Even though he was injured. So yeah, let's see how it plays out. Yeah, Elijah Higgins. Very interested to see his future in the NFL. How the Dolphins play it. Could be someone who we see a lot in preseason, just so he kind of gets used to that position. I'm not the biggest fan of trying to convert a wide receiver into tight end. Again, you might not be the biggest Zach Kuntz fan, but he's the most traditional tight end. But if Higgins is right in when he says, he's an aggressive blocker, he's willing to learn, then I can kind of understand why. I would like to see. I'm always interested to see what these guys say about the pre-draft process, whether they met with the Dolphins, whether they didn't, whether they had any idea it was coming, how they find that draft process overall. Do not need FaceTime. Do not. Wackadim. But no, I think we're now in the 7th round. But we don't know yet. People are saying that George Clark, the defensive tackle, is still available. The Dolphins are in the situation. Yo, Charlie's back.
Zach Evans went to the Rams.
Oh, okay, cool. I was saying, did you see the Cowboys draft Juice Vaughn?
Yeah.
And his dad's obviously a scout.
Yeah.
And no, I'm not trying to do tit for tat or anything like that, but people accuse, and some Dolphins fans accuse the Dolphins of picking Cam Smith because he went to college with Chris Greer's son. And it's like, that's the only reason why they made the pick. But everyone's saying, it's a lovely thing for the Cowboys to draft the scout son. It's like, you can't have one rule for one, not for the other. So, but no.
I mean, hey, proof's gonna be in the pudding. If Cam Smith don't pan out, I don't mind hitting him with it. Like, yo, why we draft Cam Smith? I ain't gonna lie, I co-signed the pick because he's on Touche's 24. But to be real with you, Cameron drafted Ted Ginn Jr. too high because he knew his family. So I understand the reservations.
San Francisco 49ers took D Winters. I liked him at linebacker. Red Horse Adventures says He sent every team a letter written by his doctors detailing that he had a successful surgery and is currently rehabbing the injury daily, per Adam Schefter. And yeah, that's why it's like, if his rehab is going smoothly, why not take a flyer on him in the 7th? Red Horse Adventures says, I know Ted Ginn's family.
Hey,
That's
I'm just saying that's pretty cool that you know his family, but if you had to draft him, would you draft him 6th overall, 8th overall? Like I think that's where we drafted him. He was like a top 10 pick. And that's some of the backlash that the Dolphins got. And I think that may be why Chris Greer is getting some backlash with Cam Smith. But Cam Smith is a dude.
Yeah.
Hammer.
Reason says, when the Dolphins make their pick, they'll be on 69 players on the roster. They need to get to 90 by training camp. Dolphins are going to bring in a lot of guys.
Yeah,
not just undrafted free agents, but you might see a DJ Fluker, you might see a Kareem Hunt, you might see a Reuben Foster, just simply because they need to get to 90.
Red Horse said it was sarcasm. That
Yeah,
was the Chris Greer voice, the Cam Cameron voice.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have brought. Oh well.
You still can.
Nah, that's right. I could wait till next round. Oh, 20 picks away. 20 picks away. Count down. 20 picks away. About to have this giveaway too. Giveaway coming up. To enter the giveaway for your draft day hat, the hat that looks like the one I got on right now. To enter the giveaway, you have to subscribe, like, and comment. You got to leave a comment to get this so you can enter, so we know who's entered in the giveaway.
And if you are commenting for the first time, comment whether you're from the UK, US, or wherever, so I can add you to the relevant bit.
Yeah, so we're having a UK giveaway because my dog is from the UK. My dog is in London. Kadeem, you in London, Kadeem?
I am, yes.
Cheers, mate. And I'm from the crib, Miami, Florida, born and raised in the county of Dade. So we're having a UK giveaway and a US giveaway. So comment where you're from, and we'll put you in the UK giveaway or the US giveaway.
For
the Lions did. Sam Laporta, Brian Branch. Let's see what the Lions do here. Sherrod Steve was getting on the Lions.
Why is that?
Because he said they drafted Gibbs and Campbell too high. I'm like, bro, at least they got their dudes. You don't want to be stuck in the wind.
Yeah. But didn't they take someone? I'm seeing the Lions draft because I think someone said Detroit Lions 2023 draft picks. That's 9.
They took Sam Laporta, the tight end, because they needed to replace Hawkinson. Hold up. Didn't Laporta go to Iowa too?
He did, yeah.
That's where Hawkinson went.
Yeah. And then they got Hendon Hooker as well.
Where's Steve at? Where's Steve at, bro?
But it's funny because, okay, say the Lions took Hendon Hooker at 12, Jahmyr Gibbs at 18, Jack Campbell at 34, and then at 45 took Sam Laporta. Like, they got their guys. That's the most important thing for them, obviously.
Dang, I cannot wait for Jaren Hall to make me famous.
I think the Jets took Zach Kuntz.
Did they? Pick is in. Selection. Look at Kadeem spoiling picks. Jets took Zach Kuntz, Old Dominion tight end.
Apologies. People are tweeting about it on Twitter about the name, so I was like, okay, I thought that was well known. Apologies. I won't do it again. Yeah.
Indianapolis is up next. We're getting closer to the Dolphins pick. I like it.
100%.
We're gonna have the giveaway after the Dolphins pick. After we talk about the Dolphins, we're gonna have the giveaways. Yeah. Dang, bro. It's crazy, bro. How I could just sit here. Oh, now Sharon Steve's a funny guy.
What's he said?
I said, how you feel about the Lions draft now? He said, makes more sense. Apparently they hated Swift. But yesterday he was saying, oh, it makes no sense. Like, yo, he's on the expiring contract. You got to move. If you're not going to sign him, you got to move him. And then you got to replace him.
Yeah. Someone says, can't wait to get Super Chat on here. Charlie, I asked everyone while you were away. Favorite pick for the Dolphins so far and the worst, even though you've only had 3 picks.
Favorite pick for the Dolphins?
Yeah.
Did you not see the Devon Achane reaction?
I do have to ask.
Bruh, hey, Devon Achane was my favorite pick because I've done 100 mocks, like on all kind of mock draft simulators, just mocking for the Dolphins and mocking for different organizations. Like, oh, if I was the Broncos GM, this is what I'll do here. If I was the Texans GM, this is what I'll do here. Definitely not do what the Texans did. That's a lot of compensation. They gave up next year's first, this year's second, and next year's third to move it back up to get Will Anderson. I would not have done that. So all those mocks that I did, if I was mocking as a Dolphins GM, I didn't draft Achane because I didn't think the Dolphins would draft Achane. I'm like, yeah, Dolphins probably wouldn't go Achane here. I do believe Tajee Spears was the 3rd best running back in the draft, but I thought Achane was the 4th best running back in the draft. And I just didn't think Achane fit the mold of McDaniel's running backs. So for McDaniel to say, gotcha, and he's a Dolphin, he was the first name on Touche's 24 list this year. And I was just so excited to have Achane, bro. He's going to be a kick returner, punt returner. He may be able to challenge you for the RB1 spot, but he's gonna every time he touches the ball, he can go to the house. You said worse? Did you say best and worst?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a worse. I think 6th-round pick is a 6th-round pick, so there isn't a worse yet. I mean, in order, we could just put it in order as Achane, Cam Smith, and then Elijah Higgins. But I don't think it's not. Ask me in 3 years if it's a bad pick, and then I'll be like, yeah, that Elijah Higgins pick was terrible. But even still, it's a 6th-round pick. We just did the math on 6th and 7th rounders. They usually don't make it, but the Dolphins have a good track record of 6th and 7th round picks.
Yeah. I said while you were away, it's more a case of obviously Voorhees was available there. Would have liked him, but it is what it is. You can't complain too much. Sorting out my Sunday plans. Charlie, man, it's 10:30 at night. That's my day. My entire day is gone. This is going to finish at like 11 o'clock. That's bedtime. I need to eat dinner. Man.
Bro. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I typically watch the draft from like my bed or my couch with a pillow underneath me getting fat. You know what I'm saying? So this was kind of like working the draft. It's a little different. I can't hear what everyone's saying. I can't find the diamonds in the rough. I can't listen to see who I missed on and who I wish I put on the list. I ain't gonna lie, this is different. But I love the draft, bro. And again, it's probably why I'm single. Because if I had a chick, she'll be like, "Yo, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing?" I would have been like, "My bad." Kadeem had to do with his fiance.
She had plans without me today, so not much I can do about that. I would love to know why no one's taken Andrew Voorhees yet. I feel like whenever we say that, then
I think we know why though, Kadeem. He has a torn ACL.
Oh, and again, that's
they can't use him right away. So they're feeling like, yo, if I can't use this dude right away, there's a chance I could draft somebody in this draft that I could use right away. So why would I take him if I can't use him right away? I think that's what they're thinking.
Oh no, and I did say that because I said, you know, even the fly you take in the 7th round, they can do something this year. Andrew Voorhees can't. But you know, you also think you give yourself the opportunity to make sure that you have Andrew Voorhees on your team for a year, and not, you know, watch him go to Dallas and, you know. You are more than welcome. Roy Smith says, "Thank you for giving up your day for us, guys."
Hey, we appreciate the appreciation, man.
Robert Ashton says, "I started my day listening to you guys, and I'm going to finish my day listening to you guys." Joe Levesh says, "I take vacation days from work, and I take Sunday also for the wife." Fins and Canes, and I assume talking about Andrew Voorhees. Take him and pop him for next year. And yeah, that's just, you know,
100%.
Yeah.
And any team that has the luxury of having a good team and can pick back here should do that. Any good team that has like whether it's the Chiefs or the Eagles, they should do that, right?
Literally, those are the two teams I thought of straight away: Chiefs and Eagles.
But if your team is terrible, you should also do that as well, because you probably have a whole bunch of picks. It's the middle tier teams that are on the cusp that shouldn't do this. You see what I'm saying? So, and the last teams that should do it are those who absolutely need it. So if you're in the middle tier, you probably wouldn't do it. But if you're at the bottom of the barrel, knowing that you're going through a rebuild, then you want to rebuild with someone who you know is going to be there long term. And I think Voorhees would be there long term. If you're a team that's yo, I have the luxury and I could afford to sit this dude, then you want to do it as well. But if you're the middle of the road, barely making the playoffs, barely out of the playoffs, you probably don't want to do it, because you need as much help as you can get right now. Right now.
Oh, it's gonna be
14 picks away.
Fins Kane says, "Appreciate you guys also for all the content, and at this point, what's really available to help this year? Yeah, you know, you're taking guys who you think can, you know, surprise you and be amazing. I always find the 6th and 7th rounds when you start seeing kickers and punters go. Kickers, punters, long snappers, you know, the special teamers. Unless you're the Bucs and you take a kick with the Bucs that took the kicker in the 2nd round.
It was the Bucs, and he busts, bro.
Yeah, like
and he busts.
Did he not miss a kick in college and then got to NFL? Was just like, yeah, this ain't.
Yeah, he did. I think he missed he never missed in college ever, and then he busts.
That's mental. That's why, you know, some people might believe that you don't draft kickers and punters, but yeah, we'll see. We shall see how it goes. I do believe the Falcons are on the clock at the moment. I also kind of think like, what's the time in between these picks? Is it 3 minutes?
No, 5 minutes. But I think they draft before the 5 minutes is up.
When you get to 7th round, 3 minutes. Like you don't like let's be this along. Like I'm not doing this whole 7th round, 3 minutes maximum. Like you should really know what you're doing when you get this far down.
But I ain't gonna lie, I feel like back in the day, first of all, shout out to everyone in the comments that were around long enough to remember when all 7 rounds was in one day.
I was gonna say when night 1 was the first, second, and third round.
Bruh, the whole draft was one day long. It was the whole day. And I kind of think it was like 15 minutes a pick.
Nah.
I'm dead serious, bro.
Impossible. Because that's a whole 2-day thing.
What's the math on that?
How many? 256 picks?
7 rounds, 15 minutes a pick, 32 teams.
I'm not mapping that.
Hold on, I'm gonna do it right
now. Silence is never good for a podcast, so I will talk while Charlie does that. Miami's back in the bottom ticker.
So I think it's 56 hours. So I guess that might not be the right math. But I'm telling you, I'm telling you, bro, it was like 7 rounds, bro, one day. So I guess it wasn't 15 minutes. But yeah, bro, it was a long time. It was like the whole day, bro.
And no, okay, if they did that, I wouldn't live stream it. Like I'm doing, I have to go toilet. Like, let's not be silly.
I'm gonna try to find it on Google. NFL draft 1990. Let's do it there.
We are edging closer. Joe says, I only remember 2 days sat and sun in New York. I'm 42. Robert Ashton said, did you just see the guy who went out to Falcons pick, shut down a Patriot fan in the audience? I didn't see that. Roy said it would start early afternoon. And then Philip Workman said, yep, 28-3, good one. We've heard that before. Yeah. I think as a Patriot fan and Falcons fan going at it. Still can't believe. Sorry.
It says it was 2 days. 12 rounds. What? Bruh, I need to find this. Like, the next episode we have, I'm going to have the actual factual length of the entire draft. It was long, bro. It was like the whole day, bro. I feel like they just recently changed it like 10 years ago. That's what it feels like. But I guess it was longer than 10 years ago.
Red Horse Adventures says, I remember when they had to call in the picks and had those cool helmet phones.
Yeah.
Roy Smith says, at this point, I'm more excited about UDF. And yeah, I can see that. If Andrew Voorhees doesn't get drafted, you would have to think he's at the top of most people's, like, you call him now and says, yo, we're taking you as an undrafted free guy. Like, here's the contract we're going to offer you. It's going to be money to come play in Miami.
Hey, do you call, I don't know if you call them before your last pick. Like, hey, we're not going to take you, but can you come visit us? Like,
I feel like there've been players who have said they got the call in like the 7th round saying, you know, especially it might be different.
But we don't know if they use that last pick though.
I'm saying, yeah. If you use that last pick, it's like, hey, we just picked, so we didn't pick you, but we want to take you.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, man. I think. But even as an undrafted free agent, you get to choose what teams you want to go to, what team you want to go to. As far as you can look at the roster, like, you know what, I like my chances here. Then you could do I want to live in Northeast United States? Do I want to stay in that blizzard riddled town? Like I don't want to go up there in the cold. You know what I'm saying? Like you get to look at rosters, you get to look at geographics, you get to do a lot of stuff.
Hey, you look at Miami's roster. There's a starting space at left guard.
And the contender, like they might be a contender.
It's a contender. No state income tax. Like not
Straight
many
up,
other
state income tax, all that, bro. I need all that. Where's my family at? Where's my family located? Do I want to stay close to home? It's almost like picking a college, but you get benefits, different benefits now.
Yeah.
Do I really want to go out the East Coast, West Coast? You get to pick what coast you want to live on and everything.
Yeah.
See the roster, all the good stuff.
What pick?
Playoff team, non-playoff team. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I just said what pick are we on?
227. 227. Jaguars picking 10 picks away.
Oh, it's taking so long.
This guy.
Dude, I'm hungry.
Oh, you hungry?
I'm hungry. It's 11:45. Oh, sorry. Yeah, essentially 11:45. Shout out to Philip. Shout out to Rob. Shout out to all the UK guys in the chat. Robert, everyone from the UK, everyone from the US. I'll be interested to know if you're not in the UK or you're not in the US, where are you? Where are you based? Where are you from? Because we are the Miami Dolphins podcast that goes not only across the pond but across the world. So yeah, let us know.
Kadeem tried his hardest to get that, but shout out to Red Horse. Yeah, Voorhees coming in with something to prove. Not only is he coming in with something to prove, he lost millions of dollars this draft. Millions of dollars. I only know what it's like to lose 20,000. For those who don't know, listen. For those who don't know, if you're new to Go Time Dolphins, we have an easy money segment during the season, and I give you the best bets to take on a Dolphins game. So this draft, I thought about having an easy money segment for the draft, but we didn't do it. So I took it upon myself to, you know what, I'm gonna place like $500 worth of bets in the draft, and I was gonna take CJ Stroud. Second quarterback taken, and then also the pick of is the second pick going to be a quarterback or not? And then there's a plus 4,000 for Miami's draft picks. It was plus 200 for tight end. Who will be Miami's first pick? What position? Plus 200 for tight end, plus 200 for O-line, plus 4,000 for corner. So I missed the CJ Stroud pick because the app wasn't letting me pick, basically. So I had $500 to spend. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to put all $500 on the Dolphins taking the corner. If it hits, it's $20,000. And if it doesn't hit, I was going to spend this money anyway. And then I didn't do the bet. I still have $500 in my my DraftKings account. And then the Dolphins ended up taking the corner, and I would have hit for $20K, and I didn't do it. And it pains me right now. I'm probably going to lose sleep tonight, but it is what it is. But Voorhees, on the other hand, tore his ACL during the combine, would have had millions of dollars, would have went drafted in the third round or higher, and he blew it. He blew his ACL, and now he has to compete for a team for 4 years before he gets an actual contract. So, I only lost a little compared to that. So shout out to Andrew Voorhees. I hope he lands on his feet. But yeah, man, ouch. Rob is for real. That thing hurt, bro. Like it hurt kind of telling the story too. I ain't gonna lie to
you. Red Horse Adventure said, soon to be in the Philippines. I'll be watching games at 7 a.m. That's crazy.
I like it. Football for breakfast.
100%. Hammer says, okay, I am feeling a lot better about the pick. Gets into blocks with strong grasp and balance based. Read that and made me feel a lot better. That's on Higgins, the wide receiver converting to tight end. And yeah, Rob says, I guess Cam Smith is going to have to ball out for you to forgive the 20K. I'm not gonna lie, I can't forgive that.
I ain't gonna lie, yeah, that's gonna hurt. That's a story I'm gonna tell for the rest of my life. Like, bro, go with your gut. You win some, you lose some, but you live. You live to fight another day. And I was gonna spend the 500 on a bet anyway, and I should have just put it all on it instead of being all reserved. Can't play scared.
Yeah,
I was gonna put 500 on 3 bets. I was gonna put 100. I was gonna put 100 on the Dolphins. I was gonna put 200. 200 on CJ Stroud being the second quarterback, and 200 on CJ Stroud. Some another bet I can't remember. But yo, you still tipping picks, Kadeem? No, you can't do nothing with Kadeem, bro. You can't watch no movie with Kadeem.
Rapsy tweeted.
He's gonna spoil it.
Tweeted.
So why you can't react like you got some sense, bro? Like, why you spoiling stuff? I can tell you what the pick is now. I can tell you what it is.
What is it?
I can tell you. It's probably gonna be Andrew Voorhees to the Ravens.
To who?
To the Ravens.
We'll see.
Kadeem over here tipping picks. Don't watch a delayed draft with Kadeem, y'all. He's gonna tip the picks.
I'm not even watching the draft. I'm literally looking at Twitter. That's all I did. I looked at Twitter and Rapsheet tweeted.
Let's see what we got. 9 picks away from the Dolphins. Andrew Voorhees to the Ravens. Hey, this is why we don't watch the games live either, because Kadeem's gonna spoil that too. He's gonna be like, touchdown, and I'll be like, bruh, like, I'm be like delayed, like, yo, I didn't see the touchdown, Kadeem.
One, you're ahead of me, so you be spoiling stuff. That's the first thing. 2, literally, I've got Twitter open. Rapsheet tweeted.
So why you gotta tell us what he tweeted?
I didn't say anything. What did I tell you?
Your body language told us.
That's me telling. My mouth didn't say nothing.
This guy.
I'm just saying.
This guy.
Fair play to the Ravens.
Oh, give the 500 as a giveaway? No, I'll pass on that, Red Horse. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You feel me? Hey, Robert, I love to play poker with Kadeem too, because this dude here, boy, for real.
I don't play poker.
Yeah, I bet. I know why.
Because I never learned to play poker. Just did.
Because you need a poker face. You'll just tell your hand the whole time.
No, I just never so I just don't play poker. Like, dude, I can lie.
Kadeem snitching. It's a Red Horse. It's a Kadeem snitching.
I'm an excellent liar. I just don't play poker. They're two different things.
Hey, what's your karaoke go-to karaoke song, Kadeem?
Don't have one. I've never done karaoke before.
Kadeem, if aliens came to the world, to Earth, and said, we have designated one person. Matter of fact, this is a question for everyone in the comments. We're 8 picks away from the Dolphins, so we can get everybody. Kadeem is worse than the whistle. Hey, we're gonna ask everyone in the comments. If aliens came to Earth and said you have to sing one song and can't miss a word, so you have to sing the whole song. You don't have to sing it well. You don't have to be a great singer. You just have to know all the words to one song. What song would it be for you to save the fate of the Earth? You have to know all the words to one song. What's your song, Kadeem?
I'm worse than the whistle, so I ain't singing anything, and the world's ending. End off.
Dog is petty, dog. Y'all see this petty, man? This dude is petty, bro.
I'm petty
Kadeem,
and I'm a liar.
Worse than the whistle, bro. Now you being worse than the whistle, Kadeem. What song we got? To save the world, the fate of the world. What song y'all singing?
Rob says,
you gotta know every single word to the song.
Rob says Sandstorm Darude. I know the song. I couldn't tell you any of. Hold on, I don't think there are any words to Sandstorm. Robert Ashton says Hound Dog, Elvis, or Monster Mash by Bobby Pickett. Roy Smith says the Baby Shark count. IMAX says my high school alma mater, Safe and Easy. Yes, yeah, Rob, I knew it. There's no word to Sandstorm the Root. Knew it. Red Horse Adventure says Canadian favorite song wasn't me. What can I say?
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, you could kind of get twisted up in the Baby Shark, boy. I hope you know all the lyrics. I hope you know when it goes from Mama Shark to Grandma Shark to Papa Shark. You know what I'm saying? Deep, 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 deep.
I'll probably go with Amy Winehouse Halftime.
You know every single word?
Yeah, I think I do. Yeah.
Dang. I'm gonna go with, like, someone said happy birthday. Like, I come on, bro. Play along. But if I wasn't playing along, I'll just go with Bob Marley, Three Little Birds, because it's very simple. But if I was gonna go like, all right, Bob Marley, Three Little Birds, you can't do it. You have to have a song with more lyrics or whatever. I would legitimately go, and don't laugh, I'm going with Natasha Bedingfield, Unwritten. Staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window, let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find, reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it, release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your
I feel like you forgot the words and you're just.
Come on now, stop it. That thing be sliding, bro. I ain't gonna lie. For real. I wish I could sing better. I would have funked that thing. Where we at? How many picks away? Giveaway. About to give away a draft day hat. Miami Dolphins draft day hat. Giving away 2 of them. Come on, man. Natasha, where is that? Still unwritten. What she got? She got another one.
These
Sunshine,
words.
Pocket full of sunshine. These words. Is it these words or these walls?
These words. These walls.
These words are.
These walls are Kendrick Lamar song.
Nah, These walls was the Nappy Root song I was thinking about.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Natasha got a couple of them. Pocket full of sunshine. I got a pocket full of sunshine. Oh. See, 7 picks away.
Dude,
7 picks away.
Taking ages. I'm not. Dude, just pull that. Dude, like, I just want to go and eat, man.
Oh, the Andrew Voorhees pick, boy. Dang. But I just want to know if they would have took him. Like, that's all I want to know. Like, were you going to do it or not? Oh, they're showing him his highlights now.
Yeah.
Dang, I wanted this dude.
To get a potential second round pick in the 7th round.
And you got to sit him for a year. You'll take it.
Yeah, 100%. And again, it's like, you know, from a Miami perspective, again, it says to Liam Eichenberg. Yeah. It says to Liam Eichenberg, if you like this is your time now, because we've got a guy in the building ready who will be even more determined to start and play. So yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, bro. Same thing with Austin Jackson, friend of the podcast, Austin Jackson. It's a contract year. You hope if the Dolphins did not extend him, then he's gonna come into this year like, nah, I'm banking on myself. I'm betting on myself. Mess around, and Austin Jackson becomes an all-pro this year because he wanted to get paid. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Like, yo, I'm on a contract year. I need to get the bag, and everybody's gonna be like, dang, the Dolphins was right.
Was also as well, so the Ravens traded back into the 7th to get Andrew Voorhees.
Mm-hmm.
They must have known he weren't making it to undrafted. So they were like,
they didn't want to take the risk.
Yeah. And I think at this point, like the Dolphins moving up 10 spots to get him would have cost them a 7th round pick next year. Which is nothing in the grand scheme of things. But
Mm-hmm.
you know, what
I ain't gonna lie, Kadeem. I think the Dolphins may have the mindset, like I know we talked about it a little bit earlier, but I think they do have the mindset that, I think I could pick a player this year. You know what I'm saying? Like I think they do think like that because we look what the past 9 picks, they hit on 4 of them. So I think they feel like, no, we could hit. There's no reason to hold out. We could hit. We need to win now.
I think it's very much, hey, if he's there, he's there. If he's not, he's not. But we're not.
Yeah,
but we're not
right.
forcing it.
Right.
You know, even if it is a 7th round pick next year, we're good. We believe in what we have. We haven't moved for anyone. We've got the guys we want. Devon Achane, Cam Smith, or Elijah Higgins. Hey, Voorhees, we could have taken him in the 6th. We didn't. If he's there in the 7th, then it is what it is.
Hey, do we have a 7th round pick though?
Next year, yeah.
Yeah, we do?
Yeah.
I could, bro. For some reason, I thought we got rid of it already. I felt like we moved it.
Philip Workman says my name is Eminem. I could probably do a lot of that album, the Marshall Mathers LP. Like I could probably do most of Kim. Do Stan. Love that album.
Top 3 Eminem songs. What we got? Let's go. Top 3 Eminem songs.
Can I include D12 songs?
No, you can't. That's D12.
Top 3 Eminem songs.
Top 3 Eminem songs.
I'm gonna go with personal favorites. Superman. That's so obvious. Superman, Stan, and Just Don't Give a Bleep Word. Oh, I love that song.
I'm gonna go with Superman. Cause I can't be your Superman.
Yeah, I'm your Superman.
Yeah. Can't be your Superman, your Superman, your Superman. I'm also gonna go with till the roof comes off and the lights give out, till my legs give out, can't shut my mouth, till the smoke clears out and my high burn out. I'ma rip this till the lungs get into the roof. The roof goes off until my legs give out from underneath me. All right. And I'm gonna go with last one. I'll go with Monster. I'm friends with the monster up under my bed. Get along with.
I don't think that song makes my top 20 or 30 Eminem songs.
I'm trying
to stand that song.
Nah, I mean it's cool. It's a cool record, honestly. Like the way it's written is definitely a dope record. It's not one of his best lyrical performances, but it's definitely a dope record.
No, I hear that. But
I'm
like
cleaning out my closet.
That's absolutely legendary.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, that song, the way that's what I'm saying. That's a lyrical performance right there.
Yeah.
Monster is not a lyrical performance like that, but it's definitely a dope song.
No. I think if I was allowed a D12 song, D12 Pimp Like Me, love that song. I watched a really cool video on YouTube about Eminem and like he's come up and working with like the Outsiders and then D12 and all that kind of stuff. Quite interesting.
Who?
Outsiders. They were like a rap group.
Hold on, but who are we talking about though? You said Eminem. Somebody. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and how like he's with Outsiders before he's really with D12, and how when he made it, obviously he brought on D12, but then he bring Outsiders and all that beef and all that kind of stuff, and yeah.
3 picks away. Hey, Cinderella Man is good.
Yeah,
Cinderella Man, Cinderella, Cinderella Man, Cinderella Man, Cinderella Man, Cinderella Man, Cinderella Man.
Criminal.
Music is my time machine. Call me Cinderella Man, Cinderella Man, Cinderella Man, Cinderella Man. I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna have to listen to that.
Yeah, same.
Later. When we get off, I'm gonna listen to Cinderella Man.
I think my thing with Eminem before we move on to the Dolphins, I think after the after the Eminem show, I don't really like much of his work. So yeah, anything after that, I really have no time for. But yeah, you have to appreciate what Eminem brought when he first coming through and stuff like that. I know you've been sitting with us, so you might not be able to say what's your best player available is right now. But do you have a position you want to go with this next pick, or is it literally do what they do best? I guess take the best player that they can.
Hey, I was thinking the draft might have been 2 days, the first 3 rounds, and then the last 4 rounds. But I do remember it being 15 minutes. I do remember, and it could have been like 15 minutes the first round, and then 10 minutes every round, like after the fourth. I can't remember off the top, but it was a long freaking time. Best available. Let's see what we got. Best available. Andre Carter II. Andre Carter II. He's an edge. He's just a big dude from Army, 6'7", 260, I think. I don't know how to pronounce this dude's name. Emil Ikior, the guard for Alabama. I think he could add some depth, but Kadeem Telfort.
Yeah. Yeah, Red Horse. I've seen this guy. He is really funny. I'm intrigued by Ivan Pace, the linebacker. Outside of that, more just because I haven't paid that much attention, I couldn't tell you what else is available. I guess. And kind of guess we'll go from there.
Oh, Cam Jones.
Oh yeah, Cam Jones.
Cam Jones. I'm going Cam Jones. He's a linebacker too.
Yeah. If the Dolphins can find a good tackle or offensive lineman to take, that'd be excellent. But I'm not holding my breath at that point. So we'll see how it goes. On my draft, Keith, you're back, and yeah, you come back to an Eminem tribute concert. That's how that's we won't hear Go Time Dolphins.
Cinderella Man, Cinderella Man, Cinderella Man, Cinderella Man.
So yeah, I believe we're 4 picks away now.
2 picks away.
Oh wow, yeah,
2 picks away.
Are they going to announce it, or are they just going to have it scroll up at the bottom?
I doubt they announce it. Yeah, they're not going to announce it.
Fair play.
So that means you can give it to us, since you like spilling the beans.
No, I ain't saying nothing.
Nah, bro, stop being.
Nah. I'm being petty. I'm being Kadeem Simmons. I'm doing what I do best.
You worse than a whistle, bro.
Yeah, I know I'm worse than a whistle. I'm grouchy. I'm tired. I'm hungry. Like,
so you grouchy and tired and hungry, but you're gonna punish yourself by not getting up out of here by giving us the pick earlier.
I'm not punishing myself. I want everyone to what they're watching, what they're listening to. I want them to know and not have it spoiled by me. I think that's fair.
All right, then we'll just wait till the pick pops up on TV then.
That's fine by me. Like, To be fair, you guys have been getting picks before me for the last few anyway. So unless Rap Sheet tweets about it, I think when they're on the clock, the guys I follow on social media like, oh, Dolphins are on the clock. Rap Sheet might. I can't imagine it could be someone that's worth a Rap Sheet tweet. And
Man, go ahead.
no, say the people I'm watching, one of them's in a Baby Shark suit. So yeah,
Blake Freeland went in the 4th round. I wish we did grab him.
Yeah, I think his name popped up, and you might have been busy or something.
No. I was here. I just reiterated because the name popped up again. I feel bad for Touche's 24, Muhammad Ibrahim. Dude played like in college for like 6 years. The last 3 years he got hurt. And he was going to make Touche's 24 every single year he came out. And I wish he kept coming out and he kept going back. And he didn't get drafted. And he was one of those people where I was like, yo, I feel like it's Touche's 22 because I just had to give him an honorable mention because he was a dude until he suffered like 3 injuries in a row, 3 years in a row. So Mohammed Ibrahim, I hope he gets a chance somewhere and just put an exclamation point on his football journey on an NFL team. That would be cool.
Yeah. Kind of see where it goes from there. Also, shout out to all our new subscribers.
Appreciate y'all. New subscribers, appreciate you.
100%. If you're here and you haven't commented yet and you want to be a part of the giveaway, you're running out of time. Still time to comment, still time to add your name to the list. Just let us know what part of the country you're from so we can add you, whether part of the UK giveaway or the US giveaway. And yeah, you are in with a chance of winning from there. As
yeah. So we're about to have this giveaway after this Dolphins pick. And the only way you can enter the giveaway is if you comment and subscribe and like. So go ahead, like, subscribe, and comment, and we'll have this giveaway. We're about to have it in less than 5 minutes, I presume.
What would you do if the Dolphins took a kicker?
That would go against your wishes, Kadeem, because that means, like, I don't know why we're taking the kicker because Jason Sanders is under contract, and if we move on from Jason Sanders, we have to eat all kinds of dead cap. So I don't think we're going to take a kicker.
How does my name get mentioned when I ask what would you?
Because you don't want to draft a backup. You don't want to draft a backup quarterback. So if you don't want to draft a backup quarterback, why would you want to draft a kicker? I don't understand that logic. Kenny McIntosh, running back, goes to Seattle. Miami Dolphins are on the clock.
I never said I wanted to take a draft or a punt or a kicker. I saw a tweet saying, "Watch the Dolphins."
I didn't say you said you wanted to draft a kicker. I said it would go against what you believe in.
I just asked what. I just asked your thoughts on that question,
and I gave you my thoughts.
I don't understand how my name came out your mouth on that question. That's what I don't understand. Hey Charlie, what do you think of this? What, Kadeem? Like, well, hold on. What? Like,
Miami Dolphins are on the clock. 283. The pick is in. No time wasted.
The Dolphins know. The Dolphins like let's do this. Let's speed this up.
Kadeem's hungry. Let's speed this up. Pick is in. The Miami Dolphins select. Oh, drum roll, please. We're not there yet. Selection is up.
I've got it as a tweet from ESPN.
Ryan Hayes, tackle, Michigan. Ryan Hayes, tackle, Michigan. Third team, all Big Ten, 2022, third team, all Big Ten. We'll see what we got.
So Jason Sarney, who we spoke to yesterday on the Miami Sports Music podcast, He said some interesting names to watch, and this was 45 minutes ago. And Ryan Hayes was on that list.
3-time academic All Big Ten, so he's smart. Hopefully, he's smart enough to put the work in. No
Steve,
snitching, Kadeem.
I didn't say a single word.
Hey,
That's what
but
before you as
we
well.
just had we had to reiterate no snitching.
Steve Mensch on ESPN says Hayes is a positional blocker who walls off his defender and executes assignments. He shows good range climbing to the second level. As a pass blocker, he has quick feet for his frame, but he's not a natural knee bender, and his hand placement needs to be better. Listen, the Dolphins have taken a cornerback. So just to reiterate, the Dolphins with their final pick in the 2023 NFL draft, unless they trade up, I've taken Ryan Hayes, tackle. He goes alongside Cam Smith in the second round. Devon Achane in the third round. And then in the sixth round, Elijah Higgins, a converted wide receiver to tight end. Matthew Upchurch, shout out to Matthew Upchurch. Let us know where you're from, US, UK, so we can add you to the giveaway list. He said Michigan player, Ross picked him. Tim Cavo says it's O-line, so I'm happy. Joe Levesque says OT from Michigan. And yeah.
I'm sure IMAX is happy with the O-line pick too.
I think I've seen some more stuff on social media. This is from Shane P. Hallam. Bruising on Harris. Bruising one blocker who can drive defenders backwards, bends into contact and explodes with a pop, recovers quickly, can twist a hole open, hand placement is sloppy and balance can be variable, often needs support against better defenders, may be good. King of Finland says Ryan Hayes is a solid athlete. That 10-yard split is important for offensive line because it shows that initial burst you have to get off the ball. And that was one of the best draws Hayes completed at the combine. So yeah.
Matthew Upchurch, let us know where you're located. Are you in the States? Are you in the UK? We're about to have a giveaway, and we need to know where you're located just in case you win the giveaway. Let us know.
Yeah. IMAX said, yeah, everybody I really wanted was Gondo. That's interesting. In the RAS, the relative athletic score, Ryan Hayes comparison, Richmond Webb.
Stop
Former Miami Dolphins. Dude, that's in terms of like, something called the relative athletic score. And yes, the comparison is Richmond Webb.
Matt Upchurch, let us know where you're from, bro. So we could put you in the giveaway. So I wanted to say so we could receipt you properly.
I'm going to assume US as most people are.
It's funny because I was going to assume UK because of his name, because of Upchurch. That's crazy. I mean, how's the will? Is it ready to go?
Not yet, no. I just got copy and paste the name him.
Yeah. It's cool. Let's go ahead and do it. He still has some time to let us know where he's from. And I'll go over the details. If you win, contact us at gotimedolphins@gmail.com. If you win the giveaway, contact us at gotimedolphins@gmail.com. And we will get all your information, contact information, billing. I said billing. Shipping information, not billing. You're not getting billed. I promise. We're not charging you. So your shipping information, and that's really it, man. Let us know. Let us know where you guys from. Oh, talking about Ryan Hayes.
Coming from Michigan. Yeah, he's a good one, my goodness. Anchored a team of left tackle the last year that won the Joe Moore Award, which goes to the best offensive line group in college football. Started 30 games at left tackle for the Wolverines. You got to be pretty darn good at football to do that. 6'6", he's a little bit light, 300 pounds, only 32 and 7/8-inch arm length. So we might see a position change for him once he gets to the NFL. But Jim Harbaugh has praised Ryan Hayes as somebody who was a true leader and again, a foundational piece for the Michigan offensive line that has been so good these past 2 years. Ryan Hayes, 238. There's some upside here for Dolphins team. This offensive line, they need some depth pretty badly up front. And a guy that really captivated college football with
Ryan Hayes sounds like he's going to be moving inside the guard. And if you get somebody this late in the draft, it's probably because they're not good enough to play tackle in the NFL, and then you probably want to protect them with guard anyway. So I'm okay with all of that. Where we at with it, Kadeem?
Rob says, yes, it's done. Rob says, interesting. Elijah Higgins RAS comp was Devontae Parker. Red Horse jokes that Kadeem wants to tell who won the giveaway already. Keith says, glad it's finally over. IMAC feels better about the pick now.
He
And
said,
Steve,
glad it's finally O-line, not over.
Sorry, apologies.
You're the one who's glad it's finally over.
Dude, I'm tired, man. And Steve said he's a tackle. We can rotate to other positions. I say we start with the UK. The UK wheel of names.
Hey, we appreciate everybody. Stay with us 6 hours. Boy, we put in the whole shift. We appreciate everybody who worked the shift with us today on Go Time Dolphins. You feel me?
You ain't getting paid though.
Yeah, we not getting paid either. You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
So we appreciate y'all though. That means you really rock with us. And if you really rock with us, we really rock with y'all. So yeah, man, we about to get this UK giveaway. Good luck to everybody. Steve, Semper Fi already. I love giveaways, man. I like giving away stuff. So I hope whoever does win is happy. It's a draft day hat like the one I'm wearing, but not the one I'm wearing because this one is mine. So let me know when you're ready, Kadeem. Make sure we got all the names on there. Remember, this is the
Hannah,
UK.
Drakey, yeah.
UK.
Hannah, Drakey, Keith, Tim, Robert, Philip, and Rob. I don't think I'm missing anyone else from the UK. I think
Tim on there?
Yeah, Tim Carroll, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hannah, Drakey, Keith, Tim Carroll, Robert Ashton, Philip Workman, and Rob SAFC. If Matthew Upchurch is from the UK, we don't know. So apologies. But let's see who wins the UK.
Drum roll. Doom, doom, doom. Dun, 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 dun. Philip Workman. Congratulations, Philip.
Apologies, Charlie.
Hit us up in the email at gmail.com. GoTimeDolphins@gmail.com. 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 Congratulations. You won a draft day hat similar to this one, but not this one because this one is mine. Appreciate all our UK fans, man. Like y'all boys thug it out all the time. It's crazy across the pond, but not only across the pond, but across the world. And y'all do the primetime episodes for a primetime podcast, and we rock with y'all, man. Let's see who we got here. Let's see.
So Hammer, IMAX, DB, rocking out, Dan Welch, K Salt, Joe Levesque, Kevin Clements, Red Horse Adventures, Jason Keck, Manolo Rivera, Donald Johnson, Mango Seed, Roy Smith, Moya TV, I don't know about Moita TV, JR Black, Dolph Will, Fins and Canes, Matthew Upchurch. Does anyone sound like I missed out their name?
Hey, is Hammer on there?
Hammer is right. He's the first name I read out. Hammer.
Hammer time. You could have been Hammer time. You ever heard that song, Hammer? Hammer time. That's a good song.
Isn't Hammer UK?
This guy.
No, I'm being serious. I think Hammer's UK. I'm not messed around.
This guy. Hey, that's the producer. It's GoTimeDolphins@gmail.com. GoTimeDolphins@gmail.com. Hammer said he's in the US. Luckily, because you would have got a mouthful. GoTimeDolphins@gmail.com. Let's see who gets the draft day hat like this.
So you are completely correct. Well done. Missed out, Steve.
Bro, what? That's Simplify Steve.
USMC.
USMC, United States Marine Corps. Simplify.
Cool. Steve is added before
Cheers,
anyone
mate.
else. Yes, 100%. Joe, thanks for that. The email address, Philip, is at the bottom of it's scrolling across the bottom. GoTimeDolphins@gmail.com. Yeah, anyone else? I think that's everyone. Moya TV.
Hold on. Oh, Donald. I see him. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's get it.
Again, everyone, good luck.
Dun, 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 dun. Boom, 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 dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Jason Keck.
That was right on the edge. Congratulations, Jason.
Congratulations, Jason Keck. You rock with Go Time Dolphins. We rock with you. Yeah, man, congratulations. You get this draft day hat, not this one that I'm wearing, but one just like it because this one is mine. But what else you got for us, Kadeem? Hey, please contact us at GoTimeDolphins@gmail.com so we can get your shipping information. Ooh, Ra, I see you, Hammer. What you got for us, Kadeem?
Let's get some food. Let's chill. There are a few comments quickly. Chris Greer says the players the Dolphins took today, Higgins and Hayes, were the best players on their board. Mike McDaniel says on potential veteran running back addition, nothing is off the table, but they're happy with the offseason they've had. Chris Greer says Hayes is tough, smart, and competitive as a tackle. And then, McDaniel talks about competitiveness with Elijah, Higgins, and compares him to former Washington wide receiver turned tight end Niles Paul. But no, I legit think that's everything. Thank you so much for every single person that's been here. Everyone that dropped a like, dropped a sub, that shared. Philip, thank you for the email. We'll get you as soon as possible to get your details. Charlie, over to you.
Well done, mate. This was a good draft.
Oh, I was going to say more there. Apologies. That's my fault. Yeah, guys, we'll see you in the next one where we'll be talking Miami Dolphins. Thank you very much.
Gotta make them lose their mind when it's your time. And it's showtime. Going all out when it's go time. I ain't wasting no time. Gotta make them lose their mind when it's showtime. Cause it's your time. Lay it on the line when it's go time. Don't waste no time. Gotta make them lose their mind when it's your time. And it's showtime. Going all out when it's go time. I ain't wasting no time.